Alrighty, let's try this again. Map 2 coming up. It will be Ascent. Vincent alongside of Los once again. And, well, we were discussing that Ontario Tech, they were struggling. And it was not just the struggle of a singular thing. It was across the board. They couldn't get anything going, and Carleton seemed to be firing on all cylinders. They continued to do so, and they ended that first map 13-3.
Yeah, it's a major struggle that we're seeing for Ontario Tech right now, and I hate to be the one that says it. It comes down to those individual gun plays. They lost too many duels that weren't necessary and simply aren't playing together. The only times that they had major stops of pushes down long on B was when they had multiple players ready for those cross-firing angles, and even then they took some heavy losses in any engagement. So it just comes down to potentially playing some better angles. Make sure that you have some defensible positions that you can take a shot and run away from. Don't give the opportunity for any trade to come on through.
Yeah, and listen, they got to figure out a way to shut down Sushi. That's a problem, man. That guy was just farming triple kills like it was nobody's business. It felt like that was just a normal day in the office for them whenever they were taking out 3 in a round. And I think that goes to the point that you just made about, getting into a position where Sushi isn't able to make that happen. Whether that means just, win the duel forehead, I know, obvious, but at the same time, you can put yourself into better spots if you're taking more intelligent duels, setting yourselves up with the utility and making sure to take those fights when you're able to double swing. All of those things are good ideas to deal with Sushi.
Yeah, and I think at this point, since we're going over to Ascent, it will adjust to, as we've seen in the past, maybe an Omen who could send out a smoke, just deny the angles entirely from Sushi and taking those long range fights with the Tour de Force. They've been so deadly with that. Multiple 3Ks, I think, just with the ultimate usage so far. And that was only on bind when smokes weren't exactly in favor, as you had those two players split apart. And when a Viper goes down, that we've seen from Red Protocol, you don't really have the possibility to change your new smoke location. It's a much more static position play. And if you don't go to the site where Red Protocol is at, you have a much freer range of vision and not much to stop it after that.
Indeed, yeah, definitely a good idea to try and keep that in mind for this Ontario Tech roster. Beyond that, I think that the duelist play was fine-ish, but Falcon really struggled in the beginning stages of that first game. I think getting them started a little bit earlier is another great way to add on and find some more success. Again, easier said than done, I am aware, but you got to keep in mind that, each small little thing that you add on one after the other, it adds up to kind of what you let in with that, well, the duels weren't coming their way. And they just couldn't get anything started. They were getting multi-fragged multiple times. So, those things aren't on their own going to lose you a game, but as a whole, well, we saw what happened, 13-3.
Yeah, certainly not to mince words. It was a steamroll, Vincent. It was just a very one-sided affair, but this time around, it provides a new opportunity. Had some time to break, talk strategy within this area in between maps, so you have a new understanding of what you're going into, what you're getting into. This isn't the first time that they've tangled around with Carleton Ravens, or Carleton Black specifically. So this is a time for OTSU. They can bring it back. They have had better performances in the past. If we look at what they brought on specifically, 13-10, 14-12. This is an opportunity that they can overcome. While they did lose their previous engagement, they made it incredibly competitive. And we're kind of seeing a different scoreline this time around. But I do believe that a resurgence can be made because, as we said, Falcon hasn't exactly brought their best performance to the table. If they get activated, if they get some of that special sauce going, they will be able to bring in a much more effective, at least in the second half, a defense. And I can expect that coming out from OTSU.
Yeah, I think that that's a very good thing to think about because like you were saying, I was just about to bring that up as well. The fact that they've done it before, they've made it close, and they could have won in that week 3 matchup. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do it, and now is their chance. They're playing for their spot in the grand finals. It is the biggest game that they will play here at the NECC, or at least the biggest game except for those grand finals they were to make it in. And they've been playing very strong teams pretty much all the time. I mean, OTSU, they played 2 relatively close games against the number 1 seed in UH Premier. They had a very good showing overall. They did go 4-5, but a couple of those were situations where they were able to take 2-0s. So I think that Carleton, whilst they are certainly the favorites going into this, is not the end of the road for Ontario.
No, absolutely not. There's still plenty of Valorant left to see in this series, and I would not be surprised if this is where we see OTSU wake up, and I would not be surprised again if we bring it over to a third map, because I think they can go the distance. I think this can at least be brought into a map 3, and that is going to be exciting because it's split. We haven't seen that in the series yet. We haven't seen it tonight. I want to know if this is going to be the moment where they can turn things around.
I think that is going to be the case. We're going to get into it now. Thank you for your patience as the agent selection comes underway. Carleton on the left here. Excuse me, actually, no, not Carleton on the left. Ontario on the left-hand side, and it's Carleton on the right. And, well, how will this be looking? A pretty standard composition for Ontario Tech. Basically, the expectations being met. I wonder if we're going to see a mirror matchup.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibilities. I do want to see what's going to be capable of Red Protocol and Xerminius, those two specifically. And I think these rounds certainly hinge on them having that survivability, having the potential to send out more dark covers later in the round, having the lockdown or just the utility as a stopping power for anyone trying to make their way onto either respective
Choose your
site.
agent.
And we've seen Red Protocol have the ability to stay alive for long amounts of time and take correct fights. I mean, one that I specifically know. Now, it was a bit of a troll position where we had one player sitting inside of bathrooms with the shorty. Red Protocol did bite. They didn't take the bait, and they ended up pulling them out and winning the fight. But in the end, it was a little bit of a troll situation. In general, though, I do believe Red Protocol will be a crux of their defense.
And a very interesting adjustment here on the fact that we actually are going to see a Sage come out in the stead of a KO or other initiator, which is very interesting. Number one, I don't really think those are 1-for-1. You're trading a Sentinel out for an initiator. But the second thing is, I really haven't seen this very significantly or successfully from anyone but T1 recently. T1 actually plays this a little bit, and I think that the way T1 plays it is very interesting because it works very well on the attack side. But when the defense comes around, it does get a little bit weird.
Well, I'm excited to see how things will start off as we are here on the attack. What's the move going to be? Niners Owl Drone narrowly avoiding that 0 point. So get some information. Nobody hanging out in mid. Just an alarm bot to be the defensive measure. Just destroyed. Oh, girl almost good for a shot, but the 2 players running it down onto B main, and Sushi continues to follow it up and bring in great damage. They can take this site with ease.
Yeah, Sushi, I mean, working the Sage, yes. Who says you can't frag on the Sage pick? Niner is dispatched with Red Protocol on the flank, and there's no more smokes. There's no more flashes, and Terminus is no more for this world. Sushi has another 3K, and that was one of the factors that we talked about there in our LinkedIn Desk segment. Gotta stop Sushi from doing that.
Question is how, and I think an issue was I'm not sure what the defensive measures that were set in place here by Xerminius. Yeah, they had an alarm bot on mid, their turret sitting by CT, but where was any other presence like Nanoswarm? It seemed all so delayed, all so far away. Xerminius, a very lackluster involvement in that round.
Certainly wasn't effective. I'll give it that. Wine was, still is, entirely pushed out. And Protocol has met their maker. Carlton on the entry. Wants to find it. It's a quick and easy 5v3.
Presses that advantage. Caught out to boot on top of Heaven, so they're back up to the Cloud Burst up, and this is an interesting
enemy remaining.
What is even for a 2K? No, there and save the day from Garden. But even so, that was such a wacky play by Daenerys, and it somehow worked in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that was against Classics as well. You know, I think that has a lot to do with it. I don't think Daenerys would be making that play without that being the case. But beyond that, I think that also shows something else, and that is a sheer lack of respect being shown for Ontario Tech University. There is nothing that Carrollton won't be doing to push them to the limits.
Yeah.
So, right now, UTSU yet to frag. They need to get started now.
Paranoid sent out, but they also have the Apple drone to get things started. It will be blocked off. And actually, here comes the Ice Wall. It's used to get a vision over the dark cover. Red Protocol shows face, loses it in the same instant. And they don't want her peek again. Girl sitting up top Heaven waiting for the utility to come out. And there's so much of it to come through. Working with Tailwind the second they see someone take a shot, dash away. But other than that, the options are severely limited. Ichigo's with a flush, no one to be found. The instant they take a look, they remove Ichigo from this map.
That's going to work right now. Sushi on the timing. Finally, there's a frag on the board, and it's for Falcon, but it's only a singular one. Falcon trying to do much more, but he can't find it out. Carlton, this is exactly what I was hoping to see when I saw that Sage. This is precisely the sort of things that I've seen T1 do. You know, a little cheeky angle, nice find over the top of the dark cover. Everything falls from there.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about people who expected something. It wasn't Red Protocol. Definitely secure in the feeling that in the dark cover would be enough to stall them out along with Ichigo's fragment. Certainly not the case. An unorthodox composition to learn to play around. They better study up quick if you're Ontario, because things are falling apart fast.
Standing ahead.
Lots of early information gained, and oh boy. Talk about a plethora of utility. Nerminus, good to pick up anything there. Kind of gets away with the fact that Oz doesn't actually do Falcon's turn to frag, but he can't find more than one. Girl does pick up one themselves, and that gives them an advantage for the first time to OTS.
And they can collect some hardware, make things a bit easier. That is the martial hands of Ichigo swapped over for the Vandal Girl. With a great shot onto Daenerys, leaving Sushi all alone. We've seen them come a lot before. And it's
remaining.
with one, a third actually, and a fourth to follow it up. Sushi clutches it out with a major 4K.
I just, you know, you asked a very, very intelligent question earlier, Los, and that was how do you stop Sushi? I don't know how you stop that first kill. That's for darn sure. What I mean, what I do know is that OTSU did all swing one by one. That's a problem. Some very poor spacing there allows it for Carlton and Sushi in particular to find 1v1 after 1v1, but he just keeps winning them. I mean, surely eventually he loses, but no, that's not been the case.
Certainly putting the term Battle Sage to truth here. There's no response possible. We have a dark cover, but this is another one of the sitting. But this time they don't fully commit with the rest of the team. It's just over into it because you have This dash over to Generator. Get right. We'll stay strong with 2. Backs off away to Generator. Upper in the window. Generous is good for the refrag. This is a bit of a dangerous scenario. Sushi even dropping the resurrection with the spray, but it's too much. Coming out TSU, the tree position is very strong, and Girl will strike even further with a 3K, and finally Ontario Tech will show face on the set.
Yeah, Carlton, we're in the right spots. We're taking the right duels, but they couldn't win the fights for the first time maybe in this series. And it's Girl to bring the Ontario Tech roster into a victory on a set. With that being said, though, Carlton, it's their first loss. But they actually, at least on that last round, and the only one player surviving, their money is really quite limited. And so this round, you know, 4 in a row, you tend to think, okay, Carlton probably have bank for days. That's not the case. OTSU have a real big chance of resetting this economy for Carlton.
Well, information gained with that from the shadows. Not exactly what was expected. Carlton wants to keep running it down this avenue, but I am enjoying the adjustment of the defenders. Now have a more pressure from Ruminius and Ichigo. Send out the fragment, stop him from walking in, but this is already in sight with the double cloudburst by the dice. In heaven even. Ruminius has no clue. Peter is close. It up. Oz with those pop shots does put insane amounts of damage over into Red Protocol. This is a very easy side take, unless Girl has something to say about it in terms of this retake.
Well, the wall is a problem, and Oz has continually peaked that angle. A little bit ridiculous, all things considered, and it's now time for OTSU to pause and go away. We're gonna look for the save, and they should get away with at least one of these guns. At least one, because this Jet is quite pushed up. Girl trying to do some eco damage, maybe?
Healer down.
Does get 1 kill, but seems a bit excessive. Especially considering the economy situation. But hey,
not bad.
They're hitting the shots. Fair enough. TSU can't quite string that second round together, but Carlton, what have they been doing so well? Man, that A side take is pretty. They've done it, what, now 3 or 4 times? And it's worked all but one.
What I'm enjoying is how versatile they are with it. They aren't doing the same attack twice. And specifically in that previous round, it was Oz who dashed over to the right, the double cloudburst into the dice, to take that attack even further. This time, attack might be read a bit, as you do have a great shot through the wall. They continue that effort. Maybe they could even flip the scripts. The art on the tree has revealed the position of Falcon. I don't know what the further efforts will be. Kind of a full-on halt here, B main.
Well, B main push denied Carlton. They have taken over mid. To be fair, Ichigo was in position to try and deny them, but that fragment timing was actually very, very strong. And so Carlton, sort of the same situation again. They were denied, and so now they have to wait things out. Paranoia to go through. Pretty much dodge everyone. 0 point. I think that should connect onto 1 or 2. Yeah, it was 3 out of 4 of these players pushing in. The site's going to be wide open. That means that OTSU have a free retake ready to go.
Oh, that was the perfect opportunity. Even though there
30
was
seconds left.
Denying the Paranoia as a kind of recontest them, it doesn't matter. Chris using the from the shadows, escaping their fate. The doom of the lockdown and the closed door is denied. They will enact that plan.
Player standing.
Pushed up in mid by Pizza. Doesn't win out the fight against Girl. It's such a crazy play. They've ran all the way into CT, hoping to stop this egregious attack coming out of Carlton. What a play. Unfortunately for them, it is denied. Zerminius for the defusal.
OTSU, they brought back another round. That is precisely what they needed. And Carlton, where's their money looking like? It's not It's not very good. They might be going for the buy anyway, which would be a little bit of a weird decision considering. But well, Sushi is invested, but Sushi is built different. We already know that. There's no question.
Placing alarm bot.
No TSU. They have the Odin back out.
Get out of my way.
That's going to be the case. Yes, indeed. Blade Storm out for
Revealing
Falcon.
area.
Or, excuse me, for the Jet.
Interesting how Falcon waits to shoot the dart after they send the initial shots. I mean, I guess it makes sense to catch somebody off guard for winning that initial duel, but Sushi has something to say with the Marshall headshot, a very clean one. Red Protocol dancing in between. Don't think they caught Niner. Oh, now the information's there. They will not make the challenge.
Oh, but I don't know that where. No, there are not. Niner with a great timing. Now it's going to be Ichigo to stand tall.
Spike
Dropping
down.
the spike, but Sushi, another close range trade with the Marshall. And the main advantage is here for Carlton.
Not anymore. Zerminius denying the heaven take.
Alarm bot
We'll
down.
have a bit of information. Yes, the dart destroyed a bit too late. Plant denied. Not much else is done.
You should
While
run.
placed over by the tree, and in return, a great patience coming
30
out
seconds
from
left.
to drop in that lockdown only after the Hunter's Fury has been put into play.
So, the lockdown forces everyone back. Great little angle set up by Sushi. The Aldrin should spawn
One
out.
enemy
Yep,
remaining.
Trying to find it in their minutes. Is good for the frag. Oh, Falcon. That's nasty work. Rihanna had no chance bringing that back. And OTSUB have really found a couple of rounds in a row.
My inventions.
Not a bad performance at all to see them come on back. But, to be fair, that was a bit of a lackluster buy, a bit of a weaker one that we saw from Carlton, and they were able to take advantage of that aggression, specifically from what we saw out of Red Protocol, who had the good intention of setting up that dart cover, dropping it in A main, but pushed it anyway, knowing that they were going to have some closer range weapons. But that slight hiccup didn't cause them to lose out on the round, but what is the new plan now that real rifles are in the hands of Carlton?
New plan for Carlton. Pick up the pace. Let's go quick. There's a press for a moment. And actually, that's a great timing from Ichigo. Putting down the fragment in time,
There they are.
right as the suppress fails. So now that he stalled the push for a moment. Girl on the site. Girl 2. Trying to trade back. Air tagged him out and down. No command denied.
Spike
For
down
OTSU.
A.
It's down to 2.
Last player standing.
Falcon, last one here. Make the hero play with the Odin.
Shot dart.
Seen them finish things off previously. Oh,
Planted.
that'd be a nice use of that shock dart. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit the mark. This is going to be a crucial play. The drone does not come through. Unfortunately, Odin lacking power in this exact situation. Another one. Nanoswarm denying, time draining.
Revealing area.
He's the moon. But it isn't even necessary. Actually, Rayano finishes that one off. Just like that, Carlton is back. But in general, Vincent, I'm liking Ichigo's use of utility. I think they've certainly stepped it up in terms of the timing of those 0 points, as well as the fragments.
Yeah. I mean, back to the early stages of that round, Ichigo through the 0 point, excuse me. That gets timed out, and right when that happens, the fragment goes out to deny the entry even further. Or if they go through it, then Carlton obviously are taking massive damage. And then the null command comes through right after that to try and deny it further. So you're right. You know, one after another after another.
Good cycling, but what is the follow-up here? We find a one after but
Spike down A.
The one way has worked its way into securing the first kill, as well as the spike being revealed. cover, block up the vision, maybe some flashes in turn. Oz responds with a kill on Ichigo. Not before, destroying one on their own. Resurrection, along with Oz's aggression, evens the odds. Now, Red Protocol, along with Zerminius, for a shot in the back against Carlton, and potential rifles in hand.
A big chance here for OTSU. Carlton would love to solidify their position a little bit more, and oh, what a late wall. And playing on top of it is just adding insult to injury. A great timing, the double swing. That's something that Carlton are so fantastic at.
Doesn't see it.
Red. Okay, that was a little bit unfortunate. Red Protocol not noticing that the player was peeking, but back to that double swing, Los, that's just so smart.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed to see that early play, having that multiple gun damage in, because we talked about a bit of a struggle as it comes to the one-on-ones, the individual gunplay, but having each other's back, it's necessary, and it earned them a first kill and a spike drop. Such a critical play. Now, I think they may have, I guess, overstayed their welcome, or just the resurgence out from Carlton, the response from Oz to take the forward play as the resurrection came on through. You would expect maybe multiple players to hold the angle in defense, but Oz turned it around and went on the offense.
Yeah, just sort of flipping the script. That's something Carlton have been doing very well.
Cover
We're
going
seeing
out.
a back and forth. And, well, speaking of flipping the script, Rihanna, on that AJ, not typically the ones to be finding opening picks. They have Oz pushing forward, but it's denied. Ichigo doing the same to Rihanna. And this has given OTSU a massive advantageous situation. And Daenerys, I don't know how he was in spawn, but he was.
Guess a interesting use of From the Shadows there, or a speed run through B. Whatever the case is, the result is the same. Loss of life and a loss of round unless Nucker can do the impossible, especially with 2 HP. Certainly a surefire win for Ontario Tech, and yet Falcon finishes it off.
3-round deficit. This is already
Last
significantly
round before the
closer than it
switch.
was over on first map. Carlton have really yet to be tested or overcome to a large degree. They've been found out in a couple of these rounds, but not consistently. We'll get into the last round of the half. 7-5 would be fantastic for OTSU. Of course, Carlton looking to go for that 8-4. There's really not a ton on the ult bank to deal with. Now, Girl is looking very close to a Blade Storm. Otherwise, though, just a lockdown for both teams. And of course, that Blade Storm drops.
Lockdown definitely has some more value, because there is no Hunter's Fury at the ready for Carlton. So, if it comes to, that's a great last resort denial of sight. Even so, things will be taken very slowly, especially with mid control under the wings of the Ravens.
I do like that they've adjusted in towards middle. We've seen a lot of Carlton NA. And in a round where you really need to change things up, they've adjusted in towards middle very nicely. Looking to set up this B split, and here it goes.
Walden Ichigo with 2! What a great play. And it's been destroyed to allow backup to come from CT. Now Market, well as CT. E-main, every angle will have a player coming to help. The way with this lockdown, it will deny them the ability to use the resurgence, the aggression to push from the site. It has to be a defense of this lockdown. Destroy Protocol! The one opportunity they had to win this round
Player standing.
has been denied, and now it's a Killjoy lockdown coming out from Ravens. Carlton, unless Red Protocol can swing,
enemy remaining.
destroy the lockdown, they cannot win it.
Switching
8-4.
sides.
That's the scoreline into the second half, and Red Protocol, man, really unlucky, but also just needed to hold that strong. I mean, I can understand the reason to go for the jitter peak there. You don't want to be fully committed and just get instant headshot, but all it takes is just a moment, and that's all Daenerys needed. Carlton into the second half with a massive lead. 4 rounds. Pistol round seems like a necessity if Ontario could even make this comeback.
Well, you said previously that while there is an interesting maneuver that can be pulled off with Sage on attack, does on the defense, maybe that can reign true. This is something Ontario can take advantage of. Only one player left on this site. It's going to be up to Dangerous. They find one. They hold on strong. They can go for a second swing. That reloads their minutes will end it. The plant will come on through. However, a lot of pressure is making its way down the stairway, down the speedway, as all 4 remaining members of Ontario are on the site.
Carlton coming up big. All the kills going their way. Ichigo's gone. Rihanna has it. And, well, the first step in the pathway back to a third map was that pistol, and it has been denied. Ontario Tech University really feels like they just aren't quite to the point where they can take those head-on duels with Carlton.
No, not yet. And a bit of an issue that we saw is placing all your eggs in one basket, or all your players on the site, so you don't have much of an angle. You need those cross angles to kind of put the pincer maneuver over onto Carlton. They didn't have any additional pressure, any external shots coming in as they to take that site retake. It was incredibly swift. And look how far up we have this jet. Oh my god. Oz does not care. And I'm certain they'll cut off before they can even reconnect with the rest of their squad.
That nano swarm timing is outrageously good from Rihanna.
The tap downs finally will catch up with Ray on in front of your opponent. Will lead to a detriment, yet Oz is here for the cleanup. A nice 3K in the backline.
Yeah, nice stuff. I mean, this is really, those first 2 rounds, yes, they're very nice. But Carlton just sort of showing off the utility side of their game right there. And that timing, split up the push, is a problem for OTSU. This is the round to win, though. OTSU have to win this one. Otherwise, I think... I mean, it might be a little premature, but I would be willing to call it over.
Omen kill.
Oh, no. Oh, no!
Yikes.
Oz!
That's a massive yikes.
Oh, my lord.
Here.
Zerminius here. You have to find this kill onto Oz. What? They've denied it. They've backed on. Oh, have more support. Oh! Quick realization, there's some more opposition here. Girl with the shot from top of mid. Makes things a bit easier, but it's still a 2-on-3, and the pressure's on. Worst timing possible here. No. Spotted out. Girl does make that call out. Daenerys has to back off. Zerminius, girl. Last one's alive. Running it down over to A, but the second you do, it's almost like the worst scenario. It's almost like this utility was set up for this very scenario, but no. Doesn't catch up to anyone. Renato dancing around the dice.
One enemy remaining.
For the rest of the rotation, but maybe they don't need the teammates. In fact, they're going to run it up with class.
Oh my goodness. I said it, that round was necessary. OTSU, they had everything, and Carlton were working with pistols for like 3 players. Oz still finds so much work, and Rayano has been ridiculously strong in the backside of this series. This time with the utility, and then playing bring around the Rosie there for so long as well. You just gotta give them credit. We are seeing, well, I was gonna say an eco. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly an eco. There's one player who forced a little bit heavily. The rest of them have saved. Sushi started at south.
Sushi. Saved with the not something you see very often with the lack of escaping possibilities. Attempting to do the very same. Lose their life in the shock dart. But it doesn't even matter. Because the pressure coming out from either B, Main, and Cat is too much.
Last player
OTSU
standing.
to handle. Girl good for one, but goes for the repeat and loses out. The weapon is too strong in the hands of Sushi, leaving Red Protocol all alone again. This is an opportunity with of utility just for a moment. Activated in the last second. Red Protocol hit, forced to return.
Surely the 1v3 not impossible. Okay. Guys, just shoot each other, please. Oh my goodness. I mean, that was that was a fight for who's missing the most shots. Guys, figure it out. Either way, it's match point. Carlton, they might have flubbed that one there, but it doesn't matter. 12-4 is the score, and OTSU at least have weaponry to utilize here.
This time around, though, still have a bit of a lack in terms of what ultimates they can use for real execute. And if we're being honest, I feel as though we haven't seen many dark covers being brought out by Red Protocol, especially not on the offense. I mean, maybe to deny sniper vision down mid, but for a straight-up execute, not quite. And even now, with the rest of OTSU running up everywhere off the dark covers, nothing to speak of until very late. And I believe those even came from the bots. Sending out
enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Who really is the one putting on a spectacle, and Red Protocol nowhere to be seen. A late play, expecting a flank out from B main. They have to do the impossible, and it can't be done. Dangerous ending out the series. One round better, OTSU has found themselves on ascent, but in the end, Carlton Black reigns supreme.
Not only do they reign supreme, but they hold this OTSU squad to just 7 rounds in the series. That is an outrageously great showing. And, you know, the beauty, right? Sushi played very well in that first half, but it was Rihanna and Danaris and then Oz throughout this second game that just made the difference for Carlton. I gotta be very impressed. As a squad, I think this Carlton Black roster, they have a chance. Whoever it is that they're going to be playing in the finals, I think they are poised to make a run.
Yeah, an incredibly balanced squad that we're seeing from Carlton. This is just beautiful gameplay. And in the end, Ontario Tech was simply outclassed, but we'll be able to get a little bit in the heads of these players who are heading to the grand finals as we prep for an interview with one of the players from Carlton right after this. So don't go anywhere. Valorant action here at NECC continues.
I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head, you lied to my mother, you lied to my friends, you said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
Two maps up, two maps down, and a scoreline we've seen before. It's Carlton Black. They've come out on top 2-0 to make their way to the grand finals. And joining us from Carlton is Ryano. Congratulations on your victory. And, you had a bit of a difference in play against your opponents this time around. I mean, the score is the same in the end, but the round differential, much different than previously. What made this game, I guess, bit more easier for you guys this time around?
Honestly, we just kind of went to this game not really with a plan. We didn't plan anything out. We just went in for fun, and I guess that just worked out a lot better for us.
The fun buff.
Yeah.
The whimsy buff. That's definitely an impressive showing to be just running in there and kind of rolling with the punches. I mean, stomping, only allowing 7 rounds is very impressive. But let's talk generally. You guys headed in towards these grand finals. I believe the most likely opponent is going to be UH Premier. Do you guys have any experience with that team?
We've played against Series Premier, and we've played against them in the same kind of let's have fun thing that we have going on, and we beat them. So we're not too nervous going against them. No, I think we got it.
Wow. That's incredibly impressive. And so you're saying that you're looking to go into these grand finals with the same, let's just play to have fun. Let's do our best. But hey, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah, we're still playing to win, obviously, but we don't have that same kind of pressure that we had before in most of these other tournaments, because at the end of the day, we're just playing to have fun, and that's it.
Well, I mean, I guess that's the best mentality to do it. That's why you're playing, right?
Yeah.
To win and to enjoy yourself. Well, that's fantastic. Excited to see how you guys progress throughout this tournament in the grand finals. But before we send you off, Rayano, is there anyone you want to give a special shout out to?
I want to shout out Niner, Waleed, best co-IGL I have. I want to shout out Sushi, our sub, great sub, and honestly, like the rest of the team as well. Everyone, they're putting in a lot of work. We used to scrim a lot, not as much recently, but still a lot of work that everyone's putting in. So, yeah.
Well, great to hear. Congratulations on that victory, and good luck to you in the grand finals. Well,
Appreciate it.
folks, that's going to wrap it up here for the second series of the night. But don't worry, there's still plenty of NECC Valorant action continuing right after this. Following up, it's another semifinals. It's going to be Durham Lords versus Champlain Esports right here at NECC. So don't go anywhere. The Valorant action is on all night long. I'm Los, joined by Vincent. Thank you for watching us, and stay tuned for more.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. I burn but just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. I burn but just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Stuck in stuck in limbo. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, say you wanna dance. You're worrying, oh, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worrying, oh, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on still. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic, no, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Yeah, you take me higher, baby.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my good friend Mick, and we've got ourselves more of the playoffs. We're reaching the penultimate point. The finals are up and coming, but before that can occur, teams must continue to battle it out to see who we crowned the victor. And tonight, Dallas, we've got ourselves Durham Lords versus the Champlain Esports sides for our Challengers Yellows division.
Yeah, an outstanding division, outstanding group of guys, and overall just some great valor to get into this stage. I mean, already we sat there seeing a lot of series over the course of this day thus far. We got 2 matches coming up, then afterwards, a couple more to back things up. I mean, there's a lot of valor to come through for the rest of the day, and we got plenty of hours left on our hands. But already the Durham Lords and Champlain University, as you mentioned, are going to be the 2 that we got lined up as it stands thus far. And honestly, I mean, as it's looked from most of the series today thus far, anything could go any way. I mean, that's the most exciting part about this case of the season so far. Knowing that you're getting to the kind of pinnacle of these players, of these teams. It's a complete show match. That's all it comes down to, of really who is that much better.
Yeah, and let's keep in mind there's been a few upsets at this point in time here, Dallas, right? UTM White, the 6th-seeded team, managed to beat Friars Black in a 2-1 affair. Now, that's not a major lopsided affair, but still 2-1 is impressive. And Champlain was the other team that performed their upset. They actually managed to go 2-1 over Montclair State. Now, that was the one that could have gone either way, a 4th seed and a 5th seed. That's really just one loss either way, going and giving one team the nod over the other. But now they're going to have to face off against their toughest challenge yet, the number 1 seeded Durham Lords, who are coming into this one 7-2. Now, 2 of their wins are forfeit wins. That could be something we look at and say this could be maybe an inclination about why we're seeing us at this point. But still, even if we discounted those forfeit wins, they have looked insanely impressive throughout this season, and the majority of their victories have been fairly good 2-0s.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, you mentioned those forfeit wins. You talked about their records. You mentioned just kind of their entire prior history. But I mean, overall, I feel like we can completely throw those forfeit wins out the window because, I mean, I'm sure they were for some other reason, whatever it may be, because obviously at the same time, all these players actually are going to be students as well. So, I mean, life goes on. But, I mean, in regards to when it comes down to game time, when you have to hit that paint, when you have to get into the server and really show up, that's exactly what they do. They compensate for the times that they're not showing up. They say it's not that much of a big difference. We're still number 1 seed no matter what the case may be, and they definitely shown why in this stage. Every single match that they've ran thus far, it's looked outstanding. All their players have looked really consistent in every regard and every single role that they do, and even then the flex is just almost muscle strain is the kind of level of flex that we're seeing thus far, and it's really awesome to watch.
Speaking of awesome to watch, we'll have to see which players we're actually heading to see tonight. We'll take a look at Durham Lords first. They're our first seed. We'll see how they're necessarily panning out. The Lords coming out with Cry, Promo, Maticus, Novice, and 1 second while I move my camera, V-Mix at its finest. And the last one is, in fact, now the little thing's in the way, a sophomore. I have that much going underneath me right now at this point, Dallas. Who's the last name? No, Extreme Jansel.
Extreme Jansel.
I was like, man, I know it for sure, but there's a sub also on their roster lineup, so I can't state it directly. But Champlain Esports as well, they're bringing out one. I'll let you bring out these 2.
And that's going to be CE, Sebi, Teals, Luxy, Joey, and Omega. Much more simplistic names put onto the board, knowing that all these players have themselves a team kind of tagged to go with it as well. I like teams that do this, quite honestly. They sit there and kind of have that school pride, even then when it's not just getting time alone, they have it in the server as well. They want to sit there and show what they're made of. They want to go ahead and let people know that they are part of a team, and that as the course these days go on, these weeks go on, these months, and even then when they do move up the ladder a little bit more, so they want to show that they have the allegiance to somebody. They are part of a team. They have that 5-man composition ready. They have that 5v5 experience in a tournament setting to know that if you want to sit there and play with them, you can talk the strats. They're not just some pub stars. And that's exactly what we're here to see tonight, to show that they've made it this far into the bracket thus far, that they're going to not be pub stars. Sure, they can shine in their own individual lights, but I mean, the collective, the big stage, that's what it really comes down to, and who can just put on that much better of a performance by the end of the night. Oh, I think so as well. Okay, yeah, he's looking all frozen over there. Yeah, interesting enough. But, I mean, even then, just to go ahead and consider these two teams, looking at what we had to provide for the night. It's going to be semifinals. As you know, the rundown is going to be a best of 3 here. And it's going to be a really good series to back things up. We will have another one to follow up as well. But, I mean, all things considered, we even have the map lineup ready for you to see here, which is going to be Ascent, Breeze, which, oh, if Scott was here, he'd be giving me all kinds of reins for how much I love this map, and even note it's guaranteed tonight. And as a follow-up, we have Haven as a decider. And even then, looking at the map selections, looking at what these teams really don't like, it's interesting to see that Champlain doesn't really like Icebox all that much. It's a big ban, and even then, it's one of the most popular picked maps in the game, and even in the meta thus far, ever since its release. And, I mean, sure, it's had its time where players hated it. Every single map does, but to know that Champlain turned things around, we want to go to Breeze, go for more of an open map generally. It seems to almost be counterintuitive compared to what they're used to seeing, what they're used to playing, because, I mean, essentially, if you think about B-side towards Icebox and the entirety of Breeze as well, you're going to get that same exact flow as well. But even then, to go ahead and start things off, Ascent, I like to call it the Mona Lisa when it comes around to the likes of Valorant maps, and I feel it's going to be the greatest introduction we could get for these two squads, especially considering where we are thus in the game. So, knowing that Haven's going to be the decider, it's going to be somewhat of a twist up. It's going to be coming down just specifically to the bans and the picks that were made. But, I mean, these two teams, it is an outstanding map lineup that I'm looking forward to. And especially just like I said, because Breeze is on there alone.
Now, Dallas, I'm not exactly sure what exactly went wrong, but if you can't tell, I'm not exactly in my normal setup. Things aren't exactly the same. There's no nice brick wall behind me. I'm on a little bit of a vacation. I went to PAX East, had a good time, but still want to be able to represent with the NECC and have a good time casting this one. So, janky setup, a little bit of a janky start. We'll get things underway. We should be good to go now. But I was listening into that. It was weird. The internet gave out, but first VMix gave out, and then Discord like a minute later. So I was hearing you totally fine, but the actual program wasn't working, and then it all just gave out all at once.
I thought you were just hustling me, honestly.
I was.
I thought you were
I was
just
just staring
trying
at
to freeze,
you,
and I
just
was like,
giving you
wow,
that
he's
look,
really
you know?
good at this.
I know, and you said this, and it was Breeze, and I was going to give you a lot joshing on you for the map of Breeze, but I have to agree. I've actually been really enjoying Breeze recently, and I'm really looking forward to
VCT
seeing
alone.
that. Yes, it's been impressive how much it's been brought out. I've been able to sneak a couple looks at a lot of the strats and stuff across Twitter. Like I said, I've been at PAX. I've been a little distracted in a lot of ways, but I've been really enjoying what I've been seeing in the strats and lineups that I'm seeing a lot of coaches and statisticians on Twitter being talking about. I would love to deep dive those more, but this is the collegiate scene. The likelihood of us seeing those being employed is slim, but the collegiate scene still has some really nice Breeze strategies, and I'm really interested in how that's going to turn out.
Yeah, I'm most definitely with
Select
you, but I
your
mean, all things
agent.
it's going to be really once we get there to consider which team is going to be looking much more better and which ones are really going to have that leeway to really stretch those, to really show that they have these strats ready, to show they have these lineups ready. But I mean, for Ascent, it's a much more static map. It's something that we're really used to, that we're not really thinking is too much of a wild card to be expected. And to know what these squads are bringing already, we saw a couple of the agent selections being brought out. So thus far, it's going to be the KO, the Sova, all these typical players that we're going to see all the time. The double initiator when it comes around to Sova and the KO, just intel across the board. And even then, I would love to get into the in-depth discussion of the new agent coming out, but that's going to be here in a couple weeks. Even the next season, we'll get our shot because NECC finals will be over by then. I want to have this discussion on camera, but even then, it may be for another time. But I mean, for right now, to talk about the initiators that we have provided to us, that's what we got to work with here tonight, because we're not in some kind of PvE server. But I mean, just knowing what Ascent has to offer, it's very, very static. It's bland. It's bleak. And even then, at the same time, it's super exciting to watch, to know that there's only those simple avenues onto a site You have to excel in what you do. You got to do it perfectly unless you're going to sit there and get wiped. Because even on the last series, I'm sure with some of these players and some of these viewers saw as well, it didn't really go in the way of what team expecting it to. I mean, that's always the kind of twist up you can get because it's not a selection by their team. If anything, I think it should always be the decider. Neither side should select it because we know that everybody's feeling comfortable here.
Now, one of the things we talked about, you more specifically saying it's bland, it's static, it's the same thing. One of the big changes that you used to be a huge advocate for was actually bringing out Sky on this map. And there's a lot of reasons why she is still somewhat viable. She has the potential for information gathering. She has the potential to stun and concuss and blind for the initiation. But there's just such a hard problem with her on most of the generalized pushes. Her best area to push from is typically through market. You love the Tasmanian Tigers sent through market side to take control over towards B. The problem is the majority of pushes don't come from that direction. And most of them have to be facilitated with only 2, a lackluster in terms of man count advantage in that direction, and the rest need to funnel in towards main, and it just makes it much harder for a Sky to be proven viable, which is why you're seeing things like KOs and Sova still be a huge point of emphasis. And Sova obviously will be taking somewhat of a back seat with the changes that will go through, especially with the new agent being released, which we'll have plenty of time to talk about, but I'm really excited to see this one go down. We've got Chamber, Sova, KO, Jet, and Omen, and it's pretty much a mirror composition, bar for the fact no Omen there. Champlain side instead bringing out the Brimstone.
Yeah, and the kind of controller differential is what we're going to see a huge impact from over the course of this game. I think, honestly, the stim alone, getting your players onto site in a much quicker manner than what we typically see is going to be super important over the course of this game. But another important pick could come out right here on the get-go towards Catwalk, but instead we see the TP come out, the Rendezvous have its effect there, and a little bit of a retreat back to site. So still slow and steady is the name of the game here for the pistol round. You want to find that initial pick, see where you can get that control on the map, see where you can go ahead and dwindle down these numbers, and take advantage of the matter of fact that you're going to have more space to work with. You're going to have that player advantage, and you're going to want to make the most of that in the meantime. So still a little slow, but pressure seemed to be going towards the A side as it seems the Savvy's really to be locked up.
There's a lot of push potential coming through Tree. One of the big things as well, the Tripwires, you can't place it with Cypher here, which would be a big pick and one of the changes that have gone through, but not going to be the case here. 2 for each side now felled. Durham now down to 2, but they do manage to get that plan down. Maticus enforcing it on the opposing side of Generator, but now being shock darted down to about 43 HP. Same as Promo. The second shock dart does not make full impact, but Joey still loses their life to Promo from the low hell. Now needs to fight the opposing player. If Teal comes up successfully, but Luxie now has the drop. Can fake out with a small hop and a skip they'll send the recon bolt in a perfect bait and switch to take out Promo, finishing the job, and Champlain College will come out with the first round win.
Good exchanges across the board here from both squads. I know it got down that much to just having 2 players alone and needing that 1v1 clutch. It's going to be the tension like this that we're going to have to see some consistency, and we're going to have to see these 2 teams really go ahead and go neck to neck on every single occasion to show they really want it as much as they do. And I mean, considering what we've seen thus far in most of these series, I'm expecting a little bit more of it out of these 2. I mean, looking at the seeds, looking at what Champlain's accomplished to get to this stage as well, knowing that they're not really too much of an underdog, but just knowing that they were sliding under the radar would be a much more better description of what they've done so far in the season. This is their time to shine, man. Honestly, they've been the ones controlling the light. Now they can turn the thing back around into selfie mode and get a full picture of what they got to do. And already looking to break out the series towards that B side is going to be Luxie, but can't really find too much of an impact out of it. But Crime able to find something instead, Joey, with the first frag here in the round.
Cry looked for it. Unfortunately, the name a little bit more aptly fitting than they maybe wanted it to be. That's first frag lost for the Durham side again. And you're looking at Champlain now having that man advantage and the arsenal advantage, looking much better equipped for the rest of this round to go down. Teal's got the Buzz Lightyear Spectre in hand, looking to maybe tag another player off towards mid side. But I actually like what Durham is doing at this point. They're playing a little bit more patiently, and while they have given up a lot of information in their crossover through that courtyard, they have not yet given up that frag, which will allow them to maybe dive a little bit faster on the player. They're going to use the knife to do that. It's a suppress out. It allows for Teal to force with a gun engagement instead. Gadget comes out on top of this one. Now a second one garnered. Omega's come to assist from A, and they'll find another one on top of it as Joey finishes off the job. Not only do Champlain College deny Durham, getting first blood and finding the next 4 in about 10 seconds total between them, but they also do a great job of maintaining that man count, not letting a single player even be tagged, and just outsmarting Durham's push.
Yeah, and I mean, tag, they sit there and grab some damage most obviously, but I mean, that's considered you're going to pull the trigger. You're going to click your mouse somewhere within the round. it comes down to ripping some of these guns out and making the job that much more difficult, picking at least one of these players off, making sure to overwhelm them with the numbers that you have, because that's about the only thing you can really do when you're on this attacking side. Get the transfer, pick up a Spectre, make the most of it going forward, and hopefully find a couple lucky picks to back it up and make sure that these dominoes at this table can shift from one side to the other and teeter-totter back and forth. But already, Savvy able to go ahead and have that momentum, go to the side of Durham there with 2 of the picks already off the board, and Champlain looking outstanding thus far, knowing that, sure, you're a little bit trapped there in the back, but you've already done your job. You've done twice that, actually, having such a massive play to work with and still smoking out to give yourself some more space.
They've even tagged promo as well. Kry's finally able to finish the job, but this is a great round by Champlain. They're looking at a flank by Joey. It works out for one. They try to tailwind away from the next. This time, not going to give them a kill, but will allow them to escape with their life. And Omega will use that as an opportunity to pounce. They'll swing through to lobby on A, and they'll find the last 2 players remaining for Durham. What is the one thing Champlain knows in that round? One, they have the weaker weapons with the SMG buy from round 2, and that Durham is going to force for the rifles. Well, what do? They cut down that space. They lie in Shakir place. They play like a rat in winery, and what does that do? Gives Sevi an easy, instantaneous first 2 frags. They stay alive for the majority of that situation. The engagement favors them because of it.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, the exchanges we saw already, I mean, just those first 2 picks, I said be alone. You sit there, play towards wine. Not too many players are expecting a momentum shift like that. A placement across the map, knowing how aggressive it may be, especially out of a Brimstone of all likes. I mean, you could expect maybe a Chambers for a little bit of a freebie escape, but knowing that not only that you have that presence out of a player, I mean, sure, you don't have as much of escape route, but to still get the smoke down, have the players there, have that presence onto the map, and also have the backup of that Molly there to just get so much damage on the board with how quickly it melts HB. It's just so massive, and that one reason alone is why Champlain is able to get to the stage they have thus far, is to make these weird, unorthodox calls that end up working for them in the end, and in such an outstanding manner as well, to know that, sure, you're expecting Brimstone to grab 1, but to grab 2, then maybe go ahead and get some tags on the 3rd. Something like that really turns the tide of a round, and not only that, a game as well to really put Durham on the back end to say, what is going on?
Being unorthodox allows for you to also be a lot less stagnant, a lot less complacent in your playstyle, because you can be cheeky. You have multiple ways to play the game at any given moment. We're seeing a lot of that right now from Champlain. They've changed their defensive strategy. Durham, in this round, despite being unequipped for it in comparison, have managed to even things out for a one-on-one trade. Joey's going to lose their next knife over to Promo in the back of Boathouse, but instantaneously fragged back by Omega to take out Cry. You're looking at a 3v3, and it seems to favor Champlain still. Mega dives towards site. They take out Maticus. Luxy who finished the job to Promo. The Silva and Silva favoring Champlain, and it's up to just Jatsu, who does their best, but over on Walk is Omega. They'll finish the job, and you'll look at a Champlain side that finds their 4th round win here in a row as they start to continue to dominate here on Ascent.
Yeah, already able to go ahead and get a little more onto the board, at least get those creds under the belts of Durham to get those plant, not last round, but I mean, knowing what exactly is going to come forward, knowing that Durham's going to go ahead and be bouncing back and forth, they're playing on a pretty big tail, I would say, right now, for at least the start of the game, where we would see maybe a 3-1 would be expected, a 2-2 would be even more predictable, knowing that these teams are going to go back and forth in the respect that they've seen, and even over the course of the season, what they've comparative in every other team that they face. But knowing that it's a 4-0 right now, this is a pretty big time out for the side of Durham to say, how are we going to really bounce back from this? This has been a really rocky start for us. We can't start off on the wrong foot. That's the most important thing. So let's stop. Let's grab our bearings. Let's go ahead, get right back on that side that we need to, but more specifically on a buy round. This is where our guns have to come out. We have to come out swinging, and knowing that Champlain shut us down earlier, picked up those guns, and they've saved them on the back end now. Their econ is looking outstanding. We can't beat them once now. We can't just kill them for one round. We have to kill them for about 3 to compensate for the lackluster attempt we had there during that 3rd.
Yeah, especially if we see Champlain pick up for the 5th round win here. They would absolutely need to have 3 rounds in a row, and they need to be 3 devastating rounds, because Durham College will have enough to buy 1, and if they lose, the likelihood is they're not going to be able to continue to string these wins in a row. The loser's bonus does start to add up, but it's not enough to give you a round by every single round, and that's where we've seen teams kind of make it or break it here in the NECC, especially the collegiate scene as a whole. We've seen it in the AVGO, Collegiate Cup, we've seen it in MSI before. It's the ego, where teams will shoot themselves in the foot. You think it's the first thing, map bans or agent selections on that map? No, it is the actual kind of macro play within the map itself, the economy that determines who will come out the victor. And to make matters worse, that eco favoring Champlain allows for Joey to buy a operator early here in round 5 and then use it to find the first blood here.
And a massive first blood there even. I mean, we sat there, we were expecting a little bit of passivity out there to Duran to make sure that, okay, we can't push up too much. We can't really get too comfortable across the map, but we do want to fight for mid control. That's going to be definitive. We didn't see too much out of that. And sure, while they want to play passive, they can't play too passive because they're going to be scared of that jet. They're going to be scared of that operator. They're going to want to wait for the right opportunity, but they can't wait an entire day until the nerfs come through. So in the meantime, they're still going to look for their presence, try to see if they can pitch a fight onto Omega, but I'm not really too sure if that's the wisest decision, knowing his angle, knowing he's still going to be relatively close to that rendezvous, and have it here up in a couple seconds.
We'll have to tell. Do their best here with the tour de force. Omega's watching mid. Maybe it'll be the right time to hear separate, as there's actually 3 players looking to step through courtyard and apply pressure towards pizza and mid as a whole. And Omega stepping away towards the A site kind of leads us to believe that they will not be prepared and equipped for this push to go through market and over towards the B site. Trademark does manage to put a slow field down, slows down the pacing of Durham College, but let's be honest, it's not going to stop them enough. They're all already onto the B site, leaving 2 towards market, and Fry will be the facilitator of that next kill. They'll take out Omega. Now you're looking at Champlain College. Only 2 players left to fight this one out. Sebi's working from their defensive spawn, same as their cohort, but they're both pushing from the same exact angle, and they're taking a lot of damage in the process. Shock dart. Tracers following through from the back of Boathouse, and they get easily finished off by Durham College, only bleeding 1 player in that last engagement, 2 total in the round. A very good round for Durham College.
Yeah.
They needed the win, and they did it in a great fashion.
And I mean, keeping the majority of their guns in the meantime. I feel like that's the most important thing. You're not scrapping together these rounds. You're not barely making it on a whim of one player clutching things up in a 1v1 situation. You get that definitive round almost. It's not as outstanding, it's not a flawless, it's not an absolute devastation to the side of Champlain, because obviously they're going to have themselves a bye in this round, but going forward, knowing you not only have that one round in your hand, but you also have 5 ultimates at your disposal now. That is a huge ace up your sleeve that you have to work with right now. We already see 2 of them being burned, and Joey grabbing the first blood there, so that's a big problem knowing that your controller's down. Let's see how you get on site with no smokes to work with.
For Durham as well, you've had 5 ultimates going into this round. You've popped the Tour de Force. You've popped here the Blade Storm in Jansel's hands. So you've already utilized 2 of them, and you've lost the option for a third there with the From the Shadows to quickly relocate. Your smoke potential is gone. Like you mentioned, you do still have both of your information gatherers, but you don't have a great way to facilitate your team's quick push onto site. You're going to have to step back on the same kind of flawed plane you did in the last round. Play really slow, hope for a refrag back, and that's where the problem starts. How do you get the refrag back? Where do you find that first kill? Because you need to even out the odds of Champlain and try to give them the inclination that maybe you're pushing to one site, but you're already on the other. Like the tease to A with a second frag, and they were already jumping to B through mid on market. Durham College will be very limited in that idea, because I don't think Champlain is a college that's going to fall victim to the same idea. But a Hunter's Free pop by promo, straight through the A main side, and Jansel dives into sight with the Blade Storm to find 1 kill as Novice takes another right-click kill with Jansel. There goes Joey. Now it's a 2v4, and they have the operator in hand, ready to click. They find their third. Teal's off the clock, and it leaves just 1 player left standing. Of Luxy, the Odin finds 1 victim, but victimized back in return. A 4K for Extreme Jansel.
And a good round there for Durham, not only to go ahead and get those kills, to get that round onto the board, but also to follow things up, get an upgrade as well. I mean, Jansel to not only play Valorant alone, but also playing an RPG at the same time, able to get that free loot upgrade, going from some other kind of weapon, upgrading to an operator, picking it up, and also tossing it over to the chamber. I love this out of Durham. They're not playing that passive jet. They're not saying, okay, well, obviously you went off the last round, keep it, buddy, keep the momentum going. Your jet needs to do their job. They have to play that duelist role. They have to get aggressive. They have to push into the site and create that space. Meanwhile, let Cry play towards the back. Play that sentinel role. Play the flank. Make sure nobody comes up on behind you. But, I mean, if we're talking about coming from behind, Jansel's going to be coming out on from behind in terms of rounds, but able to grab the first one here in this one. So already a 5v4 situation. You still have 2 of these ultimates available, and they are very, very good site-taking potential as well. Knowing that Null Command coming out of KO, the From the Shadows that you see out of Omen, those are 2 that you can literally place yourself across the map, have that up front aggression while still having somewhat of an off angle to really get in these guys' heads.
Feel about how much Durham has gotten to the head of Champlain. Notice how early they press switch on door 3A site. It is an extreme overexpenditure of what is available architecturally wise for Champlain, and Durham have now given themselves a major advantage where they can start to maybe foray their jet of over towards catwalk side and mid and play through Puppy and Tree very quickly, but at the same time, they know that they can start ahead and to beat because Champlain is expecting the A push. But the problem here is Dallas. They haven't pushed really fast enough. This spike was here 5-10 seconds ago. Champlain could have dove onto the site. There's no defensive utility for the side of Champlain to deny this. They don't have a KJ. They don't have anything beyond sight lines, and it's pretty easy pickings for the side of Durham to finish the job. Cry finds a nice easy kill once again with the operator. Now leads the team quickly onto the site. They'll set themselves up on walkway side, maybe deny a player pushing out from market, but Champlain now worse for wear. Down 2 players. This is an easy plan for the Durham side.
You even then, I think it was a little bit lax to say that, okay, 5 seconds ago. It was most definitely 10 or more, look at how fast they were, but even then they're able to compensate for it. Cry grabbing a 3K for the round, and Matic is following things up, knowing to set up that roadblock towards the middle of the map. Playing that lurk role towards the middle of the map, knowing that controller role, no matter where you are, you can still have that presence. Your smokes can still be in the fight. It's not anything like Jet where you have to have direct line of sight to where you're going ahead and throwing that thing out. So a really good play there from Durham, not only to get themselves around, but a flawless one at that. Not investing any of the 2 ultimates they had. Knowing it was somewhat of a budget buy here at Champlain, and they kind of forced that one out, they really kind of shot themselves in the foot because they were looking good. We were saying, all right, they had themselves enough for 3 buy rounds. Nothing can go wrong in their favor unless they do it to themselves, and that's exactly what they've done because now they're set up for a budget buy. Durham can grab themselves an easy one. They're going to add insult to injury, throwing down this null command as well, but the Blade Storm honestly could have a huge impact, and Sebi could as well because he's already gotten himself a 2K earlier on a round where he wasn't really favored in terms of gunpowder. Well, he's going to do it once more.
Down A.
Good job here by Omega as well. They're trying to finish what they started there. They're trying to finish off the KOs in the no command. No chance for the side of Durham to restabilize them, bring them back into fighting shape. You see Champlain now have, for the first time we've seen in 3 rounds now, Dallas, a man advantage on the start that's actually doing more than just being a simple number. Because Durham have lost that man 2 rounds ago and 3 rounds ago when they picked up their first and second round wins, and they didn't feel like those were major losses to them, even if it is the fact that their Omen dies first. Even if it was a problem in the later stages, they overcame that by outsmarting Champlain. It's a bit harder to do that when you've down 2 players, one of those being your KO, who popped with an Omen, and you have no ultimates left. You've lost the From the Shadows wielding Omen once again, and you're just going to have to rely on your gun skill to survive. Cry does it with 1, but a great play by Luxy over towards the catwalk side. Cuts down Cry with their Hunter's Fury, and Joey and Teal will replicate the same success. Cry doing with Joey doing with the Blade Storm and ultimate as well, but Teal does not need the ult to get the job done. We'll just gun them down quickly with the weapon in hand, and while we did see Durham have a really strong recovery, they found the 3 rounds that we talked about in a row. They couldn't finish off that point, and Champlain just put them fish in a barrel and threw the TNT right through.
And knowing exactly what they did, they were so hesitant just off smoke alone. You know they're on a budget buy. You know that Durham doesn't really have too much to work with. And more importantly, Champlain has even less. You're saying, okay, look, this is going to be a good round for us on the attacking side. We can just push in literally without any concern for our lives, knowing that KO will go into that down but not out stage. And we can work off of that. We can get the intel from this man being down, being on site, telling us where these players are. But they couldn't do anything with that. They refused. They gave so much respect to that one smoke and Sebi alone as a player that they refuse to push when they know they had the round in their grasp. So it's a little concerning to see thus far, but I mean, Novs picking up this first pick is going to be a really good start here for him. Knowing that they could possibly grab a second one, the shots do come out from Luxy there, you can grab that kill, but having an operator to work with as well, moving back towards the middle of the site, able to go ahead and possibly get that to KO, who's going to have this knife up here in a second. You can see that they're working for control. They're trying to shift over the map, but Cry is not going to let that happen.
Follows quickly as well. This looks like Champlain once again kind of crumbling on that middle stage of the map. Omega will find 1 kill, but Durham does a great job of fragging it back pretty much instantaneously. Maticus is the one who finishes the job there, and the avenging blow now kind of available for the rest of Durham to finish off Luxy, one of the only players to actually find a kill. The only surviving player, obviously, to find a kill for the Champlain side in this round. And yeah, the damage was done in that first engagement towards B lobby. Yeah. They're at 32 HP. They've got to step into the open sightlines and loving arms of Durham College. They managed to get somewhat close, but Durham managing to survive for now. Omega, the player that was looking hot earlier, not there. Lux was trying to go for it. I'm really liking what we're seeing from Durham, though that last round they obviously uncategorically fell apart. They're still managing to find really triumphant rounds to return, and this round is a great indicator of that. They initially put 2 to pressure towards B main. They realized there's only 1 player pushing up close, and they try to fight it in the one-on-one. They get the initial kill, but they get traded back in return. They still feel like that is a net positive gain, and I have to agree. Operator, more specifically Joey as a whole, who is 10-6, the best player so far on this map. First blood dead, that is huge, and Durham basically can force their way into any other direction.
And knowing that you went ahead and scrapped that together, that's a $4,700 gun right there. That's 2 rifles almost. And looking at the kind of economic impact that I could have for the team, it's good to go ahead and get that in the game. Knowing that Joey's had this impact with the gun, you're saying, all right, well, this is the head of the snake. We got to make sure the fang stays sharp. That operator alone is going to be the venom that comes out of it. It's going to go ahead and increase that range, that impact that you can have over the course of this match, and even then over the course of just keeping control of this single map in a round-to-round basis. So as a little bit more aggression does come towards the middle once again out of Durham, I like the plays they're making. They're getting a lot more control. They're being a lot more aware of the bigger picture, and they're trying to take impact. They're trying to really work off that. It's given them relative success thus far, but not enough to really get themselves a tie game or a lead just yet, knowing that this beginning stages of this map was just really, really rough for them. So after that timeout, though, things have looked a lot better ever since. So I want to see what they can do with this. I want to see whether or not they can get us to this tie game threshold, whether or not they can go ahead and rip some of these guns out, or even then just make the impact to have this huge opening statement to say, we're now back in the game. We're tying things up. And Cry can do exactly that if he just keeps on doing what he's doing.
I love the default positioning we're seeing right now from Durham College. They played 2-2-1, one over towards the B side, 2 players looking more directly through A main than 2 players in courtyard, with one of those being able to apply pressure to tree, meaning it's basically a 3-1-1, which applies so much more pressure than what Champlain were kind of realizing or anticipating. And to make matters worse, Durham picked up that first blood in courtyard, not on A. So now you'll see the Durham side dive over to the B side. They'll send the fragment to the back of Bonehouse to try and snuff out Luxy. They'll do the job with a weapon, though, able to snake away from the fragment and survive for just a few seconds longer, but Champlain now with only 2 players, they do not have the best sightlines to do so. Cry gets a kill, doesn't need their sightline initially. Joey somehow surviving that fight, looking like they'll die to the opening of beats, but it's not going to happen. Romo finds the final blood, an easy, flawless round for the Durham College side. You pick up the first, and you just use that as a way to cascade and just let the rest of the round fall in your favor. Champlain, they look like they're struggling against Durham, who have come alive here in this first half.
Yeah, the rifles will also come into their hand. They didn't have a wild card like Sevi sitting right towards Wine, making sure to have that impact there in the beginning of the round. Maybe it was just a little luck on the whim to give themselves that edge that kind of twisted them up to a second to burn that timeout. But this is where, honestly, I wouldn't blame Champlain to go and pop one of their own. They aren't looking too hot right now. They're looking a little bit under the weather, and knowing that there's only 2 rounds left in this half to sit on, it's not looking good for them. It keeps on going like this. The rounds could not only be taken to a tie as they're sitting right now, but a lead, a definitive lead, is still up for grabs thus far because nobody's hitting 6 yet. Nobody still has to work with 7, but Joey with a great start able to go ahead and get that first frag, knowing that another one's probably right there around the corner. Now I'm just going to look for somewhat of an exchange, as he's just not going to find us. He's going to get traded out as well. So honestly, this is a great move from Champlain. Not only do you get Joey a couple kills, but Teal, this is the most important thing to me. This guy hasn't peeked mid yet and died from Cry's hands, and that's a big change up from what we've seen the past couple of rounds, because I feel it's some unwarranted aggression every single time to say, all right, well, let's get some intel. You have a knife to do that for you. You don't have to throw your body onto the line because you've been the first blood for the past couple.
I'm glad somebody said it, because I was gonna say it if you didn't say it, Dallas. It is.
I gotta be the bad guy, right?
You know, every once in a while, usually it's me calling them out. I'll overcoach a little bit, but no, it has been such a huge problem for Champlain to lose first blood, more specifically Teal did. They lose Omega a couple times as well, but it's been a major problem for them. Thing here, though, for Champlain is that they've let Joey pop off. They've already found 3. They managed to get 1 kill before falling, meaning that Durham now are down to just 1 single player who feels pressure to go for that plant, because you see the tailwind up inside B lobby. They're trying to shoot you through the skylights, and then it just allows for the rest of Champlain to dive on in. So not only do they disallow Durham from winning that round and finally get a little bit of return after a 2-round deficit, but they also deny them of the plant, which usually you'd say, hey, that's good. That's fewer credits in their pocket, but this is the last round before the half, and they're stepping into this one. They've bought an operator, and there's still 3K in the pocket of the player that bought it. I mean, you're looking at a roster that is so padded on cash, I'm asking them to help me with my student loans.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, looking at the stage of the game and the way this could go either way, I mean, I'm a full believer of that. I think it could still be a 6-6, but knowing that 24 is already on the field, Durham's going to be looking to play pretty aggressive with this, and honestly, I think they just need to save for the post play. Knowing that Cry's going to be right on the get-go, looking to play that aggression, get right up into the front, right into the fray, it's going to be pretty difficult to really bounce back from something like that, considering that if we did see Omega with that Odin of his own or with an Ares of his own to just go ahead and tag through that wall and find those great kills or that impact, it could have been huge. But Cry finally knows that, okay, now drone's coming out, so I need to play a little bit more back, and I kind of respect it. But honestly, Joey is still alive. Champlain has no reason to push. Durham has respected that one player. Anytime he's alive on the board, they are scared to make an impact. So you can't push up like that. You can't find this influence in catwalk. You can't make these quick peeks. Just let all the intel do it for you. You have a Sova alive and well who can throw a dart anywhere need be so long as you have the right lineups. You have a KO alive as well to give you that intel. But I mean, speaking of KO, Teal is alive for the retake this time, which really hasn't been something we've seen thus far. So I want to see whether or not they can have the impact we've been looking for.
You're down 1 for both sides. It's an even 4-4, not the worst case scenario, but maybe now Champlain. The walls are caving in. Novice with the first blood there, Cry with the second. This post plant very much so in the favor of Durham College. Champlain have no ultimates. 2 players. One of those players took a ton of damage at the very beginning. Luxia somehow surviving the Odin fire from Cry, but the Tour de Force finishes the job here in the few remnant seconds. Teal will manage to come out victorious in the engagement towards Tree, but a Recon Bolt and Maddox's Phantom themselves will finish the job. You talked about overextending. Champlain did a much better job last round to not overextend in mid. But what do we see? They overextend at a puppy. Just because you didn't overextend in mid and you patted yourself on the back doesn't mean, okay guys, let's try it somewhere else. Maybe they won't fall for that. You're trying to let Durham play to your defense's favor instead of playing the defense to the attacker's favor. And that's where we saw Champlain bite themselves in the foot so many times. It was such a consistent flaw for their side. I would not be shocked to see that kind of strat and that kind of problem can just persist throughout every single map we see tonight, because it's just a major flaw that cannot be continued. But I do want to highlight one thing. We saw at the beginning of that round there, Dallas. Cry used a Tour de Force, a Vandal, and an Odin in that one round, and they got a ton of damage off of the Odin, a ton of impact onto Luxie. They didn't get the kill, but they tossed off the map, get a kill with the Vandal, and then Tour de Force kills at the end of the round. Major impact by one player. They were all over the place.
They most definitely were, and even then, just enough to warrant the fact that they've given themselves this tie game on their hands, and that's all it comes down to. Can you find the impact? Can you find the trade-off? Well, speaking of trades, there's one here off the get-go. Another one to really back things up. This Teal can grab himself two, and Joe with the backup. But, I mean, sitting in a 2v2 situation here towards the rear, and it all comes to now whether or not we have that spike plant. We're going to have ourselves the stationary positioning on this A site and Promo. You know what? I take everything I said back. Promo, with that disgusting shot dart, kind of just put this entire round on its head.
Yeah, I mean, that changes things up entirely. That was Spike attempting to go down and falling short because of it. That's only a little bit of a time buy for them, and you could see Durham kind of readjusting that right there to go for the second shot dart as well. Doesn't hit, but does force the 2-on-1, but you don't peek together and you pay the price. Joey eats you alive, and that's the one player you do not fight one-on-one. And what do? You peek them one by one, and you fall one by one.
Dude, I'm talking, I started sweating when I saw Sova, when I saw Promo say, you know what, I'm going to go for the lap around. I said, you know what, this is not going to go the way you think it is. Especially, I mean, we didn't even see a collapse on Generator there. We didn't see somewhat of a sandwich move, a flank, somewhat of a collapse on both ends. We saw, for whatever reason, Promo looking to stick back, trying to play passive there, looking to go for some kind of crazy angle just in case Joey retreats. You got to think about who you're facing. This is Joey we're talking about. Nobody else. He is going to get aggressive, and if he is a cornered animal, he's going to go fight you. He's not going to play anything else, and he's going to be right back in the fray this time. Able to grab that first kill for the round. Luxie did to back him up in a free B site for the control of Champlain here in the second round. They're looking pretty darn good with the guns in their hands.
Feels like a total lack of empathy. They do not care how Durham's feeling at this point. They're going to put that plant down. They're going to start to force the favor ever further in their way. Unfortunately, Joey maybe overextends towards Market, and they'll kind of bite the bullet here. Not a great look for the rest of Champlain. They do still have the man advantage, but Sebi's quite low, and they could get snuffed out. As soon as I say it, Novice dives forward and gets the kill. Teal will manage to get the instantaneous refrag back, and another on top of it. Make that a third. A quick flick and a swing. They'll find major impact, a home run for them, as they'll find themselves now 8-6. The two pistol rounds falling in their favor. This is kind of replicating what we already saw in the first half, but the question is, can we go for the full tie? Can we see Champlain pick up another two in a row to reach that 4-0 start we saw previously, or is this going to be Durham College starting to make things a little bit normal and a little bit more centralized here in Val?
I mean, problem is if we see that 4-round kind of strained together once again, it's going to be a lot more impactful. Knowing that the game is in these closing areas, you're going to be seeing the finish line within your eyesight for this, at least this map. On the side of Champlain, that's going to be that much more of a dedication to them. Knowing that this wasn't even their map selection, that's going to be a huge kick in the rear to Durham. Knowing that Breeze, I mean, it's not a map, sure, that anybody can be specifically weak on so long as you hit your shots, but knowing that, I mean, you are expecting this to be your home territory. You're expecting to be taking the lead here, and they haven't really had it at all over the course of this game. Champlain is looking much better than expected right now, and they're looking to run away with it and really just do the damage while it's available to them. And speaking of damage, there's promo with 2. Luxy does find a quick exchange, but it's not really going to be enough to warrant what's at stake this round specifically, knowing that still you get a Sova that has a lot of damage put onto him. Promo's gonna be swinging out and making it 3v3. Impact frags like these on site while the spike isn't even down makes the job extremely difficult for Champlain. It doesn't even give him really the leeway to go ahead and clutch things out. So I mean, going forward, looking at what these teams have to do, looking at the adjustments that have to be made, this is going to be one of these tie rounds where you're saying, okay, well, we've had the feelers, we see where they like to push, it's been a 50-50, and honestly, we've kind of played a little over-aggressive on this defense, and I can't blame them. I mean, the way they played the game thus far, it didn't look good for Durham on these first 2 rounds, and knowing they haven't given the right respect to Champlain on this defensive, it was the same weakness we saw on the attacking side. They gave too much respect, and now that just because they had somewhat of a tie game, yeah, we brought it back, we can get ahead. That's not the ideology you need if you're trying to win out these games. You still need to play a nice little pace of both to show that you can respect your opponent while still spitting in their face.
Doing calls to that clap back there in that round. They're in a much better spot to fight. Champlain will bring out the rifles once again. We'll use the Cloudburst and Tailwind combo, the Wombo straight through. And not actually Joey who finds the first blood, still Sebi actually steps up to get the kill. We'll see Champlain, who have now gained complete control over towards the B site, leaving lingering players inside B main, meaning that even if Durham fight for potential for map control and do try to apply pressure from the southern side of this map from the attacker spawn, they'll be much harder pressed to do so. But notice what we're not seeing. We're not seeing a Durham side, despite there being plenty of time, spread themselves out to contest more than one direction. Instead, a 2-on-2, 2 through market, 2 through spawn. They're trying to fight this one a little bit too laterally, and because of that, Sebi gets an easy kill from Tubby, but Chancellor has the quick refrag back. It's a 4-on-3, made the 4-on-2. Luxy with a headshot kill the Mattis. They will not survive for another, but Joey eats up and thrives once again, finding the last 2 kills, and Champlain will go up now 9-7. They may be the next team in the first team here, I should say, to reach double digits at this point, Dallas.
Yeah, I can go ahead and agree with you on that cash-in. I think it's not really a bad gamble to be making at this stage. Looking at Champlain, seeing how they've been playing the game this far, knowing that, sure, they lost the 3rd round and we didn't see the massive streak we saw off the get-go, knowing that the Econ's still playing in their favor, knowing that, I mean, Durham really doesn't have too much to play with, and especially on this defending side. I mean, with the Sheriffs, you could definitely have an impact, but we got to see that space come out. We got to see that's being allocated one way or the 50-50 really going to the side of Durham. And honestly, quite honestly, could. Jansel burns all those blades off the get-go, not finding any impact whatsoever. I gotta say, I don't know really, I can't really say how I feel about it, knowing that you just completely lost your one ace, your one card that could actually turn this entire thing around. Sure, the Sheriffs are still there, but that's not a skill differential then. With that Blade Storm, that was pure aggression that could have played off for at least one guaranteed gun with that Phantom Knives. You follow up on it, you pick up a gun, and you pray that your secondary frag can really just go ahead, take the torch, and burn them away with it.
Now, I want to point out something here, Dallas. The weakest half on defense for Collegiate as a whole, and I'm talking about for the majority of Collegiate, because you're talking about top to bottom. You're seeing teams like Hawaii, Houston, like San Jose State. They are terrible on the defense of this map. They cannot piece things together. They will literally dominate the attacking half and do nothing on the defense besides win 2 rounds to pray that it was enough. And that's a major problem, and I think we're about to see a repeat of that. A Champlain has done a much better job on the attack than they were defensively. The problem still lies that I think they maybe tried to play a little bit too patient, and just when the floodgates opened, they took that as a way to say, okay, just run into the objective and pray. It's not working. Durham has caught you on these retreats, they've caught you on the rushes, and now you're down a man trying to fight back and handed them your rifle. Atticus with 1. Joey does get a kill back, but it's not enough. Durham College, in a thrifty round, find victory and deny Champlain from reaching double digits.
Dude. Gasser's Curse is one heck of a thing, man.
I know.
It is so crazy. I'm sitting there thinking, where did this come from? we were thinking, okay, Durham said they burnt. They didn't use. They burnt the Blade Storm. They had themselves the advantage to work with, and even then, I mean, looking at what they had laid across the field, this just kind of the positioning they had, and honestly, it didn't look all that good. I'm going to say it right now. I mean, Durham shouldn't have won that round. It was pure ignorance out of Champlain saying, okay, we can get overzealous now. They burnt the Blade Storm. We're looking good. We can get over aggressive here. Once again, there is a certain thing as overextend on the attacking side. I know your job is to take control of the map. I know you're supposed to literally just completely dominate the field that's been given to you, especially considering the guns that you have in comparison to your opposition. But in a round like that, man, you can't do these kinds of mess ups. Honestly, if you find a site, stick to it. Use those numbers. Spray down your opposition. Spray through smokes for all I care, because what do you have? You still have more utility than they do. You still have more guns than they do. You still have a lot more to work with just in case you need that safety net. But instead, you hand over these kills to Champlain. You hand over all these pips to Durham. You give them trades like these, and even then you give Teal a first blood with the Spectre if you're them this time.
How is the only thing I think I can come up with that in scenario. I'm not sure how we saw Jansen survive that engagement on the jump in there by Novice, but it's worked. Champlain have now down to one single player, and while they were lying in health, they get sent there after Durham College. They lose one player. And it was pretty funny in the way that they did lose, right? I mean, they had everybody all in their sightlines, didn't kill a single one, but haha, jokes there. Champlain just screwed up in the rest of the round. They did not bring what they were trying to do, and it was an expected result, all things considered, with the ECAL where they were, but still, Champlain College, once at the precipice of reaching double digits and being way ahead of Durham in terms of the eco, having that advantage, now that is nowhere near them. The defense of Durham has clapped back 2 in a row. Operators and hands, ATL credits in the pocket, and Champlain is scrounging together the best weapons they can, and it looks like it's just Sheriffs.
I mean, they have at least 2 guns to work with right now. Blade Storm and a 24s, and that could definitely be more than enough considering what they got. Well, I mean, you shoot them, you throw them. You can throw a gun at somebody, and it counts as a projectile. You don't remember in school where if you threw a pencil or something, your teacher counted as a projectile, but whatever. That doesn't matter. We're sitting in a 4v3 situation, and Champlain is once again stacked up, have themselves a number advantage now, and even then, Omega with the classic kill is going to make sure that number lead still sticks to their side. So, I mean, all things considered, it almost seems like the team that's in a deficit, the team that's a little bit more desperate, doesn't have as much to work with, is still managing rounds here, but Maticus is still alive and well. This is the one player I've been keeping my eye on for the past couple rounds. This guy's been stepping up in so many different ways. He showed why Omen can really go ahead and be that standout player, can be that standout agent, especially considering if you have a lurk where you know you can still find relevancy at every corner, at every stage of the rounds that really come into you, whether it comes down to pre-round, setting up in a weird spot, whether it comes down to the actual plant and making sure you can have that pressure, being a really quick responsive spot, and the post plant to really be that lurking in a way that you can find an edge like this where nobody's expecting you to stand. You now have yourself a free defuse. It all comes down to the Hunter's Fear and whether or not you can really burn this off. And even then, knowing it got canceled, Maticus can just really stick this on this stage, say it doesn't even matter, but Luxy with a great wall bang, the read as well, knowing the tag came down and the stick was going to come through. Another round for Champlain, but very, very, very scrappy at the same time, which is still a win for him, knowing that they invested almost nothing into it.
Honestly, we were talking about Maticus earlier, and I was also keeping my eye on them, but when you look at the scoreboard, it's hard to kind of think about why we've been keeping an eye on them. I think one of the big ones has been when we've got to see their POV, their crosshair placement, the shots that they've been hitting, those headshot kills, and the way that they've been kind of playing themselves in their role has been very strong. It's been very absolute. It's hard to find a lot of weak links in those positions. But the problem is, for the rest of Durham, it almost feels like Maticus is playing a very soloed role, playing as if they're by their lonesome in every position they're playing. It doesn't feel as much like they're working in tandem with the teammates around them, which is where we're seeing Champlain kind of catch them off guard. One time we've seen Durham play extremely well together was that thrifty round they took to victory with Champlain when they had the advantage. Now we're seeing them come back the other direction. Champlain doing a great job. Double combo in the tailwind of Cloud War. So guess what? They do not have the sightlines. Great job to keep them at bay. Maticus with the paranoia sets up Durham, and they will cut down Champlain to reach double digits right after them. Now tied 10-10.
I mean, it's situations like these, dude. I mean, you sat there and kind of nailed it on the head. People are asking questions. Why are we looking at players that aren't on the top of the leaderboard? Well, we sit there and talk about it in Valorant all the time. utility is even more important than kills sometimes. Sure, I mean, kills, they get you wins. I mean, everybody wants to label the MVP as the guy who's the top, right? Because it's the easiest thing to read, and they go ahead and have the most flashy plays. In that case, we'd have nothing but duelists across the board, which is already a problem that we got. It's oversaturation of that one role. When you look at utility, when you look at what players have to provide, I don't care about kills. I care about impact kills. I want kills that actually go ahead and have some kind of contribution to the round. Players that are throwing utility that make teams respect them and slow down when they see what they have to provide. That one smoke going ahead and being thrown down towards the center of the map. You can see that Champlain, they are setting up around Maticus' smoke. They're not pushing through it. Teal is the only one, and keep in mind, this is the guy with the spike and the one that overextended every single time towards men on the defense as well. Honestly, if Durham was set up for that, that would have been the round in their grasp already, immediately 5 seconds into it. But, I mean, honestly, Durham, looking at the game and how it's gone thus far, they don't want to get overzealous here because they know that they're kind of been blessed with the stage they got thus far with the scoreline and how it looked earlier. But with Cry grabbing that first blood, you know things are looking good. And Maticus, once again, is playing that lurk, knowing that nobody extended there, knowing nobody had the control. And sure, you see Luxy getting exchanged, but with a literal pixel to see on a head of Teal, Maticus is able to manage another.
Now it's just up to Luxy, and this is not going to be good. Though Maticus looked like they were lined up for it, Promo will steal the glory, and that will be another round now favoring Durham. 2 in a row to clap back after the one victory of Champlain. Yep, this is one of those moments you say, we need a timeout, guys. We need to maybe talk things through. We went from such a triumphant return. We had a bad round. Okay, we'll take the next one after that. We understand those problems. We've got ourselves another one. We were better equipped. Where's that go? Well, I'll tell you where it goes. Straight to the sewer. It's slidden away from you. This is not what's going to happen. We do not all float down here. I'm telling you. And unfortunately, the only thing that's floating is the score line of Durham. They're flying high. They're doomed to reach the 12th point and match point at this rate because Champlain are failing to counteract Durham's playstyle. The only time we've seen Champlain take a round on Durham here in this half when it got down to the rifle and rifle buy is when they felt a little bit more desperate and cheeky, when they would all push simultaneously to take advantage, and then even with the man advantage in the post plant, you're talking a 2v1, they still bleed away the player with the tour de force with no real reason. They refused to look away from the only one direction they looked to, and they didn't have coverage over as the cross. They missed it, and guess what? It almost dropped to Durham's hands still, but the problem lies here. You don't have as much money as you want to. You feel you have to force, so you're going to, and this round could be everything. They lose this, Dallas. They are doomed to fall to a Thrifty. And I won't count them out just yet. The Caster's Curse has come through so many times already, but it does not spell for a good result when you're starting it off with nothing to show.
Completely agree. I mean, looking at what we've seen from Champlain this far has been obviously a little to no respect would be a better way to put it for the side of Durham. I mean, we know the game has been back and forth, and you can't feel like you've really secured the game at any point in stage. I mean, we've seen lots of thrifties. We've seen rounds that shouldn't go the way they do purely because of a team's lack of awareness of what the other side is going to be setting up for them. And it's not really what they're setting up sometimes. It's even what they're giving them, quite honestly. It's just a war of, it's just tug of war, back and forth, back and forth. And honestly, some people, they're saying, okay, what if we just go ahead and take a little opportunity to just get another bit of grip, just kind of readjust ourselves on the rope. Well, guess what? They've gotten a whole 5 feet on you during that one instance where you had one man who took his hands off. It's things like that that we're seeing Champlain do on so many different occasions that they think they can really get themselves an edge, that they have to just stick to the tried and true, because when they push onto a site like this and they don't make too much of an impactful split, they get isolated, they get picked off, and you have yourself a 2v2 now make it a 1v2 as you still have Jansel towards the back with an operator making sure to watch whatever plays may come out.
30 seconds
and
left.
Maticus has control over towards Arches. What are you to do at this point in Champlain? Omega, the spike's in front of you. There's no real great way to contest this. Promo sending a spot that's not actually wall bangable. The cement blocks in the opposing side of that short Radianite crate block that potential, and they don't need to ping. Paranoia sent. 12 seconds ticking down. Omega has been tagged. They really know where they're lying from. And you can watch Maticus start to peruse their options. They obfuscate the sightline of Omega, and then they step out to watch the spike a bit more directly. And what does that give you? Easy pickings on the last player as they're doomed to step into your sightlines. You're looking at Durham now. Match point here for Map 1 on Ascent. It has been a rocky ride for both teams in terms of the nature of this map so far, but Durham true to their kind of prowess we've seen here, they are stepping up. They are looking like that first seed when they start to get things under their control.
And knowing the way they played the game thus far, we've seen them have a little bit more overzealous plays earlier. We saw them going ahead and get under the sheets and kind of be a little bit scared at stages here. Now, it doesn't matter what they do. They put patience into it. And on the defense, that's going to reward you 10 times over. I mean, considering we saw in that last play, that last round, the 2v1, they never peaked. Romo had about 5 health on his hands, or I mean, he definitely had a little bit more, but he was still one shot. And the longer you wait there, the less time you're going to have, because that recon dart is getting refreshed. Another own smoke is coming up and getting refreshed. And those are the 2 pieces of utility that stalled you long enough to find those kills. So right now, the clock is actually against Durham. It's a 3v4 situation. They do have the numbers advantage, but they can't really find anything. Luxy can't find any intel to work with, and even then, you didn't find too much intel off that. But thankfully, Jansel's in the back of your Durham fan, finds at least one pick, knows that this is going to be at least tight control, and one's on the Radiant crate on double stack, and it's down to a 1v1. You hear the defuse going down. Luxy knows he has to make a peek eventually, has to make a play at some point in time, but no one hasn't heard that just yet. Throw the shot guard. Play what you can. Play it out. Make sure you find that aggression, the strength to back things up, and with the fragment down, just start wall banging it.
I mean, this is time. Durham's going to be given the round.
Defenders
Dallas, you're
win.
looking at a spot where you can't let a simple fragment deny you, but because you were too hesitant to push out instantaneously off of your own utility, working across it, the recon bolt gathered so much for you. And what do? You wait for it to tag. No, jump out before the sonar goes out, because you're placing it behind them, meaning if they want to shoot it, which they have to shoot it, they're going to have to turn around. That turning around is where you act, not after, when they've already turned back to you and can re-engage and recontest that 1v1. Slight misplay, a really good attempt there for them to come back there for the Champlain Esports side, but slight mistakes, which has been a major fault for them in this map. Both teams had obvious faults for them, but the one team with the less faults, the one team that comes out your victor, Champlain Esports, they're climbing ahead. They'll take that one 13-10. Sorry, Durham Lords, 13-10. They looked really solid for it. I stand corrected. I was looking at it. I was reading a word at the same time. You just repeat it and you want to say it. They looked really good, and their recovery was what really got that for them. If you can recover in a way after starting 4-0 and even win the map, that is a great way to demoralize your opponent, and that could be a big problem coming into map 2 as well.
Yeah, and even then, I think, honestly, it's a good thing for them coming into map 2. Knowing this next map is going to be Breeze. It's Champlain's pick. They're obviously going to have a little bit more to provide here. I'm excited to see what the composition will be in this kind of stage, and knowing the maps and seeing the kind of twist-ups we've been seeing here recently with that map, knowing that teams are still filling it out here on the collegiate level. I mean, I gotta say, I'm not feeling too confident about either side. I think this may go to a map 3, considering that Champlain had themselves a very close game on their hands. Sure, the most kind of promising stat line would be an 11-13, knowing that you didn't get right there to that overtime, but you were just close enough to taste it. I mean, you were close enough to smell it, most definitely. But I mean, all things considered, both these squads, they had a lot of opportunities where I was saying, what exactly is going on? What are they thinking in their heads? Like, these really aren't the best of plays. And you had plenty of opportunities and plenty of players that were standing out that were making those plays. I want to say more specifically for each side. Cry and Maticus, those two were going off. They were showing what they were made of. And if you let these guys go alive, they're going to be 2 of the biggest threats here on the map, specifically on Breeze, knowing that, I mean, say you get Maticus on towards that Viper. This guy says, I got a much more bigger paintbrush, and I have a much bigger canvas to work with. I can get imaginative and do whatever I want to. If Christ stays on top of that chamber, saying this is a much bigger map, I play with an operator, this is right into my element, he's going to be a much bigger threat to deal with, and he could hold down the entirety of B-side if you just hand it to him, for gosh sake. So knowing exactly what these two teams are doing, knowing that they're not really too sure what they're doing just yet, I'm hoping they can iron that out here within a quick break and a quick little breather to figure out what exactly they're going to put in here to the second map.
It's a question of, will the Titans continue to be Titans? Will they unfortunately start to be maybe mortalized on map 2? We'll have to see. Stay tuned for a quick break. We'll see you guys after that to see how Breeze will go down, if the Durham Lords can finish this off in 2, or if Shannon playing esports can clap back.
I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. bubbles in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got more NECC action almost ready to go. Some of the players do it. We have a little bit few talking points we can go into, though. I mentioned it earlier. I kind of relate it. The top to bottom kind of view for Collegiate as a Valorant whole. If you follow the Glubba Wubba Dub Dub on Twitter, aka Glubinator, the kind of, NECC director, whatever. Love that guy. Hate him. I don't care. He's great. I'm kidding. But he does a tier list where he ranks the kind of top teams in Valorant for the collegiate scene. And most of the time up in that tops, Houston's got to be up there. You've got Hawaii that gets up there a lot. San Jose State, I think, is actually ranked first. I may actually be incorrect about that, but those are your top teams. And I got to watch San Jose State absolutely smack silly Hawaii just a couple days ago, last week or so, on the map of Breeze. It was another one of those maps where you look at the map as a whole and you're saying, okay, defense just isn't it. And Breeze is one of those maps where you look at it as a whole and you say, you either do really good on one side or you do really darn bad on one side. And it is a map that punishes those that do not play it, because the intricacies and the problems that can occur on it will occur. It's not just a guess, it is a guarantee.
Yeah, and Breeze, this is points like these why I love discussing this map so much. There's such a differential and impact when it comes to squads on this map. It doesn't come down to comfort picks. It doesn't come down to how well you know the map. It comes down to what you can do. I literally mention this map as a blank canvas every single time because that is the best way to explain it. I hear teams all the time. I was literally doing a couple lands in the collegiate scene in the past week, talking to them, talking to players in person, and they all be like, I don't like Breeze. It's kind of an L map, whatever. I'm like, well, you got an L take, buddy, because you just don't have the imagination to deal with what's been given to you. and I know that sounds extremely rude, and that's probably because it is, but I mean, all things considered, it's one of those maps to where you have to really work with what you got. You have to sit there and see what you've been given with. You have to really disseminate between that. You have to realize what's been allocated to you, to every single person on your team, collaborate for one big thing and create that on the map. It's not any other kind of close quarters area. It's very open. You can literally see on the minimap right now. I mean, these 3 sections are just humongous. Make leeway in every single one of these points. Play around with it. Get it crazy. Just love what's been given to you and make sure your players can just thrive in that environment. And that's why you say on defense that a lot of these players don't really like that side too much, is because they feel constrained. That is the one thing that you really have to fight for here on Breeze, and why so many pros are starting to love this map now, because they like to play that war of attrition towards the middle of the map. They want to fight for control to play with the map that's been given to them, because if they get held back on that defense, they're going to feel like they are suffocating and they just cannot play the game.
That's one of the ways that you're looking at Breeze as a whole, kind of like a level of macro analysis. It can punish you, but it can also be your angel, right? I could be your devil, I could be your angel. In a map like this, it comes down to the comfort plays of the players, right? Some teams are good, some teams are bad. And from what we saw there in map 1, I have to think that Durham could have the lead, especially because of those Titans that we talked about earlier and you had alluded to more specifically. But we'll have to see if that ultimately does pan out. Champlain's had a big break there, that big 5 minutes to talk things through, got a combo and figure out what will work, what won't. We're going to see First Blood drop to the Lords. They'll find a second pretty quickly afterwards, but Champlain had also found one. Omega looking like they'll probably lose their life here as well, but seemingly escaping away from Extreme Jansel for just the moment. Promo gets the finding blow there, assist alongside Novice onto Luxy. Leaves Teal in the back of B, managing to find one, finishing off Novice, the opposing KO, but you do have a 3-on-2, and well, both of the players there for Champlain have taken quite a bit of damage, but the same thing can be said for the Lords. But Omega's getting greedy, and they'll pay the price for it. Only 5 HP, now made 0.
Honestly, that's all Omega really could have done, sitting at 2 health. I mean, you spit on the guy and he's going to be dead, but Teal is going to be last player sitting here for this round, and as that comes to a quick, swift little end, we're going to see Durham able to go ahead and win out that first round and get themselves on a map pick that isn't theirs, at least get a pretty darn good start to it, starting on the right foot, and give themselves a 4 spot here for the second. So, I mean, looking at the maps, looking at these rounds and what they're going to really pan into, I love what Promo's doing. This is one of my favorite things about this map as well, with how large it is. You also see a differential in kind of the meta in terms of what guns are going to really excel in this kind of environment. Knowing that a Marshall is going to be an extremely good second round buy, that's something you're not seeing too much on the players. Even on Ascent, on buying, whatever it may be, they're saying, okay, this is very contested, this is very close quarters. If on a map like this where things are open, where they're not going to be buying armor, I can get a one-hit kill across the map, and even then, Matic is getting a great little kill there just on the get-go. With the Spectre in hand, you had the follow-up, you have almost a darn near flawless on your hands, as it does come out there for Jansel to start feeling that momentum here on the defensive side. You got to play with these Marshalls that we were talking about being bought. Looking at Promo, sure, he didn't really go off with it, but especially if you toss it over to a Jet, per se, for a Chamber, who's really going to play with these operators, let them get early, because we see a lot of players buying a Sheriff from round 2, saving things up and saying, I'm playing for round 3, I'm playing pass, I'm playing for round 4, I'm going to be buying that operator. Why not go ahead and start with a gun that has a scope? You're literally going to feel the same exact kind of plays and the same kind of sense and zoom as what you'd see prior.
Yeah, it's a mini op, right? I mean, it does everything an operator does, just slightly worse, but at the same time, it can warm you up for playing the operator in a later round, and it can really assist your team. Even if you don't get the one-shot kill from a no-armor player that you tag, you're allowing your teammates with those SMGs to instantaneously finish the job, and it just allows for a lot. Trying a cheeky spot, they tag savvy and then finish the job, but they get killed off pretty quickly afterwards. Durham Lords now down a player. There's a 3-on-4. Promo looking to make impact here with the Marshals. They work up from rope towards the heaven side of A. With this A entirely locked down, this is a hard objective to retake now for Durham. Worse weapons, worse position. They've got to play against their own defensive setups at this point. Joey has a lockdown position there on Dematicus. Dematicus has switched over towards that Viper. They'll find a nice kill to Joey afterwards, but they still got to find 3 more, and Luxy denies that with the Guardian. Easy kill, 3K to their name, and Champlain come out on top here to find their first round win. 2-1, pretty normalized start here for the map Breeze.
Yeah, definitely a lot more normal, a lot more orthodox compared to what we see, a lot more of a common lineup overall. But I mean, considering what we see thus far, I gotta say, 2 fixes that we need to see a little sooner are gonna be these controllers. They're looking to get very aggressive. They're trying to play in the map. They're trying to isolate themselves. And sure, you can play some of that lurker role, but not with the Viper. You got to make sure you have that impact in the game in its entirety. You have to try to be the last player standing. And in that last round, if I see Sevi doing the same thing he's been doing thus far, things are not going to look good for Champlain whatsoever. So as they do move themselves towards the B site, looking to work with what they got, they know they had the buy this time around. They know they have a couple guns to work with, and maybe they can really capitalize on this. With the null command coming through for Teal, looking to get that suppression, they just don't check for Novice there in the back, and Sebi does get that exchange eventually. But knowing that a player's down for both sides, you still have the controller for each, this could be a huge play for the side of Champlain with their Viper still alive and well, and with such an impactful wall there towards the bridge.
It's impressive to get that charge this early in the map as well. Let's not let that be understated. That is big value. Champlain can get an easy contestant to sight. Now, obviously, losing the one player there to Teal, not what you necessarily want to see, but they're still sitting quite nicely. Quick peek there by Extreme Jansel, and their life will be forfeit because of it. Crying back is quickly 2 more behind, but Teal managed to take off Crying to disallow from another kill to fall in their favor.
Standing.
And you'll see Teal now be the only player left in the back of sight because Promo took out Omega in tons, and Maticus will finish the job there into Teal. It will be a round win for the Durham Lords. A great recovery round for them as well, all things considered, but they did drop 3 rifles in this round, which means that they head into this next one, and yeah, they may be able to buy 1 more rifle, and they may be able to force up because the player could just hand one over, but I mean, at best, you're probably going to have 1 player that's not as well equipped as other, but at least they keep the operator.
That's going to be Cry that we're seeing is kind of biting the bullet in this one on the side of Durham at least. But I mean, it's exactly what I mentioned earlier. You're going to see that operator come out eventually. You're going to see another player take the hit for him. And knowing that Champlain didn't have much to work with anyways, with them losing that last round, with things switching over, with them barely having enough rifles to suffice in that last round, only sitting on 2, things were going to look good anyways. And knowing the things still switched up, knowing that Econ still isn't really going to help him out, it was worth a shot. But I really don't know how much the null command could have done for you there. Sure, it's somewhat of a real accelerant to get on the site, but to really back up what? It's not enough an accelerant what you already have to make sure you have a guaranteed play on your hands. So with the Hunter's Fury coming out, only hitting 1 of those shots to get some damage on the board, Champlain does get a plant down, and then Joey finds a kill towards middle as well, which is pretty impressive in itself. But you got to consider the rest of these guys. They're still alive and well, have massive guns in their hands, especially Jansel trying to play right here towards double doors. If you get this guy 1 more kill, that's going to be a real big issue if Promo's coming from the back on that.
2-on-2. Still the operator in hand here for Jansel. We need to see the side of Durham Lawrence get a little bit aggressive here. This toxic screen, which has not been dealt with because the Viper for Champlain is still alive with Sebi, means that they can continuously pop it up, and it denies such an easy sightline for their side. It makes it very difficult for the team to pressure for this plant, and they're just not capable of doing so. This will be impossible to defuse at this point, and it comes down to just trying to remove the last weapon out of Sebi's hands, and Sebi, you gotta realize when time's not on your side there, you graded for the operator. I get it. It looks like such a tantalizing meal in front of you, but it's not going to work out. They lose their life. Now you'll see Champlain can come into this round. They'll be able to buy, and well, obviously looking at Durham's economy, that's not going to be the case. Denzel may be testing the waters right now, but it'll be an obvious sell for them. No need to bring out a glass cannon at this point with no one around it. The Champlain side looking strong. This should be a good chance for them to tie us up 3-on-3, but the defense is where miracles can happen. They'll use the Tour de Force and the Bladestorm to try to allow for those miracles to occur.
When I saw those yellow borders already in the pre-round, I knew they were going to be at least turning green here right off the get-go. Even though the Tour de Force, you can break out ahead of time. Bladestorm, you're forced to wait till the round starts to really go ahead and press that button or at least get the effects from it. So knowing that these two are on the field, knowing that these 2 weapons, which I like to call them because they are literally weapons, the Tour de Force is a much better gun than anything else you can buy in the game. If you get these exchanges, if you get these players going off with it, that can have more of an impact in itself. But once again, Jansen not really getting too much out of the Bladestorm, but finding more impact with the Classic, surprisingly enough. We got to see the impact. We got to see Omega push up. We got to see Cry more specifically push up with this Tour de Force and really make those plays and get that operator kill that he needs, or the Tour de Force, excuse me. He knows the spike's down, and that's enough. And to pop the null command to make sure it still can't be played right now is a huge play here coming out for Hill. Has to make sure to really get the plays right now before that suppression goes away. Otherwise, that Tour de Force will come back into the game. It will be a problem, and Cry will at least grab 1 more off of it.
Yeah, and that stacks as well, throwing the knife on the last
30 seconds
kind of
left.
pulse there for the null command. 8 seconds. Goes from 4 to 8. And that makes it so that you're looking at a position where you are doomed behind it. Honestly, Champlain could have pushed that. They only had a classic,
I agree.
right? Like, why not go for that? Now you're looking at it. They still have the Tour de Force. It's like the Blade Storm. You can pull it back out. It's there until you lose it. That's why Jet, that's why Chamber are on the top of the top for selections of your agents. They're much too viable, and that's the reason why you're seeing Jet get a little bit of a change here, a little bit of a nerf. Having the timer system makes you think a little bit more before utilizing it, but ultimately, right now, for the side of Champlain, they're going to have to face the Tour de Force. Durham Lawrence are doing a good job, at least, of trying to step up close. They've collected a rifle. Running and gunning, take the head off Omega, now hunting for more. Cry not looking to where Teal is across pillar, more worried to the back of sight. He'll look for the kill, but Teal will save the day for Champlain College, but despite the fact that we see Champlain win the round, they bleed 4 weapons. That is a big number, meaning they can buy out this round. They shouldn't have a huge problem to do so. One person, maybe 2, will look rough. I think they have plenty of money in Teal's pocket to buy out there for Joey, but this is a round that Durham are well-equipped to win, and if they do, Champlain are really bad for it, and they're going to have to take a save.
Yeah, I think honestly they could still manage somewhat of a buy, considering they had the Blade Storm and the Tour de Force, and you have those 2 players, specifically Joey and Omega, having plenty of money to buy up for the next round for their squad if things really do turn up. But I mean, knowing that you're going to have a lot of presence here, you're going to have a lot of resistance, more importantly, from Durham specifically. They're going to have themselves an operator towards the back inside the hands of that Jet. You're going to see that Viper's Pit already be popped towards that B side, and honestly, Maticus, I wouldn't say throwing, but I feel like that's almost the best way to describe it. Pushing all the way out towards main, exposing himself to the full force of Champlain and completely nullifying that Viper's Pit, that ultimate that they were respecting.
You gotta have a lot of respect for what the opposition are bringing to the table. It feels like there is a big lack of that, but there shouldn't necessarily be. Joey has popped that Blade Storm, making that possibility you mentioned before of being able to bring out both of those not an option, but Champlain are looking pretty hot still. They've got the plant down. Promo will tag out the recon bolt. It's going to use that owl drone to do so. They do manage to tag Luxie. Mega has a great angle on the Archer side of B with the Viper's Pit down. It's really difficult to step up. Thankfully, Sebby's been killed. What a flick by Promo! They find Luxie and swing to the head of Omega. That is a round win for the Lords, and they will come out victorious. 4-3 our score, and that was a good round for them.
These guys are heating up. That's just the scariest thing in its own. I don't care about the scoreline. I don't care about the kills on the board. I don't care about the scoreboard. I mean, all these numbers are just done now. When you look at what Promo and Cry have been doing in this game, when you see the shots more specifically that they've been taking on their lonesome, these guys are heating up. And to know that this is just them heating up. Go ahead, give them a couple rounds. Let this start to go into their favor even more so. Give them more guns over and over again. Give them an advantage in gunfire over the likes of Champlain. This is where they're really going to start putting the insult to injury. They're going to start rubbing Salt and Wound. They're not only going to grab a little pinch of it, they're going to get an entire Salt lick and just rub it inside your chest. And that's the biggest problem that I'm going to see Champlain really have. We don't see the rest of Durham really play that passivity on this defense. Really let those 2 go off and make sure they can take control of the map. When they have some of the most influential utility, the rendezvous, knowing how big of a canvas this is to work with, you can get from one corner to the other almost instantaneously. Knowing that Promo is going to be that Sova, you have to have the impact there, and with Jansen with an opening kill, that makes your job that much easier.
Hansel's doing such a good job, unfortunately, cut down quickly after. The trademark also going off, though. That gets a lot of information to the Lords to continue to cap off the Champlain side, and Cry does just that, takes off Sebby. Now down to just 2, and Champlain are left to wonder, where do we go from here? Well, no longer will you have to worry as a team, you'll worry as the solo. As Omega, with the Tour de Force in hand, has lost every single teammate on their side. If you start with 5, you lose 4, and now you're lone man. Omega lying from within tube, the Tour de Force still in the hands, trying to bait out through door. Unfortunately, almost got a good angle for the hip fire by Omega. Does manage to connect, and the headshot to Cry. This could be a doable situation, but they have to collect down that spike. It's on the opposing side of Pyramid, but here with the toxic screen, there's a lot for Omega to get a little bit closer. They'll collect a Vandal previously dropped by Promo. They'll look to step up, but Maticus, that was a genius level play right there. They did gorgeously with the utility on Omen, and they'll do it the same here in Viper. Much like you prophesized, Dallas, they'll finish the job with a snake bite.
And it was the early aggression also that gave Maticus that leeway to say, I don't need to pop the wall just yet. I love when Vipers go ahead and make sure to have a little bit of patience inside their kit. Not really setting things up before the round, as essential as that feels. You're a Viper. Your wall is extremely long. No matter when you put it into the game, it is still going to extend enough to at least have somewhat of an impact in a round. When we saw Champlain push that A site so early, get all that aggression down, you sit there and say, Maticus, save it. I don't know when it's going to come in use, but there will be a time. And honestly, he hasn't had very many times to shine in terms of this map specifically. He's kind of fell asleep thus far, knowing that Viper doesn't really seem to be too much of a comfort pick for him. But whereas, speaking of comfort, you get none of that towards 2, but at least if you're these 2 players sitting out of it, this promo could have had the opportunity of a live shot if he just lined it down right up the middle. But instead, playing from an angle, not really getting any hits at all, completely being oblivious of the players that are sitting inside that area, taking control of your entire spawn as it stands, and Champlain is getting a plan off it as well.
I'm loving what we've seen Champlain do. Notice how aggressive Joey is. Notice how in your face they are playing against Durham. They know that they need to be a little bit more candid in their play style, and because of that, they were able to kind of dominate a lot of this map on the A side, but I didn't like that last rope. They had a good position by rope. They had a good position up on top of that heaven side. They could have fight Pro a little bit earlier in that situation, but they didn't. Instead, bought the bullet against the
Last player standing.
Still holding strong for now. Promo gets 1 kill, Maticus with another. It is Maticus now left standing in the 1v2. No time left to defuse. Instead, we will finish the job thereafter. Not a big deal whatsoever. The Champlain side clapped back. And we're nearing that halftime point, and the possibility of a 6-6 half again, Dallas, is very much so present.
Yeah, and that's kind of the most exciting thing about this matchup thus far, seeing how close these 2 teams are related. I mean, when you see that, obviously, I want to say from one side, it's more just a 1 or 2 player, affair. Meanwhile, the other side is the entire collective of the team. Sure, you got a couple players that are asleep here and there, but they're still at least trying. You can tell. Meanwhile, I want to say Durham, they're the ones who have players riding the wave. I'm going to call it again. Cry and Promo are going off, and I'm just not seeing the impact from everybody else to really go and create that hole to help them out towards the back and make the job that much easier for them. Because when you have Teal pushing on the side, Novus couldn't do anything right there. Jansel did not even take a shot with the Blade Storm, and that's kind of concerning, knowing that they're the ones who are supposed to be looking good. They're the ones who pop that stuff, and Cry can compensate for 1. Problem is, you got to get at least 1 more to even get yourself into a tie situation.
It's easy pickings there for the rest of Champlain. Joey is playing a game of Duck Hunt, constantly trying to look at the ground, like playing at an arcade machine, like those old Resident Evil ones where you gotta like aim off the screen and shoot to reload it. That's, I think, what Joey was attempting to do, but not an arcade machine, it's Valorant. May have a bit of an arcadey style, but not the case. It is now tied 5-5. Once again, the possibility of the halftime being tied again is evident, but both sides aren't looking worse for wear. If Durham take this round, then Champlain will be able to buy it once again next round. And if we see Champlain take this, the possibility of buy is present for Durham because it will be a 3-round-in-a-row loss screen for the Durham side. But it will be hard-pressed to have all of your utility and proper rifles in their hands.
Quite simply put, when you look at the stationary plays on the map, when you see the patience from Durham, you know that they don't really have too much to work with, and they're scared to lose any guns here, because even if they do win it, they may not have enough to really buy all the utility to back up the guns that they're going to have to force out. They're concerned. They are hoping and just really drawing onto this last breath here of the half, saying that we have to make sure we don't only have room to breathe, but we have enough room to really stretch ourselves out and, you know, feel at home right now, because we haven't seen them feel very comfortable in their own element. They're supposed to be making themselves at home on these sites, but we just haven't seen them get very comfy just yet. They haven't really gone ahead and tucked their sheets in for the night. So knowing that there's a little bit more, there's a kind of 2 more rounds here left for the half, they have that time to bring that to life, but I mean, there's going to be so many check marks that have to be marked off before they can really say that they feel good on this. And just whenever they think they've started to feel themselves, that opportunity is going to be gone because they're going to be switching sides. They're going to be going to the attacking side. They're going to have to be the aggressor then. And honestly, looking how they've countered the aggression, it hasn't looked good. Knowing that Cry has gotten the first blood there, this guy's staying alive, and even then he found a pick in the meantime. That's a good sign, but it's not good enough when you see that you just lost your intel. Your only source of it at that, with your promo boy being dead here, your dynamic duo out for the count, and you have nothing but this Torty Force to rely on now.
Now, Dallas, when you're looking at the objective as a whole, Durham's been very passive. And that's going to be a problem here for the post. Especially when you're talking about the fact that a Viper's Pit has been placed. Atticus gets so much intel and initiate the 1v1 against Omega. Doesn't initially, but takes a step back. It feels like a bit of a misplay, a miscalculation for their side. He'll force the engagement with his teammates. They'll come up victorious, but this is treading dangerous ground. Cry gets a blind shot to Luxy. This is unprecedented. The possibility is there, but Novice loses their life next, and Sevi is playing at an unpredictable angle. Faticus comes out the loser. Cry swings in. A blind kill to Teal. No chance for the defuse. This round is done and dusted, and Sebi will finally lose their life towards the end, but Champlain will come out your victor. I mentioned it.
Last
this
round
map,
before
it's
the
either a
switch.
game of you're really good on a half or you're pretty darn bad. That's the nature of Breeze for the collegiate scene. And what we're seeing right now, both of these teams are darn good in the way that they're playing of this half on these sides. The question is, can they continue for the second half, or are they going to start to fall victim to that collegiate mindset?
Honestly, I don't want to be controversial or anything, but I feel quite honestly that Durham, they've had themselves one of the best halves that we could have seen comparative to what we're being given thus far. Honestly, their defense hasn't looked good. I don't like the defense. I mean, they have warrant and they have a reason, I'm sure, as a composition, as a team, to know why they have a Viper and a KO on the B site, but that has not worked at all for them, honestly. And Champlain are even still hitting A site every single time, knowing it's a stronger side, really just saying, you know what, maybe if we pound their stronger arm, it'll get weak over time. That's exactly what they're doing. They're winning at rounds like that. They're even putting the pressure on, making sure they have less and less to work with. They are dwindling their resources in a round like this. You wait for the retake. You sit there and expect your initiator and your controller to come in and have the impact that you need, and that may not be the case. With the Blade Storm and a 24 still to work with for Champlain, and the entire Viper Wall and Hunter Fury being at their disposal and taking control of their spike that's down, that's going to be another round for their advantage. That's going to be 7 in their favor, but the fact that Durham even grabbed 5, I gotta say it's a testament to their skill. Honestly.
No. This is a map that, for defense, the collegiate scene just doesn't know how to play it. Hawaii! You would think a team like Hawaii, which is tropical climate, would do good on the map of Breeze, Dallas. They were some of the worst playstyles in collegiate I've ever seen on this map, and I love Hawaii. I've casted this so many times. They're so much fun to watch. They just can't play this map. They got walked over by San Jose State, and that's just kind of how this map works. It is really hard to play this one defensively. And you would argue, well, it's open. You can kind of watch your own sight lines. But then you got teams like Champlain that understand the assignment. They know what they need to do. They'll beat down the strong arm of A, like you talked about, because they know the weak link of Durham's defense there was the unpredictably fast style approach. Get completely past all of the defensive structures that Durham have and play the architectural advantage that's given to you on that site, which is the pyramids and the sightline advantage of caves that comes with it. They played it to a T, and the fact is Durham denied them 5 rounds, which is very impressive.
I mean, already looking at the start here, I'm throwing my fists in the air just purely out of celebration and know that Champlain, you can tell that they know how to play this map. You get your chamber in a space, in a place where you know that this is going to be a little bit weaker most of the time. Manipulate that fact, and if you see that they're pushing the opposite side of the map, you rendezvous, you get there immediately. You get the shortest exchange and transfer from one side to the other as much as you can, and you stretch those jokers out. Already push towards the back. If anything goes south and you got to go towards A, you have already shortened the length you have to run by a mile. And Joe, there with the go ahead, find that first pick. Make sure to get that numbers advantage. And you see the switch up towards B. You got Omega on site there with a super impactful gun and a trademark to slow things out when they do really allocate that money. So already looking outstanding. Joey there to back the man up, saving Cry's life in that situation. It's going to be really good for him.
Last player
Looking
standing.
now at a 1v4.
Spike down,
Sebi
B.
finished the job of the classic. How is Cry all the way over towards Mickey? They're on the Arch's side. It's unprecedented. But still, they come up with 1. 11 HP and a dream. And this one, not likely to come to much success, though with Luxy quite low, it could come to something, but there's 10 seconds left, and it's going to be easy pickings for the rest of Champlain to just dive in wholeheartedly onto the one single player left. They'll let Joey finish the job, though, with the Sheriff. A quick swing and a kill, and you're now looking at an 8-5 scoreline for Champlain. Pretty much doomed to be that 9-5.
Yep.
The question is, and what we've seen Champlain do the entire time, all day today so far for this game, on map 1 here on map 2, how much can Durham recover? Will it be the same level as Champlain, or will it just kind of fall short? Like, from the looks of things, it could definitely turn out to be.
Honestly, I think Durham, they don't really have the best of shots here. I mean, especially on this round, knowing they got one more to wait on. They're going to feel out the middle of the map to see what's provided to them, but you do not have your jet stationed up there. You don't have Joey looking towards the middle like he was in that prior round. You don't have him really playing that patrol back towards bridge and back towards the 2. And you don't see too much of that. And as you see a couple of these kills come out, as we're expecting Champlain to have these with the gun advantage and seeing that they're much more, I'd say, accustomed to this map because it is their selection, they're really showing their element. They're showing that they can do something. As one exchange does come out, one player goes down, we can really start to harbor down on what we're seeing in terms of these setups. We're seeing a chamber towards the middle. We're seeing a jet on one side or the other. You are making sure that you have a 2-2 setup for these players that really can't move across the map, that they really can't do too much. Make sure that you have one of your stronger players on these sites that are going to be targeted on so many different occasions. Make sure your weaker players are still going to be in a position where they can make a rotation, make some kind of an impact, but in a reasonable amount of time, because we see on so many different occasions for Durham when they were on that defensive side. We saw Maticus coming from the middle. We saw Teal running all the way around every single time, never wanting to play off each other. And quite honestly, if you're not a jet, if you're not a chamber with an easy access out, if things go south, you do not need to be going into the most wide open spot of the map thus far. And even then, Champlain's already made those adjustments and looked much more comfortable in those situations.
Gets a nice shot to ring out there with the Marshall. Playing close, and guess what you don't do if you're Durham? It's check your corners. Extreme Jansel playing a game of testing their luck and knock him out the victor. It'll be an easy kill there for Teal again with a fragment to take out Promo, and the Snake Bite does nothing to disallow them of that attempt. Durham had the man advantage by quite a lot there, Dallas. Now they're down to a 2v4. Again, in a situation where the weapons were theirs, and that means all of those weapons, all 3 of them, they dropped over towards the A side. Guess what? They're easily pick-upable by the Champlain side, and that's what they're doing. Teal has now recollected a rifle from the corner player of Promo. I'm honestly shocked to not see Joey do the exact same thing. Maybe a missed kind of scenario for them, but they're feeling this pressure over on the B side, so they're going to start to rotate that direction. Maticus has made some noise. Could be an option for it, but with the Toxic Cloud now placed, Maticus will be forced to take a step back.
30 seconds
Back has been spotted. Fry gets the kill. Now pick up. We'll take off Omega one more. Player in the back corner. I think Fry may have noticed that shoulder, but Maticus is going to have to clear it just the same. They've got a great pincer between the 2 of them.
enemy
Maticus went
remaining.
down, and that gives them time. An easy pickup, and Teal will find the final blow. Just not the right idea from Durham, and Champlain go for 10 now.
Yeah, that's a huge round for Champlain, quite simply. And that's exactly why Durham's popping this timeout right here, right now. I mean, they're coming up on a budget buy round, so I mean, they can't really be too behind. I think they go ahead and take this round as a timeout and then wait for the next one to give themselves more time if need be, because you're already not going to look too hot here. You're not going to manage any kind of miraculous comeback here on a thrifty round, especially on Breeze where you haven't looked too comfortable. On Ascent, we saw it on multiple occasions because it's a much closer quarters map. You can really bring out anything from the grave and resurrect whatever need be. But here on Breeze, when you're down in the dumps, you have that much more distance to run to get yourself back into relativity, to look like you have somewhat of a shot here. So it's got to be outstanding for them. And quite honestly, this timeout, I think what they need to do is just really start to adjust their game plan. Look at what kind of parts of the maps they're not hitting, where they really haven't checked out those boxes, because before they've even started class, they haven't even taken attendance, if you feel what I'm saying there. I mean, they're not checking all these areas. They're not checking their corners getting onto a site. They're not even checking the 2 biggest parts of the map, right there in 2 where I like to put a lot of influence on, and right there in middle where teams are going to every single time put influence on. They haven't checked that once, so they don't even know who plays there. They switch it up from Jet and Chamber being there towards the center of the map, up in heaven every single time, but Durham has no idea about that because they haven't checked it once. They've seen Jet, they seen Joey grab kills towards top bridge, but are you saying, is that Tube? Is that Heaven? Where's this guy playing? You're not going to know until you try and find out. When you only allocate one player there, here on a budget buy, even kind of get an idea when you know you're down to the dumps, that lack of information isn't going to help you.
Now, one of the things I was going to take note of here at the beginning of the round has been nest control. Defensively, nest is a great spot to gather kills and start to pound down the attacking side that's trying to apply pressure in mid, trying to gain map control. We've not really seen Champlain disallow that. They've not played in nest as much as they necessarily could be. You see how passively they're playing right now for Omega? They have a pixel hold so they can watch if they step through tons because they know they can hold down that B arch door. They don't have to worry about that direction. All they need to know is that they're safe in the back of B site from that tunnel side, and Omega has the perfect angle for it. Just don't peek towards mid. Teal has a great way to shut down door presence, but they don't need to swing it. This is another scenario where Champlain just look better. The defensive half is theirs. Now we're starting to see the overextension. Cry does get the worst end of it. Teal seems to come out the victor and do a little bit more tag damage off the top, and the fragment may just finish the job, forcing Cry out of their
30
hidey hole,
seconds
and Teal
left.
finishes the kill because of that. This is another scenario where Champlain
One enemy remaining.
and it's continuing now. Joey to find two instantaneously, one after another. You see Omega finds one towards mid. A great round, towards two, as they sent their player through. You're seeing Champlain now at 11, and they're even going to take a timeout after that one. They actually want us to take a second and go, hey, culminate on that round. Why do you think you lost it? Because we know exactly how.
Yeah, and I think, quite honestly, here in this stage in the game, Champlain, they're getting close, at least for this map, to putting the nail in the coffin. The final nail in the coffin. I mean, it is close enough. Sure, there's enough budge room to really go ahead and shake one of those out. But, I mean, it is going to be a very, very difficult task here for Durham. Because even in that last round, we saw that on a round like this, where you have nothing to lose, honestly. You literally have nothing to lose because you bought absolutely nothing there. They learned absolutely nothing out of that round. No two presence. We saw one player push up towards the middle of the map, and that was going to be Cry, but he didn't really find anything out of it. He sat there and snuck up. He now found that Teal is playing towards these double doors, and it's not going to be enough. They have to do something else. They have to play across the map, and on a round like this where you're sitting at match point, going up and being on the line now, going forward, knowing that you haven't found out enough, literally have not taken attendance. That's all I'm going to say. Still, now, when the bell is about to ring and everybody's about to go home for this map, you're saying, what are you doing here? You're playing like a substitute teacher. You're not really sitting here actually teached and not done the job that's really been given to you. So going forward, they're going right back to this A hit. I think they've had relative success here in the past, but it hasn't been enough for me to be impressed by, quite honestly. And even in the Tour de Force, you just now learned that Sova's up top. This is a wild card round for Champlain. They said, let's twist it up for one just in case. They're going to think that going forward, Sova's going to be playing up there. This is the first round he's touched that, and even when you make a peek, Joey goes ahead and takes off your head.
It feels like busy work from Durham. You mentioned the substitute teacher, and it feels like the assignment given to them has just been busy work.
Yeah.
Just go through the actions and pretend that you're learning something. There's got to be more adjustments, more analysis of what's going on. It's just not being given to them. They're not able to hyper-analyze to the point that we are, obviously, with our third viewing on this and over the top, but I mean, still something has to change, and thankfully, at least for Durham for now, they'll get a plant down, and the Viper's Pit is enforced, but with Maticus's death there, the overextension, Mega finishes the job. Luxie's thereafter, they fall to Cry's operator, but Cry is not done with just one. Hunts for a second to Omega, almost finds Joey in mid-air, but only seemingly survives for now. He had a player in their crosshair, just take the shot. You're right there, but they'll get the defuse, and they'll even find Domin right after it. Possibly. Yes, there we go. Finishing the job onto them and Teal. I'll bring out something storyboarding for us for a second here, Dallas. The last time we saw the Lords face off against Champlain Esports, it was 2-0 for the Durham Lords. And it was in week 1 of the NECC season here for the Challengers Yellow. It has been a very long time, 11 weeks at this point, if I recollect.
Yep.
That is an insane amount of time for the Champlain side to have made major leaps and bounds in how they play. And they are playing the better team here on the map breeze.
They most definitely are. They are doing their homework. That's all it comes down to. We're making a lot of school analogies here in this game thus far, but yeah, I mean, we're all in school, we're in college. So, I mean, it just kind of fits the environment. But I mean, considering what these teams have done thus far, considering it Champlain looking so dominant comparative on map 1 Ascent, where I said it should typically be the decider because every single time we see these teams being so close, we saw Durham kind of cash in at that point. They're relying on the decider now because obviously Breeze is not going in their direction. It's not going in a good one. Even if they do find themselves winning a couple rounds, it's not going to be enough to really give yourself that rally to say, yeah, that was a good enough map. That was not good enough. They have to win so many rounds in such a consecutive strand to really say that was good. That was amazing for us to really bring things back. If they don't hit at least around 9, I say just go ahead and put this out and completely forget that it ever happened because how lackluster it felt by them. When you see the exchange here on the get-go, these operators are really being brought out today. You got to see what players are still standing in the rear view. And there's not much on the side of Durham now. 3 players trying to push on right through 2 and go ahead and pick off Joey, who does have that operator, but Sevi's here for the backup, has the Viper's Pit at their disposal. You can throw that down at any point, but instead just opts to save it, and it's not going to do too much, but thankfully Teal and Luxie there for the backup is sitting at a 3v1 as we do see that last player fall out of promo. Champlain looking just so darn good on Breeze.
it feels like they didn't have the wind in their sails, Dallas, right? I mean, the Durham Lords just, it looked like they didn't have air in their lungs. And as an asthmatic, I get how that feels. It feels kind of like everything's working against you. And that's definitely how we saw the Durham Lords kind of act and play in that map. I mean, they just got outplayed. They got beat fair and square. It is such a interesting way to see after the result there of map 1, which was close, but the Durham Lords take it, and we come over here to the Champlain side, and it's 13-5 after a 13-10 map 1 on Ascent. I said, Breeze is a map that you're either really good at or you're really bad at, and we saw the weakness there for the Durham Lords. They do not reign supreme. They are not the lord or lordship of any of Breeze. This one is outside of their territory, outside their regime. 100% the Champlain side. It's theirs for the taking, and they took it in a very lopsided affair for them.
Yeah, and knowing that this third map coming up here soon, knowing that we're going into Haven, that's going to be a really, really interesting thing to see. I mean, I don't typically like the map too much, but knowing that it's going to be our decider, knowing that we are going to that stage, and knowing that everything's going to have to be brought out now, we've already seen our close game. We've already kind of cashed that out. I feel like after such a dominant performance and you going ahead and burning all your gas out early here out of Durham, when they found those early couple rounds and they found themselves a pretty big lead when it came around into Ascent before the comeback started really being harvested, started being conjured up, there's a lot to really think on right now for the side of Durham College to say, what do we have to do here? How are we going to bring this back? Because after a performance like that, it wasn't really just the kills alone, because everybody felt pretty lackluster besides Cry and Promo, as I mentioned prior. Promo fell off a little bit, but Cry had constant relativity in this matchup. I mean, on so many different occasions, able to find those kills, really bring some rounds back from the grave, but not enough to clutch things out, because you can't 1v5 every single round at the end of the day, especially knowing how large of a map this is. That's a lot of area to cover, and you can only sit there and take about a quarter of it. Knowing that even then, you had a second teammate that fell off and was doing great, at least on that first half, and when you get on the attacking side, isn't giving you the intel that you need, because you're never even really getting yourself on the side. I want to say, how many plants did we get in that second half? It seemed like we got maybe 4 or 5 out of 12 rounds that could have been theoretically there. It's not a good showing generally, and I think honestly, with how tricky of a map Haven can be, and already Champlain being inside of Durham's heads, this is going to be the worst thing they can do if they don't really go ahead and freshen themselves up for it.
Yeah. Thankfully, though, there is time to freshen themselves up. There's a 5-minute break, so make sure everybody grab your popcorn. If you're the Durham Lords, grab your strat book. You're going to need it. The Champlain side, just all over the place, and the only way we can see you guys all over the place was, unfortunately, your gravestones buried all over the place on that map as they were digging them everywhere you tried to go to. Stay tuned. We'll head to Haven after a quick 5-minute break.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the NECC. We're now moving on to map 3 here in the series between the Durham Lords and Champlain Esports College program they got going on over there. This has been our series thus far. It's been a very, very tense one, knowing that map 1 on Ascent went to a 10-13 lineup being in favor of the Durham Lords. Map 2 completely going on its head and seeing Champlain just run the entire circuit, sitting at 13-5 to close those things out. It's not the best foot for the side of Durham Lords to know that they're now going into map 3, which is going to be Haven, on a really, really rocky last map, especially when they're getting inside their own heads here.
Yeah, and you're talking about the number 1 seeded Durham Lords as well. Like,
Yeah.
this is the number 1 seeded team, and they just took a 5-13 map on Breeze. It's a shocking result, and I've said it so many times, I feel like I'm a broken record.
Yeah.
Breeze is a map that you're either good or you're really bad at, and they were just not good at it, right? Like,
Yeah.
and it's the total opposite for Champlain. They were all over the place in all the right ways. They did a good job of being able to play in more than one way. They were able to switch in and out the types of agents they were using, where they were using them, like you saw multiple times in terms of Nest, where they were playing a player through tube, who was defending it, which player was opting to go for that decision or not, and how much utility they were expending to disallow that. And I think all of that started on the attack. They found what worked against the Durham Lords. It was that cheeky full sprint through to take a major aggressive stance on the A side, the strong arm of the Durham Lords, and they made it look wimpy in comparison to what they were bringing to the table. A great map for Champlain. We'll have to see if that can continue, though, because we're heading to a whole new one. The 3-objective map of Haven. And from the looks of things, the Lords are coming for a bit more of an aggressive playstyle. From the looks of things, tease the Sky, the Omen, the Breach, the Neon, and the Chamber.
A bit. A bit?
A bit.
I mean, there is no defensive potential on this whatsoever. You got Jansel's trademarking. You're praying that can hold 3 sites. That is a lot. That is nothing but aggression. And with them starting the attacking side, we better see some huge warrant for what they're bringing to the table, really to show that they are not only throwing their beef down, but they are grilling and eating it as well. And I want to see that go ahead and be started out here, because Durham, they have the substitution being brought in. They have Juice coming out. We haven't seen this man just yet. And him going ahead and making the grand opening, at least in this series for himself, the introduction, the curtain call for him, coming in on the Neon. This is something I'm going to be looking at. I mean, on so many different occasions. I have the game pulled up on my own to spectate and make sure I have everything together. I'm keeping my view on this man alone. I'm literally pressing the number 7 hotkey right now to just keep my eyes on this guy, to know what exactly that we see Durham trying to conjure up in terms of this composition. And they have to have themselves lead by a milestone, by a country mile at that, to make sure that they have themselves enough. Otherwise, they're going to be playing nothing but retake on this defense. And look at how they played on map 1 for Ascent. The retake didn't look all that hot. Even then on map 2, the retake didn't look all that hot. Their defense has not looked all that hot. And for them to literally say, we cannot play defense, so let's just cash in on offense, this is going to be something I'm looking forward to.
Now, the first movement and the first engagement is going to really tell us a lot here, Dallas, right? Where are we going to see the side of Durham push through first? Where is their more aggressive stance? And with an agent selection like they're bringing to the table, having the Neon, having that Breach be able to initiate easily, that Chamber and Sky for even more potential, we're going to see where they're going to want to start to use their utility. They're very limited for it on this first round, but we can see the comfort. We can see where they're going to start leaving that spike. A lot of teams like to leave Spike outside of Nest, outside of that big window there in center stage. But we see already leaving it instead towards C. Leads me to believe that the Durham side will like to push towards C. They like the difference between C and B instead of A to B, meaning that if the rotate must go through over to the A site, they feel comfortable with the Neon sprint to take advantage of Lana to do so. Already, speaking of that Neon, Juice is on site, but they can't find the kill to Sevi. And because of that, Joey swings out quickly. They find not just them, but Maticus as Teal DNL subbing in player there for the Champlain side takes out Extreme Jansel. A really good round for Champlain and a flawless one, meaning no extra credits in the pocket of Durham because they couldn't even get a spike down.
Yeah, knowing that Champlain is now on the defense in terms of a composition that they're looking at on the board right now, I'm be completely honest, I would be extremely concerned if I was in their shoes. I'd say, oh my goodness, we have not only an entire wave coming our way, we got a whole tsunami. It's going to be a much bigger force than expected. And when you get yourself a little bit of leeway, when you say, okay, we get at least one chance to breathe right now, we get an inhale and an exhale, and then we run it back, compared to when they can get those rifles in hand. For the time being, when we get around like this and a flawless expectation, it's just going to be juice warming up. That's what it comes down to, whether or not you can make these plays or really get this relativity. And if Jansel can get that kill and pick up the Spectre as well, that's going to be huge for the rest of these players in terms of not only the gun that they're going to have to work with now, but also considering the amount of space on the map they just created for themselves.
That space needs to be enforced too. Durham have already managed to take off 2. And that means they can quickly pivot to that C site, but Sebi is there. There is a lot of potential to disallow entry, and Teal is playing towards Link. With the player of Juice solo, it's a quick kill. That dark cover does nothing to stop that blood. The Sebi does find one, but the blood must flow thereafter as Extreme Jansel gets them back in return. 2v3, and weapons should favor the side of Champlain, but Durham have recollected the weapons that Champlain have dropped, and because of that, Cry comes out victorious over 1, and it leaves Teal now for the 1v3. They manage to drop this now to the 1v2. A dangerous spot once again to work around. Jansel's going to have to watch out for that fragment. They'll re-swing forward, but they actually come out the victor because Promo swings the opposing side of Jin, and they'll find themselves tied now, 1-1. And after such a dramatic loss there in round 1, the fact that Durham reclimbed that back into their clutches is actually very impressive.
It most definitely is, and also with that first initial pick off Jansel, just playing fundamental valor, waiting for some kind of aggression, which really shouldn't have been warranted by the side of Champlain College to push up that far. More specifically by Joey, who gave that gun over. You can kind of put all the blame on him, knowing that that was the turning tide. You get that kill, you know it's coming onto the flank. Jansel had no utility to work with and still managed that with the classic, and then you say, okay, well, Juice, take this gun out of their hand, work with it. We have the rotation prowess now that we've been lacking the entire game or the entire series thus far, and we're hoping you're that resident crackhead on our team to say, I want to keep on go, 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 because we've been stop for the longest time.
Well, we'll have to see if that goes. One of the things I'm really looking at right now is Champlain with DNL on that Cypher. How much can a Cypher influence in the game? I think it's a major key, because I think Cypher is one of the single best agents on this map, just as a base style, better than KJ, better than bringing out a chamber, just base value for the duelist strats. Brings so much potential, and those tripwires are the more important factor, especially with the fact that you're not seeing a jet for Durham, you're seeing that neon. The tripwires will be even more effective. This is a hard round to recover right now for Champlain. Durham have done the dirty work early, and they have been very much so all over the place. We see the landslide be sent. Team Jansel swings to take out Sebi, and DNL's left all by their lonesome, and it's an easy pick off there for the 3K of Jansel to switch off that jet from the last 2 maps we've seen, now over to the chamber. Switching things up a little bit, Cries on that Omen. I'm liking the changes Durham have made, but I'm also really liking what Champlain have done. This will be a really big testament to how these two teams have progressed throughout the season.
And that was more just an adjustment call based off the rest of the composition, because I even saw in the agent selection that Jansel kind of switched back and forth between that jet and that chamber. And honestly, when you locked in the composition for everybody else and you saw what they were hovering over, you're saying, I was even thinking in the back of my head, if Juice is locking in Neon, they're not going to go with the jet. They're not going to bring that much of aggression. That's way too much of a cash in. You need some kind of a blend, and I mean, Chamber can be there. He can be that blink. 'Cause you have a KO. You have a pseudo duelist to fill in that role, to fill in those shoes that you don't need to overflow one exact specific position. So they didn't really do that. They didn't find themselves a double duelist, which I'm never really a big fan of. Instead, a double initiator will provide yourself a lot more impact over the course of this game, especially on the defense when you're looking at retakes. But now, speaking of retakes, we're not seeing too much of an opportunity just yet, but we are seeing some presence towards the C side. We see a hold up in garage. We see that obviously Durham doesn't want to make too much of a play just yet, but considering they're up against full firepower and they have control of the C side, besides, you know, Sebi here with a 2, make it a 3K. That's a hole and a half, baby, and that's a round that's going to really start to hurt here in Durham when they know that things are not looking too bright for them.
You're looking at a Sebi player, Sebi as a whole, who's been hanging out in Plat this entire game. This entire game has not moved away from this C site in Plat. I mean, they live and die at Plat. And you just let your Neon, you let Juice walk all the way across, doesn't get shot, trigger discipline at its finest there, Dallas. Sebi waits for the prime opportunity, they stop moving, they feel more comfortable, they spray down, spray to the second, and spray down the third for the shrouded step. My goodness, you cannot ask for a better play by one single individual. That puts Sebi 6-2, and the same thing can be said there for Extreme Jansel, who's also
You want to
6-2.
play? Let's
And notice
play.
the disparity between Champlain and Durham. Durham has 2 other players at 2 kills each, and Champlain has a kill for basically every single player, and one of them has 4. They're doing a lot better all across the board because they've been disallowing Durham in some of those rounds, which will start to add up in this war of attrition that Valorant turns out to be, especially when you're reaching the 3rd map in a full BO3.
Yeah, I mean, all things
Spike
considered, you gotta look at
down
these
A.
two teams and what they've done thus far in terms of making plays off each
I
other.
have the spike.
You're now reaching this 4th round. The feeling rounds are over. Everybody's been buying as much as possible. You're expecting rifles at every single turn, but when you already have a little bit of a force coming out, when you see Jansel trying to rely on this torty force, or the rest of Durham knowing they had an extreme fumble in this last round, they're desperately trying to recover, and they know that this round, if it doesn't go their way, they're going to be locked out for probably another 2 behind it. So if Luxy grabbing this kill right on the Juice, making it now a 3v5, it's a very difficult situation for Durham to really make themselves out of because they don't really have too much of aggression. Every single time they lose a player, the name of the game is aggression for them, or aggro for a better, lack of term when you make the comparison saying that you have 5 players, 5 letters to
seconds
work
left.
with, and every single time you lose a player, I mean, that first initial kill, you went from aggro to grow.
Deploying drone.
That literally makes no sense, purely because it doesn't make sense when you're trying to push site without all the resources that you have to work with. So sitting at 4 players still alive at the rear end of this round for Champlain, it's a huge delve, a huge stab to the side of Durham, and I wouldn't blame them if they went for a timeout right now to say, what can we do here? We don't have too much of a buy. Sure, we can manage one maybe, but we don't really want to force up because you can already see Matic is kind of putting his eyes on that, but I don't know if I can really respect this decision out of him. You're going for half armor, you're not going to have much to work with in the next, and even then, I guarantee you they're sacrificing utility in the meantime for this.
Yeah, I mean, they've got what seems like tons of credits in the pocket, but those credits don't last you long, right? Anyone that's gone on vacation knows eventually they're like, you've used a little bit more than you thought you would. Expenses add up, and we've seen that here for Durham. You're kind of paying hefty prices. Having a neon, having a chamber, having a breach, that's a lot of utility. That's a lot you're bringing to the table that you're constantly expending, constantly spending out in every round. It's going to add up. We're seeing Champlain really start to use that as a way to stray further ahead. They've wasted away the tour de force for the Durham side. They have the null command to be able to suppress down that really egregious assault that Durham like to bring to the table because of their agent selection that they've been bringing. We also will see the ability for them to use that Blade Storm on another round should they need to ego. Champlain are well equipped. The problem is you've given up the A side, which is the side of retakes. It's fine to do so, but you've given it up in a way that you have not transitioned the rest of your team already over, and you have no one vying for map control from the flank. This is the problem. This is not the way. You cannot, you need directionally, one single direction, push out this objective and hope for the best. They'll pop the no command, but they'll lose Joey. They'll dive on the side. ENL each gets one alongside Teal. Sebi gets another kill, but they can't clear Crying just yet. Finally, Teal will get the swing to do so. One player trapped. They toss the fragment. Instead of that flash, they could have a good chance. Maticus is in a rough spot. But Luxy will dive bomb them down. The quick rush is successful, and Champlain does a great job of using that no command at the right time to put Durham in a really rough spot.
This is where the game gets a little concerning here for the side of Durham. When you see what they're doing, they're not having too much of a problem when it comes around to getting onto site. It's holding a site, because when you consider the Sentinels, when you consider the controllers, when you play defense, you have to play attacking side when you're on the defense at times, when you're playing for that retake. And then the coin literally flips on its head. You have the attackers playing defense. You have the defenders playing attack. And when you have nothing but aggression, you've already taken control of your space, and you're not constantly putting for pressure on the rest of the map, keeping yourself active while still compensating for the fact that you have to lead the spike behind, it is a very, very risky venture to be taking. And we saw that literally to a T in that last round. We were both kind of concerned about what Champlain was going to do and how they're going to really fight back for the side. But when they say, we have defense, and they sure as heck don't, they have no way to slow us down, that's where things start to really unfold for Durham to say, this may be the biggest kink in our problem, knowing that we can't really defend what we can take control of.
I've got your trail.
4-on-5, Durham may have the man advantage, but like we've mentioned before, the Arsenal not in their favor, but with a quick push to B, they've given themselves a good chance. The Seekers have been expended. The question is, this flank here by Champlain could be the ultimate kind of fallacy for their side. Can they defend against this pincer assault that Champlain are now capable of doing as the defense tries gets into the offense. Quick play by Joey. They find one. They dive out, but they lose their teammate Alexi. But Teal does a great job to find one more. Sebi gets the head there of Juice, but loses the head thereafter to Maticus' Sheriff. It's 2-on-2. Maticus in a good spot. They'll use the Rolling Thunder here. Joey will jump up. Can't get the shot off because of it. And Maticus and Promo managed to come out victorious here, Dallas. That Rolling Thunder was by far the single best play we've seen on this map by Durham, and it gives them that round just completely hand in hand.
And look at, I mean, if you could go back for a replay by any chance and really take a look at that mini-map and what they were doing, they were pushing out off that. They left the spike behind a little bit, but left a couple players in weird spots to set up these roadblocks, and that's all they can really do because they have to fight for constant control. They're literally like fiending right now for map control, and that's what they have to do every single occasion. Even when the spike goes down, say, we're not done yet. We need all 3 sites. We already had the spike down on 1, but we have to make sure to, once again, take the attendance. Is anybody on A? Is anybody on C? Well, no. Okay, not here, not here, not here. They are coming back from spawn. I'm going to move back now, and I'm going to set up for, once again, another attacking approach onto the site when I hear that defuse trying to come down. That's how they're going to have to play this game, and they are just now learning this now on round 7 out of 12 on this half before they have to switch things up and go on to defense on round 12. So, I mean, it's a very, very weird predicament knowing that they're only now on a 1-round deficit. It's an easy way to come back, but a very, very weird way to set yourself up here as a team, and they're going to have to make these adjustments fairly quickly to really make sure they have a fighting chance in this.
Notice how Durham is playing. Typically, when you apply pressure in courtyard, you're hanging out in bottom of courtyard, lobby of courtyard, below window. You're not hanging out near door, the arches side of B. It's so interesting to see Durham's agent selection be the reason why we're seeing that, but they've opened up already for 3. Quick refrag back by DNL, who comes out successful over Janso, but they'll use their neural theft in a position where you basically already know where the 2 players are, but it's a good spot. You know that they've now cleared away from sight. Joey will give the call out. They've got the Blade Storm out. They've got the advantage in terms of being able to clear out the majority of the objective and collecting the rifle up on platform, but all of the players are way over on the opposing side of long, but this plant is easily playable by Durham. I'm not sure why they're sticking it at this point. Cuomo gets an easy shot over to DNL. Blade Storm completely misses out on its target. It'll find the head finally of Promo. They gun for this. They know they must. He's got to swing over to Cry. Cry just needs a couple bullets to do so. The right click and the kill. Joey will not make it back in time, though. Time is ticking down, and I think Joey's realized that will take that step back. It will be a round win for Durham, but they completely bleed every single player in the process. And the same thing can basically be said for Champlain, only Joey surviving.
You know, honestly, Champlain isn't really too beat up by that. Knowing that they're now making the adjustments, they're filling out what Durham's doing, and they're getting more of a read over the course of this game of what exactly they're trying to set up for themselves. They're getting more of a read every single time. They're noticing these tendencies, and so long as they can bleed those guns out, they say, okay, it's only 2 rounds strung together in a row. They haven't reached the full potential of their win streak yet. And our lose streak, knowing what we managed in that last round, and now we got an operator on the field, Joey's going to be holding down one of these sight lines, praying that aggression does come in their way. This is going to be a 33% chance of whether or not Durham right off the get-go is going to say, oh, God, that hurts. Because, as I mentioned earlier, there's 5 letters in aggro, and there's 5 players on the field. If they lose that A game, if they lose their alpha, their omega, if they lose it all right off the get-go off that one player, which is going to be Juice on so many different occasions, fighting for initial control, as you can already see him in garage, well, everybody else is even all the way through courtyard yet into those garage doors. If you get rid of this guy, the rest of the team is going to be completely shivering in his footsteps.
Juice opening up once again for the Durham side, unfortunately losing the fight to Teal, but Teal and DNL short-lived by Maticus and Jansel, who form short work of now a 4-on-2. Champlain looking worse for wear now. The recovery is there, and we're seeing kind of the repeat there of map 1, where we saw the side of Durham have a pretty good lead, and then Champlain just had a major recovery to try and tie things back into a close affair. Now it's the total opposite. Champlain had a great start. Durham now clapping back and doing a good job of keeping this one close, and we've actually gotten an update at this point here, Dallas. The winner of this game will be facing off against the number 6 UTM White. And if you saw the bracket earlier, if you heard at the very beginning of this matchup, that means they upset the Bryant Gold side, who was number 2 seeded. And not only did they upset them, Dallas, they upset them in a 2-0 affair. Lopsided affair from the scheme of things. But Luxy does find the head of Promo. They'll be able to escape for now, getting around these corners, but Joey gets another kill, evening things out for the 2-2. They'll keep it that way at the end, maintaining the weapons, maintaining those rifles, and ensuring they can keep bringing them.
And honestly, I mean, this is one of these kind of situations where you're starting to consider and be a little bit scared if you're the side of Champlain, knowing that you're cashing in on this operator. Joey, as I mentioned, it is a 33% of whether or not they find relative success in a site, or at least in a match. It comes down to whether or not they run into Joey, he finds an initial kill, and then goes ahead and shuts down the aggression by getting that kill on the Juice. If that doesn't happen, we know that plant's going to go down. We know Durham's going to be successful in that front. And if they go anywhere else except where Joey is, it's going to make the problem. It's going to make the problem much, much worse for him, because you've already once again lost one of these players in that situation. Joey's not going to play the aggressor. He's not going to get offensive. He's not going to play like he has a Phantom in his hands. He knows he has an operator, and he's going to want to say that every single time. So Rolling Thunder does come out for the side of Durham, almost a guaranteed free site for him, but you got to make sure to check all their corners, because last time they were in this situation, they really got clapped off in terms of plat. But nobody's there now. They've taken attendance. They've checked on the corners. Sure, a little bit late, but I mean, no real backfire just yet in the meantime. But there's Jansen with the first frag towards that little bit of a garage area. So they know not to push that, but we're not seeing any setup out of Champlain. We're not seeing flanks come out. We're not seeing them really fighting for full map control, but they may not need it if Sebi keeps on playing like this and can manage at least a kill on the board with the Spectre.
They are. It's about getting a trade for Sebi. Hold that with suicide. Doesn't actually need to hold
One
it.
enemy remaining.
Finds one, finds two, finds three. Now, Teal will be the next player to fall, and seemingly the last one possibly for Champlain. It's Extreme Jansel left alone now in the 1v3. They're trying to spray and pray with that sword of course, but praying will be all they've done left as they finishes off the job. A really good round for Champlain as they'll survive with 3, tying things out 5-on-5, and this is still a good recovery round for the Durham side. They've got 3 ultimates on the board that they can expend. I mean, you're talking Emperor Palpatine, you're talking the From the Shadows to relocate, and you're talking about the Seekers for intel. There's a lot on the board for them that they can still bring to the table.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, you sat there. I hate to really correct you in some aspect, but it was a good round. But for everybody on the side of Champlain, but that was a good round for Sebi more specifically. Going ahead, making sure that every single piece of utility thrown out, every shot taken, had some kind of a trade-off there, had something that influenced the entire round. That first initial kill with the Spectre, the follow-up on the orbital strike, knowing it was just there. Joey with the first pick onto Maticus here in this round alone. Every single little shot that's taken like that has that initial first pick, it doesn't matter. There is no impact frags at that stage. Every kill is an impact frag when it's the first blood, and it really makes the other side start to really hesitate for a little bit. You've just lost Breach. You can't push C anymore. You don't have that C long control. You don't have an easy avenue on the side, but you do make the exchange. You push on to B now, and you have Juice there to go ahead and grab that initial kill as an introduction, but you got Till in the exchange, on the return right there, and the retake coming out from the rest of the squad in a 4v3 situation.
Not very possible. Champlain have the man advantage. Now equalized though with Christ kills. 7-5-1, but once again equalized right back. It's been a game of back and forth. DNL somehow coming out victorious. This one not traded in return, but Promo still with all likely chances to do so. The Sky Smoke will be dropped. They're not spraying in the right spot. Zebi's in a great position for this, but DNL overextends. Promo with a quick flick to the head. 3K in the round, and Durham have guaranteed at least they'll break even at this half. And what a great way to do it with Promo leading the foray. 9-7 now, and 3 of those kills alone came in that round much needed as they were starting to seemingly struggle to keep things together. They'll even get 3 points of their ult off of that. No real chance for them to get it back here before this halftime ends, Dallas. But still, very important round for them.
It most definitely is. I mean, knowing they had themselves that guaranteed half, that's a really good standing for them thus far. But, I mean, it also comes down to whether or not, as I mentioned earlier, if they can make the adjustment quick enough on the second half to really show that they are going to be a contender in this game, that at least in that second half, and play for nothing but retakes. And they're going to have to learn that pretty quickly looking at their composition. I mean, they've gone ahead, had some pretty good success thus far in this half, and knowing that they took control of the site, we saw that success come out earlier, especially after those first 2 rounds not going to their favor. I gotta say I was a little concerned for them, but now, knowing they've at least reached 6, they've gone ahead and felt out this map. They know what they have to do, and they're making these adjustments accordingly. They're making a much more strong advocated case for themselves of why they're here and why they can go ahead and win this third map. But, I mean, with these 2 ultimates right now, you're going to pop them right here. I mean, you have to do whatever you can, and quite honestly, I really wouldn't blame to see if we saw Cry pop that Omen ultimate, TP somewhere, at least get the intel of where you're going to be going on the site, give that scouting information to Juice to say if you're free to push the site or not, and feel completely free to just run into the back and Emperor Palpatine everybody down.
Yeah, I was really about to mention the same thing. It feels like a much needed breath of fresh air that could be used, using that from the shadows as information, but no. Crowd use it, get to the back of the C site. Now has a good control. No chance for the Palpatine to raid out either, as Juice falls to Joey on the flank. Joey will be killed off afterwards by Maticus, but Teal has used that no command to their advantage, and it's allowed for Champlain to have a good recovery here on this objective, but both players in Cubby, if they can get this fragment off, it would be absolutely huge. Does that get placed correctly? No. A slight misplacement, and they are now going to be paying the price because of that, and Teal's in an even worse spot. Has nowhere to play around, loses the teammate of Teal now, must fight rifle up, somehow sprays down both Teal out of nowhere. Why are you double swinging when you have the main advantage of playing the game to a T? But it does not matter anyways. 0.34 seconds left, not enough, and Teal will die off as Durham guarantee a 7-5 half.
A good half there for Durham, knowing that this last map they were on, they had to bounce back in a pretty strong manner. They had to give themselves enough reason of why they should keep playing this game, and they've definitely done at least that, especially with the start of the half they have. But, I mean, knowing that this game is going to really twist things up. It was that first round, the switch up. When we saw them win that second round, the force at every single time. Sure, round number 3, we're expecting some crazy things to come out with the Spectres in hand if they stick around long enough. Round number 2, though, being switched up and Durham winning that one, that was something that almost nobody expected, if we have to be quite honest with ourselves. So going forward now, this is what we're going to have to see Durham, once again, as I said, make these adjustments. Play for the post plant. Make sure to say, literally, I will give up the site for free when I see a man. Try and get the kill, and if things don't go out in the direction that I want them to, I get out immediately. You can already see Jansel. I wouldn't blame him if he just snapped out right now, said, forget this. Cry's going to go ahead and grab 2 of these kills. Make that 3 after he picks up the ghost. But, I mean, regardless of that, you still want to play for these numbers. Make sure you got the rest of your team there and really just collapse when the time comes.
One enemy remaining.
Really solid.
Spike down.
Just entire round right now for Durham. They're dominating the side of Champlain on this push. It's expected. We saw the same thing occur initially from Champlain as they managed to have a flawless round 1, and Durham College just kind of funneled into their POV and cut off very quickly. That's kind of the polar opposite we're seeing here. Not a flawless, but still the same pretty much result we saw previously. Champlain now, it's in their lap to do what we saw Durham do. Take the second and the third thereafter. Seems unlikely of all scenarios, but it has already occurred once. The chance is there, and the rate at which we're seeing, though, Durham could use this as a way to continue to curry favor with the round gods and maybe trying to deny Champlain's recovery here for the upset.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the second round and looking at what they got in their hands, they're obviously going to go for a bye here to work with. But, I mean, Durham being on the defensive side, this is where they could actually have a hole, where they could see what Champlain's going to do. Play for this aggression, look to get close, especially Cry with that judge in hand. He's not going to have too much of an impact play right now, but if he comes into B and players are still hugging that site, knowing that gun isn't going to be bought, that they're in for a very, very rough surprise, I'll tell you. But already the double swing coming out through the smoke, and Maticus and Juice are not punished for it at all. I mean, sure, a little bit of health off the board, but that's not going to really matter there towards the rear view so long as you know that you have yourself an overwhelming number of players that are still alive and well. Joey, not even really anything at all. Metal Gear Solid right now in a paper box. Hey, would have managed 3 and make the round look doable, but the DQ still comes down. No matter what, an outstanding effort there, robbing so many guns in the process, making at least this next round so much more difficult for him.
You're looking at a single player who almost got snuffed out by Juice. They checked behind Gong, but they didn't actually check behind Gong, right? They looked on that right side and said, nah, I don't see anybody there. It's totally fine, right? And then just, turned around. Why did Juice not clear the back of Gong? They have the speed.
They would peek us, right? You know, they would peek us.
They would, yeah. They'll come to us, guys.
They're trying to die right now. They're trying to close out this round. Why not?
Let's have this round. Come on. We already know it's going to be 5-9. And then, out of nowhere, come alive and have a huge recovery. Speaking of coming alive, not really the case right now for Durham. Jansel and Cry fall short and die instead. Kind of the opposite of what we're saying. Now they only have 3 players left standing. They don't have the weapons, and Champlain College are looking like they would more than likely come out the victor as they put down Plant and force the 5-on-3 and put the time constraint now on Durham as the defense will quite quickly have to become the attack.
Yeah, and these returns that I mentioned earlier, that where we have to see them really excel in these retakes. And if you don't really check every single corner, if you're not really quick with these retakes, we've seen they were already pretty lackluster when it came around to these last two maps. That's a pretty promising aspect for the side of Champlain College, knowing that, I mean, they are in a pretty big deficit. If they get this round, they got to keep the majority of the guns, and that's the biggest thing overall. But knowing that, I mean, Promo only has 8 health, this guy's obviously going to run away and let the other two teammates take care of it, as they can guarantee themselves at least one gun to make it towards the prior end of this round, or the latter half. But I mean, everything else that's going to be on the side of Champlain, that's a good half for him. That's a good round to put onto the board. 6-9, not the biggest deficit in the world, definitely doable, especially if you get that econ onto him. That's going to be a free round to work with. But I mean, going forward, they have to fight for the same control. That's the biggest thing that Durham has on hanging over their heads right now, to say that if you don't fight for the same control, if you don't set up these roadblocks when it comes around to the post plant, sure, you can play defense on site, but we're going to literally save every single bit of our utility for this retake. And once it comes down, you're going to have flashes for days. You're going to be stunned. You're going to be stunned on top of your stun. No matter what it is, you will not be able to play this game for at least a solid 15 seconds. And that is plenty of time for us to not only take the site, but defuse it as well.
It's not only a time for a lot of teams to say we're taking site and defusing, but it's also moments where teams to say we're going to go for the kill, right? We've now suppressed you to the point of non-existence. Let's go for the kill. Let's finish the job. We've started it. Let's go for the completion. We're seeing that right now from Champlain. Quick knife suppresses down 2, and they kill off 3. I mean, this is a Champlain site that is victorious beyond all measure. Why are you 3-stacking the A site, the easiest objective in the game to retake as a whole? I mean, the entire game of Valorant, Dallas. This is the easiest retake objective in the game. And you're 3-stacking the site. 2 of them, no, I'll say it, all 3 with no chance to escape. 2 players down in hell and 1 player holding that cubby side. What are you doing here? And because of that, Champlain just say, okay, let's run in and gun them down. There's no chance now for the post plant. They have 2 players. From the looks of things, they're going to go for maybe an exit frag or save. Cry tried to go for that frag, but falls short by Sebi's hands, and Gansel wants to hold on to the operator. A smart decision, and seemingly the only one that Durham College made in this round.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this stage in the game, you want to hold C long. You want to make sure that this operator can get its influence, and Jansel's going to be saving it for that exact reason. But, I mean, put this guy specifically towards that A side. Get him on A long, get a tray mark there towards A short. You put your rendezvous close enough where you can get right to B A connect, and make sure that you have yourself a free avenue to make yourself scot-free and unscathed there towards the latter end of at least that engagement. But knowing that this game is being brought back on its head, knowing that those first 2 rounds, that these last 2 rounds, the 2 gun rounds, the one that's supposed to retaliate the retaliation, as I'll put it, as weird as that sounds, that's where you're supposed to see these teams fight back. But when you win 2 of those in a row, and in a pretty convincing manner as well from the side of Champlain, that's pretty concerning for the side of Durham, knowing that they don't have this play just yet, knowing that the overcharge is going to come out so quickly. You have to grab these kills immediately, and that's exactly what they do. When Teal and DNL both grab a specific kill on their own, Luxy, everybody's getting their own taste of blood. That makes the job so darn hard for the side of Durham for this retake now, knowing that all their aggression now relies on Maticus alone, because you see Jansel is now the only player standing, and we saw it in that last round. He was the last player standing with nothing but an operator. He's not going to peek. He's not going to push this. It is making his job almost impossible.
I mean, you're looking at a round that Champlain took no victims, right? They're no prisoners. Everyone victimized on the side of Durham College there. That was a scenario where you're saying, okay, Juice has to do so much here. You're talking about the overdrive. You're talking about bringing out the Palpatine. Do it. And unfortunately, only one person got done on the opposing side.
Yeah.
It just wasn't where you wanted to be. And Champlain looked like for a second there, they're about to be on the back burner. They're about to be struggling for a good piece of that action. They just returned. DNL did an amazing job of finding an opening kill. That allowed for the rest of Champlain to swing out quickly to assist the player of DNL. And that's one of the more important factors that your Cypher needs to do when you're playing the attack instead of the defense. Cypher's really darn good defensively, but they can also play the attack really well if your team builds around that weakness that is typically the kid of that attacking player. And we're seeing that so effectively here. However, this next round's underway, and look, Champlain have lost first blood, and they don't have the option for that Blade Storm, and there are Seekers, 3 of them, hunting them down.
Yeah, those seekers are going to give some intel, but when you got a lot of these players kind of scattered about and sitting right there towards spawn, you're not going to get too much intel off it. That's honestly one of the biggest counters to the seeker. When you just run to spawn and say, we're going to run it back. We're going to go right back to that surprise element. That's sure, you know we're in spawn, but what does that tell you? We were in spawn eventually anyways. If we run it back and we can sit there and double down on the site once again, that's going to be something you're not expecting. And especially one thing right here where you can see the aggression, you're not expecting a B hit, quite honestly, especially when Sebi grabs that initial kill on the side, a much bigger one, shutting down Jansel. Matic is falling as well. This round is already turned around immediately into the favor of Champlain, and it comes down to a retake situation where Durham's supposed to be favored in.
They managed to just turn this one and Champlain in a good spot. Juicy will try to deny it. 2 nice kills. Unfortunately, Teal quickly fragging it back in return, but that has opened things back over to the Dorm Lord side. They can still reign supreme, but they have to reign this one in first. 2 players left standing. They've got to deal with Luxy playing from window. Promo's going to do just that. They're not really setting themselves up on that sky as well as they could be. Promo's going to continue to watch window. Sweep quicker through B. You are just isolating Promo. That is suicide at its finest. You can't let your player be isolated like that. That is a give up. You called it earlier. You don't want to call it that. I don't want to call it either. It looks like a throw because you're letting your player fight solo fights that are not advantageous for them. You've got to swing fast on that. You got an Odin. You got the big boy gun. Just swing the corner and hold down left click.
And, yeah, you also got to get yourself a timeout if you're the side of Durham, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. I mean, I don't blame them. You just had this game completely flipped on its head. You had yourself a lead coming into this half. You got the first 2 to back it up. You're saying, I'm looking good here. And that's the only thing you've gotten in this half thus far, with 4 unanswered rounds back to back to back for the side of Champlain College right now. That is really concerning to look at for Durham. And I've said it earlier, and I'm going to say it once again. The thing they had to negotiate, it sounds extremely weird. It sounds odd, but you have to break out odd strategies to match your composition. And that's literally what you have to do. You signed yourself up for it. You threw yourself into these shoes. You put the socks on before as well. But you're not ready to run the route that's been laid out for you with running a composition like this, and we're not seeing it in full force yet. We have seen no plays come around on the flank just yet. People are too scared of these chamber trademarks. If they're not hitting the trademarks, they know you're coming from the other 2 options that are back towards spawn. So what is the problem here? Why aren't you breaching a site? You have the most aggressive composition I think I've ever seen for this map ever in terms of the collegiate scene, or at least NECC in this season, unless you're running maybe a 5 duelist. But I mean, this is pretty darn close to it. So, I mean, all things considered, we're not seeing them in their full potential yet. Durham have to do something weird. They have to do it now, and they have to do it to at least get an answer on this round. And they're going to pop an ultimate, at least to have an exchange on the side of Champlain. But, I mean, that's going to bring the aggression. They've already done half the job. They have literally taken over entire side. And now we see the flank coming out that I've been asking for.
This is going to have to come through. Frenzy in hand, though, for Cry. Their teammate of Juice actually has a Vandal, and it works out. They come over the top of T&L, finishing the job. Cry's a little bit of a sacrificial lamb in regards to Luxy there. He was also close behind to finish the job. 3 players here towards C lobby. They have left Spike here as well. They're not actually going for this plant. It was very interesting. Despite full site control for them, they retreated. They disengaged. And because of that, Durham now have them completely pincered. And even though they don't still have their player, their Juice, holding down the attacker spawn, they still think they do. And because of that, they're forced to still funnel in towards C. And guess where that is? That's where Jansel is lying in wait, loving arms in the operator to ring out 3 kills. An easy, triumphant finish for the Durham College side. And all it took was a little bit of backwards pressure, a little bit of viability of that map control like you were alluding to, and it pays off dividends, shutting down Champlain College.
I am baffled.
I am too.
I am completely baffled
why that worked.
And even then, I'm just curious. I mean, I don't like to go ahead and give teams a lot of flack for what they do, because I know they always have a reason at the end of the day. But when you have full control of a site, you 100% check every single corner. You saw the sightlines. You saw where these players were looking. Checked every single corner on C, said nobody's home. Let's not plant the spike yet. Let's make sure to get that first blood before we get the spike. What is that? What was that? I genuinely have questions, and if Champlain ended up pulling this out, I'm definitely going to be asking them here in the rear view. But I mean, as it stands right now, you even have the first blood to follow up for the side of Durham right now. They played backwards, they played that passivity, they want to work for the retake, and Joey punishes them for it. You make sure that Juice is off the board, so that's their front end, that's their first man, that's their right foot being thrown onto the side to lead the rest of the charge, and your flag boy, your drummer boy, is a better term, to go ahead and get you on. And with that spike down, Durham is in that situation now saying, okay, well, how do we play this out? We have a breach, and that's the only aggression we got. Just on every single round has this operator work with, does not want to push up, and every single time he's tried to do that, it has not worked. And even then, Teal making a kill, Joey getting one as well. It all comes down to Maticus, who has no health to work with, and that's a round number 10 on the board for Champlain. Coming back and bouncing back from the round that we're all going to have questions about here for probably the rest of the season and next year as we go along, but nonetheless, they make sure it's on the back burner.
I mean, you're talking about going from a round that we looked at and saying, this is the best possible way for Durham to win. And it was kind of handed them in a lot of ways from Champlain being really indecisive. They had full control of the objective and step back, but still an amazing masterclass for Round by Durham College to play that one in the way that they were given it. Not a lot of teams would take advantage of that because it's such an odd round result and an odd round attempt that they would just kind of let that fall through their fingertips. Durham did not. But that last round, it felt like we just stepped back to the same old Durham College we've been seeing in this last round of this half. It just feels like Champlain are playing better than them here. And that cannot be the case. First frag, once again, Champlain College go ahead. They cut down an early kill. Juice does get one right back. It is that right foot you mentioned. Like you alluded to as well, you cut it down like Sebi just did, and now Durham College on that back burner again. Fry forced to do a lot. Much done. Shorty does find one. It's a 3-on-2. Player up and having a promo. The other one trying to come in from Tun's side, but Smokes eluding away the sightlines of both. The obfuscation does not seem to matter, though, and he'll still lose promo quickly by Sebi, but refrag back by Chancel. Chancel needs to find two. One player in health, quite low as well. Could be an easy kill, but Joey does not miss the head. Gets the kill. 11-10 now. Champlain have made the return, have recovered, and have made it now ahead of the side of Durham, though it's taken them the majority on this second half to do so.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, they now had the advantage to work with once again, as we were kind of expecting them to take that earlier, but now they finally get it within their grasp, especially considering that we saw Maticus play that aggression. I said it on so many different occasions. You need an agent who's going to play aggressive, sure, on the defense, but somebody who has an actual escape card. Breach is not that agent. Let me break it to you, big dog. That's going to be the one guy that can't get out of anything. Omen could shadow step or at least get some smokes down. The most Breach could do was stun and hope that everybody can watch him run past them while they just try and shoot one bullet per minute in the meantime. That's not going to be your player to do that. While you're trying to play for retakes, while that's been all your aggression and all your efforts that really get paid off thus far, we finally see the effort trying to come out on the flank this time out of Juice, but it just doesn't really work.
Where this is making a break it for the Durham Lords. They have to recover here with the weaker set of weapons. They find a nice kill, but they lose two in the process. That's a trade that cannot be let it occur. You've now got to find so much impact off of one man. Jansel's done it before, but there's the no command. It suppresses down. The tour de force is gone. Retreat, Jansel. Play for the retake. This is the easiest retake objective in the game of Valorant. You just can take a step back. Don't be sacrificed early. Try to be the late stage player that we know you can be. Quick blink though. Notice Christ's position in mid window. He has not found a weapon. He was a little bit further back on the opposing side of Hay. If he doesn't have one by coming this close, then that could be the thing that ends it. But there is also a player watching through short side, but no one's defending towards long. Could be a great spot for Cry. But the Sovas working their way through lobby. This looks like it will fall in favor of the Champlain side if they do take out Cry. This could be the worst case scenario. Luxie doesn't. They manage to find him. Quick drop from heaven and sent to hell. Maticus goes down, and so does Extreme Jansel. An easy round for the Champlain side. Not even the tour de force could save the Durham Lords. And now this is the last round. Looking down the wrong end of the barrel, Dallas. This match point, series point for the Champlain side. The upset may be doomed to occur.
I don't even know if this stage we could call very many things upsets. We've seen so many upsets already within this playoffs that honestly we should just get rid of the seeding system all alone with how close all these players are looking and how many we've already alluded to and how many we've already seen prior thus far. But knowing that going into this last round, Durham obviously, it goes without being said, they're going to have to play perfect Valorant in this stage out and they can't lose very many weapons in the process. Otherwise, they only have 2 to work with, so it's not that big of a feat if they do find themselves in the overtime. But getting there is going to be the biggest concern. We already see the aggression. I like this coming out of promo, using that utility to find that instead of actually throwing your body on the line. Even then, one of the most furthest and long engagements that you can really lay out on the map. Go ahead and see if there's anything there. You saw the shots come through. You know the players are there, and honestly, Luxy there with a gorgeous Hunter's Fury to back it up, cutting off that right side, making sure nobody can make a little bit of a close setup and be in these sneaky corners. It all comes down to whether or not Juice, once again, having to be that right foot, can run out on sight and really have the impact they're looking for.
And this is a Palpatine moment. You have to do it. The Blade Storm pop by Champlain. Jansel's coming from the flank, and Maticus falls to the blades of Joey. Here comes the Palpatine. Just maybe? No, not
Last
needed
player
just yet.
standing.
Jansel finds 2. Now cut short, though. Juice has found 1. They need to find 2 more. 3K must be required. But DNL
Attackers win.
snips them out and cuts them down the second they step around that Radiant crate objective in the center of sight. And it will be a victory for the Champlain College side. And a great 2-1 affair here for the best of 3 of our semifinals. And they'll make it to contest now against the could have been probably the number 2 Bright Gold, but upset them. The UTM White number 6 seed. Like you said, it is a day of infamy. The NECC should just get rid of their seeding system. That's what it is.
We're not the ones to make that call, but it's seeming like a pretty valid suggestion right now, considering how many upsets we've seen thus far. And just honestly, usually we'd sit there and freak out about it, but with what we've seen thus far, throw this one onto the pile. We got an entire load of them right now, and this is just one extra to put inside of the system. And honestly, it was completely deserved by Champlain. We saw them have an outstanding map 2. We saw them have constant relativity in map 1, and that was the biggest differential that we saw on both ends of the spectrum, a 13-10. We ended on a 13-10, and in the middle, that's where Champlain said, nah, we're going to make sure to have a darn good map. We're not going to have a good map and a close map. We're going to make sure to have a definitive win. By the time it gets to the stage being close once again, we know we have the kick on them because we've already taken it once. We took it by a very large margin, and they're going to want to cash in those rounds eventually, but here is not going to be the spot. And I can't wait to get on the phone at least with one of these players and figure out what exactly was going on and see what they were doing in the meantime, because Champlain had an outstanding performance. While things did look lackluster, and while we had a lot of questions, which one of them will be about that round where they have full control of C and said, we don't want it, because good God, dude, I am still trying to figure that out myself. That's the 7 wonders of the world. But regardless of that, knowing that, I mean, this composition was seemed a lot more even, they highlighted why people play Valorant the way they do, why you need both ends of the spectrum, why you need both sides of the coin, whether or not you're on the attacking side or defense, because if you cash in on one thing, you have to completely adjust your play style around it. And if all 5 of your players aren't on board for that, you're going to have a rough time.
Yeah, rough time indeed. That was what we saw at the Durham Lords, a full reverse sweep there. Dallas, in case you didn't remember, I mean, they took map 1 in a sense, and it was a close affair too, 13-10. Second map was not that close. Third one obviously was close, but 13-10 again, if I recollect here as well. So it's interesting. You start off with the 13-10, you end off with the 13-10, but not by the same team. But we're going to head over to an interview with one of the players of the Champlain College side. We'll get that underway, but before then, we're going to take a quick little break between that to get that set up for you guys. Don't go anywhere. There's another game after this as well.
Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you. to fix a lie. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh baby, 125 in the middle of the night, got my engine thundering. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's slow us down, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all are crazy. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat. Lights flashing behind her. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat. Born to ride, Mustang 65, got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor, turn that giddy button to a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all are crazy. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat.
Welcome back, everybody. We're joined here in the booth by the Champlain College Esports side of Sebi, the player, the myth, the legend, the one that has trampled over the lords there for the Durham College side. Welcome once again, Sebi, to the booth. My first question, I'll start things off, is what is going through your head for the trigger discipline play up on Platt on that last map there of Haven when you got the 3K quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we knew that when they were coming in with when they were picking breach, we're like, okay, we just gotta play these off angles. If I'm playing an angle I can get flash on, I'm just gonna end up losing sight, like getting died there. And I'm sitting on plat, I'm okay, they're not clearing this, so I'm like, okay, I think I'm good here. I see the one first, I'm like, okay, if Neon's not checking me, nobody's checking me. And I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna sit here and wait for him. And then happy enough, they all came into me, so good play there.
I mean, it was so much fun to see that. I was enjoying that at the moment. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
No, it was very good. I was very shocked. That was one of the problems we saw from actually both teams here tonight, Dallas, was people not clearing corners. But We can touch more on that afterwards. You guys can fire review that. We called it out a couple times, especially on that
Yeah.
one. But I'll let Dallas. You got a question? I know you have a big one that you're really
Dude,
keen in on asking.
Okay, this isn't really me just trying to get on y'all or anything. I want to know what happened. I'm pretty sure it was on round 20, where y'all could have tied things up. Y'all could have brought it back. Y'all have full control of C-site. I mean, checked every single corner, full attendance made. Y'all said, all right, C's clear. What do we do? Let's go to another site and plant it somewhere else. We don't want C-site right now. I want to know what's going through y'all's head. I know Juice was coming around the flank. Y'all saw a couple players, y'all wanted to back Trace to take care of them to make sure the flank was covered because of how aggressive their composition was. I want to just know why that spike didn't go down, more importantly.
Yeah, so I remember our teammate who was actually had the bomb, and Josh. He was like telling us, okay, let's play long. We got like Soba and Brimstone, let's play the long angle. So we do that, and then we're like, okay, assuming we're like, okay, he's gonna put the bomb down, and we're all gonna play long. Like that was the original plan I had. He goes on site and then he just taps the bomb, and we're like, what? And then he just doesn't plant it. I was like, plant the bomb, and then he just like starts running back and like plant the bomb. And then we hear two flank, and we're like, oh no! So we just start fighting, and we're like, okay, I think we need to leave here. And then I was like, okay, we got the two flanks. He's like, okay, now we can refight. But it was like we thought he was gonna plant the bomb, and then he just didn't. I was like,
yeah, because I mean, by the time y'all turned around again, Jensen was like, all right, you want to come back to side? Here's an operator for you. You're not getting this again. So we're like, all right,
exactly.
that is what it is. But as a follow-up question, I mentioned that aggressive play because I mentioned every single time. I mean, looking at Durham and their aggressive composition they had. I mean, that was they might as well have chosen 5 duelists. One is kind of literally what I was referring to. How did y'all sit there and make the adjustments? What was the initial thought process when y'all saw that this is probably one of the most aggressive things we've seen probably ever in a collegiate scene? How are we going to make these adjustments right now? What do we need to do off the get-go? What do we need to read over the course of this game, especially when we go on to the attacking side? Do we have to set up for any kind of plays in case they go for this retake? Because obviously I mentioned that they need to play for flanks. They need to go ahead and hit every single aspect of a site from every single angle, but they kept on playing from CT a lot, which I'm sure kind of caught y'all off guard.
Yeah, so I'll be honest, their C garage take was really good. Every time they had garage control, it was really hard, especially for me to play on site. But it's something I'm trying to remember which team I said, but at the beginning we saw this comp, and we've seen a lot of optic play in challenge finals right now.
Yeah.
And when we know what happens to them is you play a normal angle, like we saw it's basically an opticom. You play a normal angle, you're gonna get flashed like 3 or 4 times. You just gotta play these different angles that are harder to clear with a breach because ultimately we had never seen them play that comp before, and it's really hard to play. So I figured they'll miss a few. But at the end of the day, it's kind of hard because you have to play like basically one on site, and then everyone else got to retake because the site just gets lit up with util, and it's really hard to stay on. You have to find those few angles they don't clear, and then hope you get those angles. Otherwise, like all your basically like normal holds are like out of the question. You know?
Yep.
Like I felt like that game, especially I was playing that C side way differently than usual. Like I don't normally play on platform, and thank goodness I did. But it's definitely changed up a lot of things. We honestly recognized that as soon as we got into Agents Flag, which was actually really helpful. We just recognized immediately what their comp was looking to do, and then we kind of adjusted that way. So
fair enough. And even then, I'm sure that okay. And then that's another thing. Just I'll probably be done with my questions at that point because I know Scott's obviously got something else to ask. But I mean, in the meantime, we saw a close game when it came around to Ascent. That's going to be expected. Every single team, all y'all are expected to play Ascent at one point or another. It's the highest map pick rate across the entire league, whether or not it's Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 1, Collegiate. I mean, whether or not you hold a boys and girls club game, for gosh sakes. They'll probably choose Ascent somewhere in that. Knowing that map 2, though, Breeze. I love that y'all chose that because it's my favorite map to cast, and it's an outstanding thing. Y'all had an extremely dominant performance on that map. What was that, that breath of fresh air after seeing how close that first map was? You go on to Breeze, you're expecting a little bit of a close matchup. What we saw in that first half was pretty darn good. But in half 2, y'all said, you know what? We were just playing with our food. We're going ahead and closing this thing out as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think Breeze is one of those maps for us where we obviously have like a lot of heavy hitters like Joey, for instance, and Brandon. They're like really good aim duelists. And so when we play maps like that, it's really easy for them to open up sites early for us. And also, Breeze is just a map that we know in the league doesn't get played very often. Most people don't have like lots of strats for it. It's kind of like Fracture, except people ban Fracture most of the time because they're scared of it. They're not scared of Breeze though for some reason. And so we noticed most people don't play it. So we knew that going into this that Durham Lords had a really good Ascent. I think they almost undefeated on their Ascent, and we had a decent Ascent, so we were comfortable leaving it open. There was a lot of other maps we were more worried about, like obviously Split and Icebox having a bit of trouble. So we were okay to go to Ascent with them, knowing that we might not win that one, and that's okay. But we knew that we gave that up for Breeze, and we knew Breeze was strong for us. We've been practicing a lot more, feel a lot more comfortable on it, and honestly, some people just they can't take your duels against our duelists. So feel really confident with that.
Sambi, I don't really have many questions for you. I'll give you your stage here for a minute to shout anyone behind you. I know you got some teammates behind you. I see one lingering over your shoulder here right now. I'll give you a moment to shout them out, or don't. I mean, it's up to you. But
No,
I will point out, you guys have upset the #1 seeded Durham Lords, but you're not the only team now to have pulled off an upset. The UTM White side beat out the #2 seed. You will be facing off for them in the next game. Really, the end-all, be-all. It's the upset, the underdogs coming to a very tumultuous point. I hope you guys are excited for that one. I just wanted to point out to you guys, it's not just you guys doing the upset. Today is the day of the upsets for the NECC, and it could be doomed to continue. We've got another game coming up after this one. But Sebi, I'll give you a chance to shout anyone behind you. It could be your mom, could be your dad, it could be any of your family, it could be your second extended cousin from your dog's adopted sister. I don't know. But I'll give you your platform for a second.
Yeah, so I just want to say, first of all, at least for all my team, all the people supporting me, my managers, coaches, staff, all my teammates, friends and family come out and support me, my girlfriend and family, they always come out and support all my games and watching everything, so really appreciate it. My teammates, especially Joey, plays the IGL role, sorry, coming right here, does a great job every day. We come in and working, grinding, I really appreciate what these guys put to work. We're working with a newer program, and we are honestly feel like we're showing our colors, and I'm really excited to play against UTM White. They were a great match to play when we played them last. It was honestly really surprising to see how well they did considering their seeding. So I'm actually excited for this upset. I think it's going to be a great game for finals. But I just want to shout out to everybody who supports me along this journey. It's been awesome so far, and I'm really excited at the finals.
Well, we'll have to see how that one goes. I wish you guys the best of luck. You guys have had a very fun game. This was very enjoyable to cast, and I wish you guys nothing but the best going into this one. This has been the NECC. We've got another game coming up right after this one. Make sure to stay tuned. There will be plenty more action as the Alabama Crimson Squadron actually face off against the UVic side, and this one's going to be an absolute banger, a slugfest for sure. Stay tuned.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh. need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there.
Talk about a game of upsets. The NECC
Yeah.
story is continuing to unfold, Dallas, but this one should be much closer of an affair when it comes down to it. The number 2 seed, Alabama Crimson Tide, versing the number 3 seed of the University of Victoria's Blue roster here for the Champion Cyan Division. And these teams have had trials and tribulations, and one of these teams has had a trial more recently than the other, at least that we're know of here, Dallas, who actually took victory in a Valorant LAN just this past weekend.
Yep. I was literally there for that. I know you're going to bring that up because you and I were both expected to, but you ended up going to PAX or whatever, some small event, I guess. I get it. A big name like yourself has to go and make a celebrity appearance in the meantime. But in the meantime, I was stuck down here in Alabama. I was going ahead and casting over these guys, and they had an outstanding performance. Alabama coming hot off a win like that, knowing that it wasn't just a weekend of scrims for themselves. It was a weekend of prize earnings. It was a weekend of trophies for them. And honestly, in a day like this, where there's so many stakes on the line to go on to the grand finals, they have a lot more on the line now, knowing it's not just a statewide competition. It's a national thing, and they have a statement to make, especially looking how they performed. I'm really looking forward to what they got, unless they just start falling asleep at this time of the day. But if they can perform at 10 a.m., I expect them to start performing at least at 10 p.m.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes for sure, though. It's nearing 11 for them. It's midnight where I am right now, but obviously my time zone, same as yours usually, so I'm totally fine and up for it. Let's get this one underway. First, let's take a look at the bracket to see how it's shaped up to this point, what these teams have had to go through as we're nearing that final point, and the NECC season has somewhat seemingly come to a close, and we're vying for that Nationals potential. You see over there on the left for these two teams, Crimson had to go through some tribulations, but so did the side of UVic. They had to face off against the Houston Alpha roster. They took that 2-0. There's the same thing there for the Crimson side. However, the victor between these two teams will have to face off against the victor of the UHM Varsity Black and the victor there of the Sac State Green side. Both of those teams, quite good. Very good, if I might add.
Yep.
But both of these two teams also very good, Dallas.
Of extremely loaded group, I would say, quite honestly.
Yeah.
So for them to go through tribulations and to know that their tribulations weren't titans, but we could almost call them gods within the spectrum of what we're dealing with in terms of these teams that we have, knowing the kind of division they're in, knowing the teams that they are, and still having such as dominant performances as they had, you really can't blame them, honestly. So knowing they still had themselves some pretty good matchups, knowing they've still had some really good relativity just across the board, both these squads in general, knowing the kind of predicament that we just threw them into, for them to still have as much of a fighting chance, as much of a standout performance as they had to get to this stage, I'm expecting an absolute bloodbath. I mean, we just saw the conclusion of a really good series. I'm thinking this is going to be a great series. And if we get disappointed by any means necessary and see somewhat of a 2-0 blowout by any means, we're still going to get a lot of clips in the meantime. We're going to get excited over those.
Yeah, we'll have to see your goals. Let's see the players who will be kind of facilitating that bloodbath like you mentioned. We'll start off with the Alabama side, if I recollect, to see who they're bringing to the table. Now, you obviously have a little bit more of a history with them, so I'll let you bring it out. What do you expect to see from them as well?
Well, I can go ahead and at least lay these names out for you just in case you want to make sure to know you're getting your pronunciations correctly. We got Zen and Gavin, great content, Cy and Toasty. And I like to call them 5 insane fraggers more specifically, because knowing what they can do, looking at these players, knowing how they play their roles, they're a little bit more specialized, I'll say. They don't have too many flex players that are going off by any means, but you have them, everybody playing their own specific role, and they do a darn good job at it. I mean, there's a reason specialization is a word that's put into the dictionary, and they are almost the epitome of it, looking how they play the game. I mean, Cy, going for that fragger role, usually playing sometimes that duelist, playing the chamber a lot of the times, and I mean all other kind of considerations. But even then, they still have a massive opponent up against them out of the likes of the Vikes.
I mean, you're looking over here. You've got the Victoria side. They have a lot going for them. They're into this one. They're 1 seed below, the 7-2 Crimson side, and they're 6-2 themselves, just missing that one game that they had. And they're coming into this one. They're bringing out Krakow. They're bringing out Mugalele. They're bringing out Triple. They're bringing out Jers. They're bringing out Avidity. They've got a lot on the table. And both of these teams, which is something that was kind of odd to see in comparison to what we see a lot in the NECC, these are some older rosters. These are seniors, juniors. I mean, Alabama had 1 sophomore and the rest were seniors and juniors. Here for the Victoria side, for UVic, they've got 1 sophomore, they've got 2 seniors, 1 junior, and a freshman. So only 2 out of their 5 on their mainline roster here are actually underclassmen. So this is another one of those rosters that's going to have a lot of experience together. They're going to have a lot of history working in tandem alongside each other to keep things calm and collected. But I want to point out something. Maybe we didn't point out initially. We'll pull up the map selected for you guys as well to be able to talk about that. But for the Alabama Crimson Tide, they're only suffered 2 losses. One of those was against the UHM Varsity Black side, which is obviously came out on top, and they're going to have to face off against Sac State. But also, their other loss was against CSUDH Cardinal, who they beat in that first stage of the playoffs, and that was a forfeit loss in the main season. They must not have been able to make the game or something. That means more than likely we could have seen an 8-1 Crimson go through to this point and be even higher seeded possibly, which means that the only reason we are seeing this UVic game is because the Crimson Tide forfeited a single matchup and they're at this point.
Yeah, and even then, considering these map selections, I'm excited to see that we have this Ascent as a decider. I mean, these teams are playing to their niches, they're playing to their strengths right off the get-go, and they had that mutual respect to know that Ascent is going to be that tiebreaker, and that's how it should be, knowing that every single team is prepared for this. I've seen Alabama on multiple occasions. I haven't had too much of a realization or too much of a review of the Vikes just yet, but I'm excited to see what they can provide, at least on the second map, knowing that they chose Breeze as well. I'm loving the fact I got put on for these 2 matches because I love this map. I love what it provides. And even then, knowing that we have the Crimson Tide going up against them and choosing Icebox as their kind of curtain call overall, I'm looking forward to see what they can do there because they haven't had very many opportunities. A lot of the teams they've gone up against and faced, the teams know that Alabama loves Icebox, so they get rid of it. When you go ahead and open up the avenue for them, though, and say, we're going to give this map to them to play, to excel in, this is where I'm a little bit concerned unless the Vikes can make sure to have one heck of an introduction on their own.
Now, we actually had a conversation before this because we were talking about, the event that you went and did and what happened. I mean, Alabama had 3 different teams in 3 different games go to the finals. They won 2 of those, lost the 3rd. And we were talking about how we were joking about how the team Auburn, which is the team that I root for, so don't think that I'm biased just because we're also from Alabama. They're huge rivals, so maybe I'm even against them. Who knows? But they're known for being all over the place. They're known for being kind of rats. They will play cheeky. They're doing the craziest things. So they picked Fracture as their go-to map, and Alabama beat them 13-2.
It was 13-2, man. I like to call Auburn the memesters more specifically because they definitely like to have fun when they play. But Alabama, they're pure business, man.
And that's something you can look at. I mean, you're talking about the Vikes coming into this. They're going to be a team that has some pretty well-regimented rosters, but from what we've obviously seen, Alabama can counter-strat and can build really well. And that's something the Vikes are going to be constantly having to look out for. So keep your eyes on that to see if that's going to go through. We can see the picks going down first. I love the map of Icebox. This is one of my personal favorites. And I also like the agent selection we're seeing right now. We've got the Sages, we got the Silva, we got Viper, we've got Chamber and Jet there for the Vikes side. They pose instead of Alabama. They've only locked in 2, but I'm expecting the rest to be locked in fairly quickly. Zen is known for this Raze. I don't know if they played that much at the main stage, but that is their go-to. They will play Raze over Jet any day of the week. I think I've only seen them play Jet on Haven when it came down to it, but they love that showstopper. They love the boost pack, and they're super mobile with it. They're all over the place. They know how to play that effectively, and that's going to be one of the key points here for the Alabama side to stay ahead.
And that's what I mentioned earlier. That's because typically Psy is going to be the one that's going to fill those roles as the Jet if they feel like they need it that much. Because Psy likes playing that role of the duelist, but I mean, Chambers are pretty good, or I'd say switch up for them because they have these, I don't want to say flex, but they have at least 2 agents they like to excel in. Psy's on that Jet, on size on the Jet, and he's on the Chamber as well. You got Zen who likes to play the Raze and really fill else wherever need be. Great content on that Chamber, or not on the Chamber, excuse me, the KO, and also on the Sova. Playing these initiators, Toasty and Great Content are 2 outstanding initiator players, and knowing that they had the acceleration, know they like to stick to those roles and excel in them, that's something in itself. And I'm going to say it right now. I even sat there and told Sebi when we were about to go into the interview in the last game, I love keeping my eyes on controller players. I don't typically have a role I excel in or main in whenever I play the game, but I love keeping eyes on controllers because they're not always in the fray. They're not initiators trying to set things up. They're not duelists that have some kind of blood and red eyes that say, I just want to kill things. They read the situation. They read the map. They hear and register everything going on, and they figure out what exactly is going on to make these adjustments and give that intel over to their initiator for the next IGL call. So, Gavin, go ahead and keep your eyes on that man, but in the meantime, the Vikings are going to be the ones on the defense, and they're going to be the ones looking for the first pick.
So UVic can get something going for them. It looks like the Alabama Tide are looking to step forward quickly. They've got themselves some chance. And Bill for UVic, but Gavin finds the first blood, and you see a great escape there employed. Sai will be able to get, unfortunately, their life snipped away from them. It's a 4-on-4, though. Alabama still managing to keep this one close. Looks like Triple's trying to play close as well. The company position that was changed with Icebox's obvious map rework that came through with a slight adjustments is being utilized as of right now. Toasty with one, make that two. Classic successful for the Wombo combo. In a great position now for Alabama to continue to use this dominant reign they've gained for themselves. Maybe try to cap a little bit more of the UVic side off guard. Triple managing to find a nice connection and one more. Quick play from behind Yellow, and Gavin falls short there by Avidity, but Avidity loses the life to content. The Triple's finding now their second. They'll need the triple kill. They're hunting for a round, and they're around Yellow. Zin's in a great spot to play this around. Triple has no idea where they're lying, but they miss the first three. But they tag that fourth. They get the kill, and all the Crimson side will manage to find that first round win. It'll be 1-0 at the very beginning here.
A first round on the board for the Alabama Crimson Tide, and even then, to follow up, they're going to have themselves a force to work with as well, knowing they're going to get these Spectres in hand, and even then, I'm kind of looking forward to see whether or not anybody opts not to buy in this round so they can make sure they have themselves a little bit to work with in the next one, because we have seen a lot of players and a lot of teams like to make these switch-ups and say, you know what, we're going to go for whatever we can, but great content with the Bulldog. That's the switch-up that I wasn't expecting too much of, and even more so, you got to say I was even less expecting the two shorties to come out from the side of UVic, and I kind of like this play as well. If they know they can play towards the A side, they can find relative success there, they can really have a good round on their hands, but that's not going to be the case. Alabama knows they have the range advantage, so they want to go onto the speed side, and that's the read I always enjoy seeing out of teams, is making sure they play around the ranges that are optimal for themselves, and even then, they like to play around the utility, because while it may not be necessary with the guns they got, they don't want to chance it.
Use the dominating utility on site will force UVic back, and there's no way for them to contest that objective. That's a lot of util that Alabama will buy because of that first round win, and it's just too difficult of a situation for UVic to recover from, and they have shorties even in some of their players' hands. They just want to contest early enough to be kind of influence on their game. Zin finds one, make it two, loses to the shorty, but Sai finds three. It's a bunny ace between Zin and Sai. You'll probably see that quite a lot here, as that is kind of the Wombo duo there for the Alabama side. They're looking strong, 2-0 start, but this is where UVic will start to clap back. Rifle by, but with the somewhat rough kind of round two they had, they could be pressed to buy full utility. It could be somewhat difficult for them going into this round third.
And even then, Toasty's also one ultimate point off from getting that null command, which is a little concerning for me to know that that could be the one thing that kind of ties up this game, and at least this round more specifically, knowing that you're trying to rip a lot of these guns out, because Alabama, at this stage in the game, they have enough to buy, but they just don't need to. This is a bonus of theirs. They're going to force up whatever they can. They're going to make the jobs as difficult as they possibly can to really open up the rest of the map for themselves. So you can already see they're trying to open up the map by really creating access to both sides. Moving right down the middle, they run into Avidity, and they will grab themselves a pretty even exchange. You get off Moku there towards the back, but when you know it's a 4v4 situation, you have site control now, and you know you let Avidity on the back burner right there towards Kitchen. You know where some of these players may be, and the suppression, the null command comes out already, as we did see Toasty grab that first frag, enough to really give themselves that. And they also have a gun to back it up as well.
That's just a great way to buy time, Dallas. The fact you get that by round three is nasty, but they're going to keep them back. The playthrough combo successful for two. Krakow did manage to find one before falling. Toasty is not contested, though. They'll fight three here in the round. Sit out the blade and find a fourth, as Turns is just not able to keep the fight going. 3-round spree now for the Crimson Tide. They'll hold on strong, and well, Dallas, you also have your own history with the Alabama side. I do too. The president, actually, of the eSport organization there at Alabama, recently graduated. Great guy, love him to death. I worked alongside him for a couple of things. Now he works over at MSI. So if you're an Alabama fan, you're the people here for your gaming organization, for your esports scene. They're doing bigger and better things once they graduate. And like we talked about before here, for both UVic and for the Alabama side, Dallas, these are older rosters. These are, they're going to graduate, and hopefully they continue to grow beyond this and continue to play balance.
Ooh. And one thing that's not really going to grow is going to be Gavin's potential in this round too much. Is you can already look at the health bar. That man took an absolute beating off the get-go for this round. So he's going to play a little bit more of a passive role, probably looking for the flank to just get the intel when it does come around. In the meantime, you'll already see Side being the engager right now and Zen to back him up. As Kreko does go ahead and grab one of these kills and make sure to divvy things out and make it as even as possible. It's still going to be a 3v4 in the advantage of the Crimson as they have themselves the guns to work with. But already you see Gavin grabbing a kill as well. Still with only 5 health at his disposal, he does not have any fear whatsoever. So in a 1v4 situation, Divinity's going to have to clutch things out with every single ammo. They have a player playing around yellow and all the guns that are stacked on top of that one site. Even it only takes one player to find the kill there. So I mean, we could talk about Alabama all day because, as we mentioned, it's a little weird seeing a matchup like this, and we're both from, or I'm not from Alabama, but we're both in Alabama and, have a lot of history around in this area. I want to sit there more specifically kind of reinforce UVic right now. I want to bring the spotlight to them of what they can do to get themselves into this game, and obviously this being a bye round for themselves, they're going to need it almost immediately. I mean, they're going to be on the back burner for a long time if they get this 5th round over and then get a guaranteed 6 for Alabama, knowing they're going to be on a budget once again. And looking at their last budget, they can't really finesse too much of a thrifty, seeing the potential of this teams thus far. So, I mean, UVic, they had themselves a Blaze Storm, they have a 44, so they can have themselves a pretty good budget buy, but it also comes down to the setups. Knowing that Chamber, that Viper is set up towards B, something that a lot of teams predict because it's such a, I'd say, a common setup, that you kind of need to switch things up, or at least grab a weird wall or whatever. And we're not even seeing a wall out, but we are seeing a first kill from Krako, so that's a really good start for UVic to get right back into this.
I love the idea we've seen from the side of UVic. I mean, Alabama applied pressure towards green. They get a lot of damage off. They hadn't yet gotten the kill, but they were still keeping the Sage of UVic's side kind of in mid. They weren't kind of rotate to B. Great idea. With Krako's first blood there, it set things up, but unfortunately, Toasty's not far behind. Now you're in an even affair 4-on-4. The rotation's made out of A, and instead kind of pivoting over towards mid, taking control over towards tube, and looks like a B-oriented push will come to fruition by the Alabama side. The looks of things, Jers is also in a really bad spot. Suppressed. That's intel gathered for the Crimson. They'll try to do everything they can to keep Jers away from contesting. And with 2 players now spotted crossing through Hall, that gives Jers a lot of intel. And I was able to relay that over to the rest of UVic, but Mokulele does not get the intel in time. They'll fall to Zin. The plant will start to be enforced out by the Alabama side. Quick flick and a kill by Krako. They managed to take Zin off the board, but Zim took out Jers. Talk about reflexes in that moment. You're now down to a 2-on-3. Flamestorm pop by Krako. On the opposing side of yellow, they'll try their best, but Krako dives too high and falls to the earth as Toasty gets the headshot kill. Triple now the only player left standing. They'll need that triple kill once again to guarantee it, and Toasty is quite low. But still, despite the lackluster HP, there is no lackluster in terms of confidence. They'll re-swing that Dallas and find the kill. Now Crimson Tide up 5-0.
Yeah, a great start here for the Crimson Tide. I mean, looking at how they're following up in this game, knowing that they've now had 2 shutdown rounds. Look at the start that we saw in that last one. We saw Krako with the initial kill and the operator. We're saying, hey, things are looking good. Like, honestly, UVic can start off with this round. I think it was the over-rotation, oddly enough, to the site where Alabama was actually hitting. It was that lack, and it was almost that hesitation that kind of chewed on UVic in the back of their brain, saying, well, are they going to go? We saw that split. They got in their heads, and after that, they're saying, we need to call a timeout. We need to figure out what's going on. And here on a budget buy, when they had themselves not really too much to work with, knowing that Krako didn't have anything except for that Blade Storm to get aggressive, to get right back in the fight with everybody else. Otherwise, you were going to be on the back end. You were going to be working with that operator and nothing else, and you were not going to have the impact in the fight that you wanted to. So a little bit of a sticky situation, but as the stage of this game really starts to work out a little bit more, as we see that UVic is going to grab, I'm hoping, a couple rounds here on the board to back things up and make it more of an even series, or at least an even map on our hands thus far. This is Alabama's selection, but UVic, they have a history here. I mean, they haven't gotten to this stage without winning Icebox a couple times across the board, and knowing how much of almost a common map to see it is compared to the likes of Ascent almost. So I think it's I think it's like the 3rd most chosen map behind Ascent and maybe Haven because of how long it's been in the game. It has a really good pick rate. So UVic has a history here. I can't say it's nearly as good, but if they've done their homework like the University of Alabama has, they can have themselves a pretty good opportunity. So the push right through mid, I gotta say, this is a little bit of a twist up, but it's not gonna pay off too much towards that B side as Toasty already grabs that kill. and they're going to see the ultimate come out. So, I mean, Alabama looking to invest something here, not being afraid to really burn utility, but make sure that it has some kind of warrant behind it and it has the aggression, because Toasty could have almost died there, got picked up for the heck of it, just to make sure he can get that health refresh.
Right in the paint shell, bites the bullet, so to say. Zin finds a second there with a rifle in hand, and while Avidity does find a kill, it's short-lived because Gavin gets the kill instead with a Vandal quickly in return. This is an attacker favorite map, Dallas.
Yeah.
Right, this is. Just by far. And seeing a map like this is not the most shocking result to see it go this way. We've seen teams, I think we saw one literally last week, Dallas, where it was a 9-3 half. This is the map of 9-3 curses. It is. It will always be.
Yep.
We saw it be 9-3 at half. We also, I know it was 10-2 at half, and yet the return was still made, and it went to OT like 5 times. And yet, that's just how Icebox is. It's just a game of back and forth. When it gets to that point, it's so hard to play defensively on this map, especially with the reworks towards that B site. But you also need players in UVic to just... Ukulele's picking up just now their first kill in this game. That's a shocking result to say, because I've casted UVic before. They are a gorgeous team. There's a reason why they made it to this point. Ukulele is one of the best utility players I've seen, especially in this Champions Division. They're a little bit of a slept-on player in a lot of ways. They just haven't been able to find their impact on the kill feed, which is why we haven't seen a lot right now from them. To make matters worse now for the Alabama side, they've bled away 3. 1 to Ukulele and 2 to Triple in mid. They try to go for the 3K, but name once again does not come to fruition. Great Content finds the kill instead, and they'll even fall shortly after Ukulele, who finds their second. No chance, though, right now for Alabama, as it's just Toasty left alone in the 1v4, and the odds are not so ever in their favor as Avidity finds the final blow.
Finally aboard, a little bit of a round here for the side of UVic, and we were expecting them to eventually get here. We weren't expecting a blowout. I mean, 6-0 was a little surprising, I want to say, at least for my case. You may have seen it coming from a mile away, but I gotta say, I expect at least 1 or 2 rounds out of UVic thus far to make an answer. I'm expecting maybe a 6-2 here, some kind of an answer, but Alabama, they're not feeling any kind of injury whatsoever because they have money on top of money to deal with, because all these rounds that they've been winning, even the ones that were even, were by, I'm not going to say a long shot, but by a pretty dominant force, with at least 3 players standing on the minority of the time, and 4 or more for the majority, which is a very, very impressive feat. It also comes down to whether or not I can really make the exchanges here. Gavin will make these lurking plays. He will find these off angles, even on the attacking side, make the most of it. Great content with the Hunter's Fury, trying to make a counter play to the one coming on the opposite side of the field from Triple there, but it's just not going to really work. Instead, it gets canceled. Zim wants to push it with the showstopper. 3 ultimates now invested over the course of 2 rounds, one of which was on a not even a buy round for the side of UVic, but nonetheless, Alabama want to use them.
It's a great way to zone, but no one nearby there for UVic. Great play by them. I mean, they blend their 2 players on site, but slow to rotate actually favors them here, as the Crimson Tide do not manage to get another kill here with the ultimates. Manage to hold down. It's an even 3-on-3 with the post plant does favor the Crimson. They'll do their best. Quickly working around to go up to the top of 2. Quickly dropping down from rope side. The knife will suppress. Jers is in a bad spot. Needs to clear out Cubby. Great. Fortunately has a teammate, but those teammates quick work. Then takes out Triple. Great Content does find Krako. Jers does clear out Great Content, but Honesty's still up above. There's now no time for Jers to even get the defuse. They'll be forced to run away, and Zin will do the exact same thing. Jers was looking towards the actual explosion. Don't you know the saying, Jers, cool guys don't look at explosions? Unfortunately, I think that slight dissonance in speed because of that cost them their life.
Yeah, and that alone, I mean, look at the Crimson, how they were just bought out that time. They're shown why they're a force to be reckoned with, and it's a little bit kind of intimidating, quite honestly, just to look at. But, I mean, UVic, they have the ultimates to work with. They have a Viper's Pit, and, I mean, honestly, Moku playing onside this B-side every single time, it needs to be popped here, and you can already see they're working for it. They're trying to make these plays, try to get this aggression, and say, we need to stall them up. We have to put them on the other side of the map. Unfortunately for UVic, though, Alabama already had that idea. They knew that Viper was playing towards B. They knew that they were already going to be stationed there. So why not make the immediate rotation? Why even waste time if we're not going to push through it? Let's push on to A and see if we can grab some quick aggression here and then get ourselves a successful plan.
Shots ringing out. Zin finds the opening kill, but their teammate of Gavin dies quickly after by Jers' hands. Sai is popping the tour de force inside Dallas. He's in the objective. He was below rafters and feels the need to pop it despite already being there with the Vandal. They want that oppressive sightline advantage. Looking towards screens. They look to find one. Stolen by Great Content. Now the slow field place after Sai does take out Triple, but their teammates is in a Great Content each take one more out off the board. each one. Crimson up by a 7-round lead. They look decisive on the map of Icebox. There's still 3 more rounds where we can see the UVic side pick up 2 rounds total out of these 3 to reach that coveted 9-3 curse potential. But they're going to have to save this round, which leads us to believe that they're going to have 2 rounds, and they have to find those 2 wins. Because the chances are, the Tide are going to keep rolling down and finding these victories.
Chaos.
Yeah, that's a really difficult predicament here for the side of UVic, knowing that they have to bounce back and at least find one of these to be a thrifty in the meantime, because considered they do get that next round and they lose it as well, it's going to have to be a thrifty. One of them have to be a thrifty, one of them have to be a legitimate buy. So it's going to be a very, very difficult situation for them to get to that 9-3, and that's exactly what they're fighting for. And it all starts with whether or not they can get themselves a kill into the board. So Jers does find that first one onto great content, and you lose to Sova now, and they haven't really gotten the plant down or too much influence on this B site yet, and you have another gun down on the ground for him. So this is a good standing. It's a 3v2 situation. UVic can actually turn this thing around, even have the advantage that so long as side doesn't go off, and even with this resurrection at their disposal and the shots to come out, it's even a 3v1 now. So I mentioned one of those have to be a thrifty. This may be the opportunity that is if Jers is ready for it. Krakow doesn't make the call yet. Zen finds at least one of those, so sitting in a 1v1 situation, but thankfully Avidity is there with the shots, the kill, and the round on the board. So one of those thrifties checked off. Do you have to find yourself another? Maybe. It all comes down to whether or not you're prepared to back it up here in this next one and show that you can win a rifle-on-rifle round and back things up.
Keep in mind as well, you're looking at that round, and that resets the loser's bonus. If UVic lose this round, they're forcing everything, which is the right idea. If they lose this, then Alabama are at another scenario where UVic have to get a 3-3 round win to get that 9-3 scoreline. No matter what, Alabama's been at the advantage for this. They've set themselves up for that case. There's no denying that whatsoever, but UVic are going to have to pay a lot of attention to the economy and how that works and how they can kind of play around it. A lot of collegiate teams kind of fall short of that. They get victimized by their own shortcomings when it comes to managing that. But they're not falling short to. Mokulele is just playing the right idea here against Gavin. They've seen Gavin play this before, so they want to contest it early, but Gavin's not even a player to find the kill. Mokulele will step outside and finds the first blood. Another opportunity, though, and this one actually favors UVic. Avidity from around yellow swings to take off Zen. That's no ultimate, though. Still 2 ults for both sides. No one's lost a player with the ult. I would not be shocked to see Alabama take 1 kill on B and rotate to A because they're not yet dedicated to this site. They can play to their own comforts.
And even then, they know the rotation's already coming through. So they have a reason to make that rotation come out as so long as it actually does. But in the meantime, it may not even matter. When you see that great content is down on the ground, sitting in that down but not out stage with 6 seconds remaining, Gavin's actually going for the resurrection. This man was looking aggressive, and Krakow does as well. But with the shot from Gavin in the 3K, not only does he find the round, he's going to get a plan as well to back it up. He says we're sitting at 9-2. We know they're going to have to get it thrifty, and they're going to have to force this one out. But let's just make sure, just because we get the money, let's find ourselves some more.
What a nasty spot position as well.
My
the green,
God.
Dallas. How do you get, where do you get off going into that position saying, all right, dark cover, paranoia, go for the restabilization, and then get 2 kills afterwards?
I told you. Keep your eyes on Gavin. He may be bottom of the leaderboard, but I tell you, every time, Alabama is extremely good at alleviating your attention away from the actual subject at hand, the main subject at hand. And even then, I'm fumbling on my words because they're also alleviating my attention from what my actual job that I'm being paid to do. So, I mean, it's a very impressive feat that they are able to go ahead and do on so many different occasions and be so consistent at.
They're paying you?
Revealing area.
No.
I'm just playing. Wow, I'm amazed at some point for that. But I mean, someone who should be getting paid, the Alabama Crimson Tide right now, they are making quick work of UVic, and attacker side is really reigning supreme. That's not a shocking result to see, but this does look like it could be a 10-2. They've already gotten the plant down, forcing that post-plant position, but Avidity's done a good job of clapping back now 4-on-4. The Tour de Force comes up for 1. Slow field plays, but only 2 shots remaining. Triple does take 1 out. Zin's quick in the redirect back. Gavin comes up big, make that 2. Hunting for more, but Zin's the player to find it. It's a 10-2 halftime on Icebox of all maps. No 9-3 curse. Showstopper popped as a bit of a consolation. Yay, we got that one. And you'll see the Crimson Tide now switch over to the defense. Keep in mind, they win the first pistol. They take the second as the expected result to see. They're at match point here for map 1 already.
Yep.
Before a single rifle buy.
Yeah, that's the concerning thing right here. I mean, was obviously Alabama's selection, and we sit there and we're expecting a 9-3, but this is going to be an opportunity for UVic to start a new trend right now. 10-2 curse comes up into the Brents, and we can make sure that this becomes somewhat of a series, especially if they turn this thing around. But I mean, looking at how Alabama's played thus far, we haven't seen too much of their defense, I'll admit. And even then, I mean, their composition is a lot more attack-sided, obviously. They don't have too much defense. They're relying purely on Gavin and the trademarks that come around from Psy on that chamber. But it all comes down to the frags as well. Whether they can manage to grab that first one, and they just don't get it. Eventually opens things up, able to grab that first kill onto the board. And with that Sage on the back end, they can make sure the heals are there to back it up. But Moth-Q definitely isn't there to back things up, as he's going to be right there on the rear view, and now also being 6 feet under as well, as it sits at a 4v4. So UVic, they know they have site control. They know that there's a lot of players coming on the flank, but they want to make sure that their entrance is covered as well. They want to make sure CT isn't a problem, but they have to turn around. They have to watch what's coming on from behind them, because that's definitely going to be a big issue here.
Shots ready to ring true. From the looks of things, UVic have that spike down and working from one of the Raptors, which could prove very troublesome. The Crimson side, size up on tube side. Will use his teammate suppressive Toasty and try to work around elbow to Vinity comes out victorious. Toasty does get the refrag back, but every one of their teammates here at Toasty fall short below Raptors. Now it's just up to Toasty to get the job done, although they do find Krakow. They wasted too many shots there, and because of that, Triple gets an easy cleanup. The job not done until you finish the kill, and that will at least alleviate some of the pressure there for UVic. Crimson not allowed to gain towards that match point just yet. The second half comes out strong for them.
It most definitely does. I mean, all things considered, when you get that force to back things up, and I mean, looking at the Bulldog buy, the Vandal buy, Triple as well. I mean, as Moku as well. I mean, everybody's looking to say, if we win this round, we need to make sure we have a fighting chance in the third, because any opportunity that if we give Alabama an inch, they will take a mile, and we can't even allow a centimeter to them right now, because we can't chance with how close they are to closing out this map and make sure we can get as much time onto the board. So it all comes down to whether or not they can make sure to hit these shots, really go ahead and have the hole, knowing that even then we had the luxury of seeing that Alabama's still bought up a little bit. They're making sure to contend. They want to rip some of these guns out, because they know that most likely UVic is working for some pressure. They're working for a wild card, and they've already bought up for it, but can they make sure that it's warranted with some kills to back it up?
Drop the spike.
I think one of the craziest things we've seen, and maybe you haven't been able to see enough of, I alluded to it earlier, Mokulele, really strong utility play. And you're saying the same thing about Gavin. Gavin slept on a lot of weight. You see a utility player, and they can also pop off. That's one of those things that's gatekeeps a lot of lower-level collegiate teams, is everyone needs to do the exact same thing, which is pop off, despite what you're playing, what agent you have, and the utility they bring to the table. And we're seeing that a lot right now from Alabama, and we're seeing UVic start to do it as well here for this second half. They've already found 2 kills. They did lose their jet early. It's not the worst-case scenario. But, as I go back to the point I was alluding to, you need to see players like that, like him for SDSU, Nasi as well for them. For
30
you're
seconds
talking about
left.
Houston, you're talking about Cole, you're talking about Tessid, or sorry, Hawaii, you're talking about Mizzou, you're talking about Crinkle and Conch. There's so much there, and we're seeing them come alive. Mokulele, as I was talking about earlier, finds a great kill with the Vandal. Hunting for more, has to re-step around this orange container. We'll go for a quick use of that knife, but Tosi's not gathering much off of it. We'll go for the re-swing, and Mokulele again comes out victorious, and now Gavin is the only player left standing for the Crimson Tide. They'll use the dark cover, using it as a great way to step over towards the actual spike. A Marshall and a Shorty. The only things in hand, they're baiting out Triple. They use the Shorty effectively, but up in 2. There goes Mokulele. 3 kills in the round. Speak their name, and it will come true. UVic now reach 4.
Whether or not Alabama was really aware of this or not, they at least ripped one of the Vandals out of these players' hands, and that is a huge economic deficit here for UVic going forward, knowing that Mokulele, sure, keeping it in the game, keeping the Vandal, but, I mean, you got to consider that X, he forced a living stew out of that, and he has almost nothing to work with. Every single round, we are going to see UVic buy as much as they can, have a fighting chance in every single round, and knowing that the Alabama, they ripped that many guns out in the process. We expected to rotate once things really started to go south. Knowing they lost all that momentum, they were not a force to be reckoned with on site. They were casually lounging on the side, and it's just not something you can really work with to get yourself a plant when you're playing a war of attrition without a spike even down. You want to make sure to go somewhere else that you know is a lot more open. But still, with half armors on the board and still a lot of rifles within the hands of these UVic players, they have to bounce back right here, right now. And I think, honestly, fighting for some mid-control could be their best option. They don't have the luxury of seeing where the positioning is, but little do they know that is the best spot on the map to where they can fight for something, and even then open up a lot more opportunities to find some kind of an avenue that seems that much more easy breezy for them to find the least amount of casualties in the meantime.
Now, keep in mind, the map of Icebox, the reason why it favors the attack so many times is, while it is funnels to get into the site, like, there's one way into A, otherwise you have to step through mid, and that's one of the ways of defense to rotate. It's just not doable. It's so easy to get past that funnel that it's so hard to contest it defensively because of the speed that's available. And we're seeing Uvik as managed to get on the site, but Gavin had a great outlook. They had a great angle to cut down too, but Avidity just finally short him early. Quick play out of the dark cover. Jers is playing like
Spike
stew,
down
but
A.
Zion, Great Content each find one more of their own. It's just Avidity left standing. Great Content's just crawling away on the opposing side, taking their time to get there. Looks like Avidity will collect the spike. Now go for the plant. Planting on the opposing side, a short ready night crate.
Spike planted.
Content in the rest. Not where they need to swing just yet. Avidity has an amazing shot that a Great Content, but Psy denies anything else. And it will be an 11th round for the Crimson Tide. A little bit of time needed to recover there, Dallas, but not the worst round result for them. They'll make it to 11.
Well, I mean, not the worst round result. I would say at least a round result is all it is, because with one player standing side, barely standing on that, literally by the tip of his toes, that's all you got to work with. But in the meantime, you know you switch up the econ. You know that Uvik won't have too much to work with here, especially with them forcing out that third round on top of the second that they already found themselves 2 Vandals to work with. It's a very, very concerning predicament for Uvik if they want to bring this thing back. They have 7 rounds that they have to go ahead and tumble and put on the back burner, make sure they can go ahead and have a quick catch-up, and you can see them once again forcing and trying to do whatever they can here, at least having somewhat relativity. They look for a lot of these guns out, so Alabama's working with a lot of Guardians and Spectres in the meantime, but Avidity has a torty force and literally no health to back it up, as that first shot was a real kicker to him.
It's got a great angle, but a frenzy in the hand. The triple does get a lot of damage off, but Psy out of nowhere, coming alive to find 2, cutting down the throats of Uvik. Now breathing down their neck, the Crimson Tide looking to reach match point at 11 right now. And both players on the side of Uvik not looking quite hot. Mokulele maybe full HP, but not much else to it. Now down to 0, and Toasty's fragment finishes off Krakow, is down about 12. You're now looking at the Crimson Tide reaching that penultimate 12th round. One more to be done. And while we don't necessarily see the Crimson Tide exchanging out the SMGs for the rifles they had previously and doing stuff like that, they'll still bring the Guardians, they'll keep the Spectre in Toasty's hands. They're still prepping for the future in case things go awry. For the side of Uvik, it is force, it is buy. Even if all of your players can't afford everything. Triple and Mokulele, more specifically, can't buy full armor. At least they have Uto. At least they can play this round, and at least they can be guns up ready.
Yeah, and that's all it comes down to. I mean, this is going to be their last-ditch attempt. They have to make sure that these rounds go in their favor. They have to make sure that it can be followed up as well. And, I mean, looking at the stationary result of this little bit of an even exchange there right off the get-go towards this A side, they know that there's some influence towards the side. Alabama can make the quick rotation, but Gavin's lurking right there towards the middle. Everybody's lurking, honestly. Both controllers are. It's a little bit more concerning out of Mocha, who needs to sit there and have a wall on site, who needs to have some kind of, I'd say, utility presence. But there's nothing there. He's setting up for the flank, coming right around on the edge while the rest of the team is pushing on, and Krakow is making sure to at least create enough attention in the meantime to make that job much more difficult.
And alleviating some of the pressure, though. The Crimson Tide holding on, but now at a player disadvantage, equalizing out Gavin, finding a nice blow there in middle into Mokulele. There's Gus, gets the plant down. It's a 3-on-2. Both players coming from screen side. No one pressuring towards stairs for the ice ball. Start to make things difficult. Why is Zen? Zen's greeding for it. They want that engagement. They force it, and Krakow comes out on top. Opportunity. Gavin lops that up Krakow's shoulder. When the opportunity comes a ring, and they'll come a knocking too. Now Gavin will throw out the dark cover over the corpse. Play around elbow. They're not actually looking at elbow, though, and Gavin will unfortunately trounce their way into the loving arms of Triple, who finds the last kill in the penultimate low there for Uvik to go into their 5th round win. A good solid state for them to be in, but let's notice the disparity between these two sides in the scoreboard. For the side of Crimson Tide, it is 14 for your bottom frag and 16 for your top tide there between Toasty and Gavin. That is 2 kills between your top and bottoms player. For the side of Uvik, it's 17 for Avidity, who's been a monster on this map. Top fragger as a whole, which is impressive. Yep. And Mokulele was 6 on the bottom, who's playing utility, but it's not necessarily their role to get those kills. Meanwhile, the Crimson Tide are all over. They're getting kills despite the roles they're given.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all it really comes down to. Whether or not everybody can show that, I mean, utility just sets up kills, but so long as you can find kills, it's not going to be that big a deal. And honestly, Toasty, in a really bad predicament, he was trying to find that rat corner, knew a player hopped over, but just couldn't find the shot or even the range to really make those shots worth it. So still, UVic with a very, very quick, swift plant onto the board. This is an outstanding look for them. Knowing they have all this utility set up, they have so much pressure on site, and they're not giving Alabama any chance, any leeway to get on the site, even then, unless you have Gavin there to find one. But Avidity, once again, doing what Avidity does best, finding the kills, creating these opportunities for the team, and grabbing a 4K for the round, showing that if you're going home, or if you're at least going to the next map, you're going to have to get through me first.
Yeah, that's a very good way to phrase it. I mean, Avidity, we were talking about 17 at the beginning of that round. Now 21. Gavin tied them by getting their only kill for the side of Crimson in that round, and what looked like a cheeky round for them as it looked mostly like a thirst. I mean, you're talking about Toasty who had a shorty in that round. And they can't buy here. They can't buy in this round. The Crimson Tide are bleeding another one. Now, you're looking at UVic. They're half the scoreline of the Crimson Tide, but this is Icebox. You don't risk anything on Icebox. If there is a chance you need to save to play for another round, you save for another round. You do not take that chance. You do not risk it. And that's one of the things we're going to see ultimately be kind of the common denominator why teams fall short on the defense of this map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what they got thus far, though, I mean, Alabama's sitting with these aggression through this A side. They've won the gamble knowing they don't have to run into a full force of a team with rifles. They can come around for a flank. They can have much more of an easy opportunity, knowing they can funnel right through with all these sheriffs. It's a very, very heavy gun. You're going to hit some heavy shots. You're going to find at least one kill. You get Kracko in the meantime, but he's already done his job. I mean, the duelist needs to be out of the game. Who cares about it anymore? They're not playing for retakes. They already took control of the site, so you're thankful that the players that are up is a Sentinel and an Initiator, and it's a 2v2 situation as well. But in the meantime, Alabama has also picked up guns from these kills, knowing the aggression, knowing the aggressors are still going to be in this game. Zen's going to find one, and that's going to make it a 1v2 situation. The Hunter's Fury comes out for Triple X, but can find one in the meantime, but doesn't get the tag on the Zen. But the clock is ticking down. The wall is still in the favor of Alabama. It does go down to sitting at half, but the kill doesn't come out. Triple with a triple here for the round, and a 7th on the board for UVic, making this comeback look much more doable.
You're looking at that round, though, for the Alabama Crimson Tide. That was an eco for them, and they managed to keep it that close, which is impressive to say the very least. And now you're looking at UVic. They have been very good in this half. They did bleed away 2 rounds, which is not the result they wanted. I was expecting the third to drop to Alabama. That's an anticipated result. That's usually where you find the first round to bleed, not in round 7, like we saw in the first half there for UVic. But a second one thereafter was kind of the one that spells disaster for them. Because it wasn't 9-3, because it was 10-2, Alabama, they're just 1 round away. But the problem is they're struggling to reach it. Great job by UVic because of that. But they're going to need another section of flawless round wins here, as they, one small mistake can ultimately lead to disaster. For lots of things, they're being very patient because of it. So the patience will eventually have to give way to disaster. With great content, Hunter's Fury out, and you've lost your Sova now for the UVic side, and there is no resurrection available. You popped that just 3 rounds ago.
Yeah, definitely a pretty shaky experience here for UVic, knowing that they're already down a player. I mean, they don't have too much to work with in this round, and even though it's a bye round for Alabama, they got to play very meticulously. They have to go ahead and really just win a lot of gambles of where they're going to push. Make sure they're not pushing these sight lines. Even then, look at how separated they are right now. They're spread like ants that have lost their trail. I mean, they are all over the place, and this could really work out for them. If any of these lurks have any kind of relative success, it can be a huge hindrance to Alabama. Problem is, it has to go ahead and be executed on site. It has to be executed at the same time. It has to come from all these different angles, and they've backed all the way up. They found the control. They said, we're all the way in spawn, but we got to be with the squad, and we're not going to push from some kind of alternative angle. We're going to move right to the middle, right to this utility, and pick off Toasty.
Opportunity, those in with a quick frag back. Great content with another one who lose their life to Avidity. The common denominator right now for UVic, now left alone against 4, and it will not occur. Crimson Tide eventually close things out. Their match point kind of scenario they were in for a little bit too long if you're an Alabama fan, I guess, but UVic really got their hopes up there, but I think that's a good way to end that one, in all honesty. I think with the way that we saw that map go down, I think that's one you looked at and you say, all right, UVic, we're playing for map 2. This is obviously Crimson Tide's map. This is obviously Alabama's map. And we alluded to that at the very beginning. This is a very comfortable pick for Alabama.
Yep.
So much so that they could probably face some of the bigger teams. They could probably face Hawaii. They could probably face Houston's #1 roster. They could probably face off against SJSU, even Mizzou Esports, and put up a dang good fight on this map against them as well. That's just how good Alabama is on Icebox. Now, there are other maps. this could be one where we start to see things get shaky. And I think that if there is a chance, and I think there's definitely a chance for UVic, because they're a ridiculously good team, it's going to be on these next 2 maps. They have to pull the reverse sweep, which is something they'll have to keep their mind on. But at the same time, you put up a lot of rounds there, and Avidity went off on that map, which could be a huge reason why you're not mentally chalked and you're still zoned into this one.
Yeah, being top frag of the entire lobby at that. I mean, we sat there, mentioned it earlier, and it still reigned true until the very end. I mean, we sat there and talked about Avidity saying if you're going to sit there and send UVic home, you have to get through that person first. You have to tear down that player. And I don't think, and when you give them a map like that, when you give them a start, you give them a momentum to say, look, I'm going ahead and fragging out, you're saying I can carry that over, especially considering this map was Alabama's choice. They had themselves somewhat of a good performance, and even then, I say it time and time again, they like to play the long game. They know the major subject at hand in the sentence, and they don't sit there and mess around with any of the extra BS. They make sure to play for the long game. They know they set themselves up for success. Whether or not it comes around to the post-plant situation, they don't care how many players die. If they win the round, and that's all they care about. Even then, when you look at the entire scoreboard, the reason they were saving so much is because they say, we want a safety net behind our safety net. If we're going to lose a round, we know Avidity's going to go off a couple here. Let the guy go off. If he finds himself a torty force, who cares? He's always going to have it anyways, and if he's taking so many kills, his teammates aren't getting a share of those creds. You get creds for getting kills, and nobody's getting nearly as much as he is in that game, so nobody else can really buy as much as he can, because he can only share a gun with so many people once it comes around to these rounds where they all have to buy up and force once again. So we saw them try to play for that safety net, and it worked out for them towards the end. Not nearly as an impressive scoreline, but once again, they know they're going over to the side of Breeze. They know they're going into UVic's home territory, and we just saw it in this last series that the teams that choose Breeze, they're not favored for it. They're most of the time guaranteed for it because of how much more prepared they are, and especially considering that map. Because I can even say that Alabama, I'm a little concerned about them on Breeze. Gavin he's a controller main. Every single time he will be playing that controlling role. But he's also an Omen main. While Omen went ahead and got buffed out the wazoo in this last patch in terms of these recent changes to controllers, Viper's definitely been put on the chopping block. And even then, on a role, or not a role, but an agent that he's not really nearly as comfortable on compared to Omen, and knowing that this map literally relies on your Viper and your chamber to go off, and knowing Avidity's going to be filling those shoes once again, I don't know if they can really rival that.
It's going to be very interesting to see. Ultimately, it's going to come down to, can Alabama continue the dominant reign with the fact that each of their players is popping off individually and leading their team to a comfort zone where they can continue to stray ahead? Or is this map pick one that, like you mentioned, you kind of alluded to, if you pick it, you are good at it. Like, you feel comfortable on this map. It was the same thing with Hawaii versus SJSU. SJSU took Hawaii to the tropical map of Breeze and absolutely spanked them silly. And then Hawaii get the full reverse sweep back afterwards. You have to really like the map of Breeze in the collegiate scene to play it. And that spells really good for the side of UVic. So, hopes up for them. We'll see if we'll go to a map 3 after that, but we're going to take a quick break before we even head on over to map 2 to see the conclusion, or maybe not so conclusion, of this matchup. Stay tuned after a quick break.
So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the NECC on a Monday night. We are now continuing the series against the likes of UA, Crimson Tide, and UVic, and the Vikes over there. And now everybody is going ahead. We had ourselves a little bit of a bloodbath in that first map, but even then it was on Alabama's side that came out on top, as it was also their map pick as well on the likes of Icebox. A 13-7 result is what it came down to. Individual performances across the board, especially for both sides, at least a spotlight, I would say, for more one side than the other on a more individual levels. We had a Vicity on the side of Vikes just absolutely go off. But Alabama, they look like they are definitely going to turn things up here. Problem is, Breeze is now on the table. Alabama sure as heck didn't choose this thing. And with their performance looking pretty darn good in that last map, we're not really too sure if it's going to continue over, at least for this one.
I said it so many times in our game earlier today where we saw the upset story just last game.
Yeah.
I wanted to stop myself from saying it, but now that we're going back to Breeze, I have to restart saying it. So I apologize.
Do it again.
Breeze is a map where you're either really good at it or you're really bad at it. It's just the nature of the map. And it's really rare to see two teams who are really good at the map face off against each other. I have casted this map so many times, and I could probably count on one hand the amount of times I've seen two really good teams face off against each other. I've seen two really bad teams, bad in comparison to the map, I'm saying, not bad teams at all, face off on this map, and it's even, and he goes, oh, this is somewhat even and fair, but it's such a different storyline, such a different pacing and tempo and play style than two teams that are good at the map facing off against each other, because the understanding is different. UVic is an amazing roster. They're an amazing team. There's a reason why they're here in the playoffs at this point. There's a reason why they survived through the quarterfinals, now here in the semis. There's a reason why they're facing off against the number 2 seeded Alabama, who could very well possibly be the number 1 seeded. Their only real loss besides a forfeit was actually against the number 1 seeded team of UH in Black.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is UVic's chance. They picked this. They've got to feel comfortable. I'm going into this assuming outright with Mokulele on that Viper, who I was talking about earlier, sleeping giant that we should be keeping our eye on. I'm expecting they will be leading the foray here on Breeze. They must feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, if they chose this, they can't be considering it. They can't say, all right, we feel confident in this. You have to feel sure about this. You have to know this map is going to be your selection, knowing that that last map really didn't go your way. You knew that Alabama was going to be their selection, and they started on the attack side as well, looking at their composition from what the last map was. We were kind of considering and know that they were going to have themselves a good start. But, I mean, 10-2, we were expecting at least a 9-3, and we didn't get that result. So it made the game be a lot more skewed towards one side over the other. But now, as the picks already came out for Breeze, as these teams are at least looking very confident in their agent selections at least, I want to take a look more towards the side of the Vikes and what they're going to be providing here. A very, very static overall selection. I mean, something that we're typically used to seeing. It's going to be a mirror matchup because I feel like a lot of teams have ironed out Breeze, and this is what makes them feel most comfortable. I mean, you can find yourself some unorthodox picks here and there, some, little wacky, wavy picks on the board, but overall, these collegiate teams aren't to the level of the mechanics and the just having coaches and managers that are just pinning down on them 24/7 to say, let's spread ourselves out. Let's get ourselves a much bigger, broader agent selection for us to work with so we can come up with something crazy. They don't have those resources, so they're going to go what they got. They're going to go what they're comfortable with, and it's going to be one heck of a show for it.
Now, the show must go on, and considering UVic's showing there towards the second half, they're doing better. But like I had alluded to initially, because of the 10-2 half on Icebox, the fact that they bled third round, which is expected, that's normal. They bled fourth round as well. I mean, it's not where you want to be. The good thing is on Breeze, you're not expecting it to even get to that point. You're not expecting a 10-2 whatsoever. But both sides finding the opening pick. Already the damage done. You've lost the jet there for UVic, and you've lost the jet there for the Crimson Tide. They're working very much so in tandem to keep this one close. Jock aren't ready to be sent. It'll recon bolt first. Quick flick by UVic, and they'll clear it quickly. A way to gather information, utilize it as effectively as you would like to, and that snake bite, something you've alluded to quite often in our conversations when we're kind of breaking down and VOD reviewing certain things. That doors is very easy to kind of devastate a push by an attacking team with one single piece of utility, and the snake bite is definitely one of those that you can do so with, but with a great attempt there by great content to watch the flank, doesn't seem to work just yet. They'll lose their life, and instead a kill goes the other direction, but it's the same thing for both sides. 3-on-3, post-plant scenario. By the looks of things, the Crimson Tide are going to be playing for mid, and they'll have to step through doors and two.
Oh, and usually I'm not very too sure about the door push, knowing that it's an uphill battle, but nonetheless, Toasty makes some advantage out of it, some light out of the situation, and can manage at least one under the board. But with Mogu all on his lonesome on site, this is the scary thing about it. Alabama could collapse on this, but Triple X is able to actually manage some relativity in this fight. Get some shots off. Sai is in a very, very sticky situation on the outside. Can't find any shots, and it's 2 players remaining for UVic as they find themselves the first round. So, a good start for their map pick, at least getting the first round on the board, knowing that Alabama isn't going to start with a 6-0 or a 5-0, whatever it may be, and at least getting themselves some buys on the board. But the one thing that I'm really concerned about is these forces coming out. We saw it last time, at least in the second half, where UVic was desperate for rounds, but I got to see the opposite side of the field this time. They better be pretty darn confident on some rounds to be invested as much money as they are.
Feels like, I don't know, I feel like buying a Marshall right now for Zen is the right idea. You mentioned it a lot on our last one. Breeze is such a big map when it comes down to using those Marshalls and getting a ton of damage out, being really, really strong in your potential for utilizing these long-range sight lines. I think even if you're overextending your boundaries, even if you're spending the credits in the pockets, you're coming out with a victory as long as you can kill one player.
Yeah.
The problem is, you don't kill one player. You've now lost 4 without a single bit of damage off the other direction, besides 2 players being tagged to maybe half. And even then, you had 3 players tagging those players to make that matter even worse. Thankfully, though, for the Alabama Crimson Tide, Gavin comes up victorious onto the top fragger of last map of Icebox Avidity. The spike goes down. Honestly, I would have tried to die sooner so that they weren't allowed to get the spike down and couldn't get that extra credit boost.
Yep. I completely agree. I mean, there's a little bit of mind games and a little bit of a situation that you don't run into very often for situations like that. I mean, it's one of those kind of ordeals where it's just not on the top of your mind, and it's never something you have to be accustomed to think about. So, I mean, that's kind of probably why they didn't do it. But instead, what we are going to see them do is Alabama's going to go ahead and buy themselves up. They're going to say, look, let's go for the force. Let's grab ourselves the guns. We got to win this round, and we got to get some of these guns out of UVic, if not flawlessly rip them out. So we got enough to really fight for the next round as well on a map pick that isn't going to be ours, and we're not looking good in these first 2 rounds for. So, I mean, all things expected out of them. We expect to at least grab a couple kills here, but it also comes down to where they grab the kills, because UVic has played a lot of times already. I mean, all 3 rounds thus far, fighting mid-control, fighting for that, and we haven't even seen too much of a punishment just yet until finally Zen gets the first frag here in the round.
A good job. I mean, it's 3rd round. You have the rifles. Play to your advantage. Play that long range. But you tried that in round 2, Dallas. You bought a Marshall. You tried to play to the advantage of the long range, and you fell victim to a Spectre, if I remember correctly. You failed to do so. I would still feel very uncomfortable with the idea of playing for that long range, but I don't feel uncomfortable enough to be playing close range like Toasty does. Not sure why you're fighting towards Cave, and because of that, you're now able to escalate the situation. Gonna go find another kill. Now playing around the toxic screen. Gavin's going to try to play from the very back. There goes the recon bolt. That gives you a ton. Unless you get Franco off the board. Mocha Ray is fallen. Snakebite expended, and that will keep them off of that corner for now, but Triple X vulnerable, 12 HP in a dream. They're the only player left standing for UVic in the 1v2. And while you do have a player low on the opposing side, Sai is at full HP. Definitely contesting this engagement. They're both looking on the backside of Pyramid. Sai's in a rough spot, but Triple can't hit those shots, and they pay the price because of it. 2 players survive for the Crimson Tide, but that's 3 rifles dropped to the floor.
And great content had almost no HP there. Meanwhile, Sai really wasn't looking in that direction. So, I mean, that was a completely winnable situation there from Triple if he'd have just found those shots, which really kind of hurts in rear view. And especially when he goes back and sees his spot, I'm sure he's going to be beating himself up for it. But nonetheless, you still have the lead here in the game. You don't have to worry about it. Your team's looking really good. Sure, a couple of rifles were ripped out in the meantime, but you haven't had to buy up for this one. And Alabama's a little bit starved for econ. Sure, 2 rifles survived, but that's a minority over the course of looking at a 5-man squad and knowing that Tube is completely open. Scott, you and I are thinking the same thing. We talk about it a lot. Nobody plays for Tube. Well, you got to eventually, and this is going to be the round for it.
This will be a great snare for Alabama to deny that, but I feel like Great Condom's a little bit lackluster in their defensive approach. Thankfully, on side itself, Toasty and Zen are there. Each have taken 2 off the board. Though UVic have placed down and used that no command, They're only able to down them, and it goes that deep stabilization. The core not able to be stabilized, and Zin will find the triumphant blow to finish off Krakow. A round win by the Crimson Tide, and this is another one where shocking result by 2 players keeps them in this one. Now, by goodness, Dallas should have gone to UVic. They had that round.
I agree.
First blood to great content. They set themselves up perfectly. I just think Crimson Tide had 2 gunners that were in a tricky spot to play against.
Oh, that was definitely it. That was Zen and Toasty going off right there. That was those 2 collaborating for these kills, and I'm glad you said that, because honestly, I thought when we were going to have another discussion about Breeze at some point, you were going to give me crap about this one specific situation, to be like, well, I mean, Vic hit it and it didn't work out for them. When instead you actually go ahead and kind of surrender that point and know that it should have gone. It was a split up. They found themselves in cave. They played for 2. They didn't go for the full force down there, and they found themselves not really flushing out of that door. But I think the biggest thing about Tube is when you take control of that, push all the way back into spawn, take control of mid, and if you take full control of that and get entire reigns on the map, tell your team to lap back around, go to mid, and then find a couple more picks and see what you can grab. And if worst case situation, then you hit the B site, knowing you're running right directly into it instead of taking an uphill battle. But regardless or not, we knew that UVic should have probably won that round, but instead Alabama just completely outgunned them, and they also get themselves a pretty easy play here in this one. So UVic working off the thrifty, all these sheriffs in hand, at least working for a close enough of engagement where they can set up for this post.
Holding on site though, instead stray away from being the team that sits on the pyramid side, leaving no one there, leaving no chances, and instead will all pay back towards the inner area of that cave to be the, yes,
One enemy
here's the
remaining.
scenario. And you ask for it there for UVic, you get 1 kill, you don't have the weapons to do it. You get plant down, that's credits, but you just can't deny the Crimson Tide of the defuse. They get it down so quick, it was hard to imagine they were even on the defuse. You hear it like, oh, they're faking it to bait out UVic. No, pros don't fake in that scenario. They're sticking that defuse. They trust their team, and I think that's one of the big things we'll see. The reason why we see a lot of collegiate teams stray ahead of the competition, it's trust, man. They trust their teammates to step up and get those skills. They say, all right, I'm doing this. I know that they're watching my back. And we're seeing a lot of that from the Crimson Tide. We saw a ton of it in Icebox. We didn't see enough of it from UVic until that second half. But by then, the damage is done. It was too little too late.
Yeah, it most definitely was. And I mean, even then, right now, it's a little bit too late, especially to get your chamber into the game, knowing that UVic, that's their biggest player. We even talked about in the last map, Avidity. Their absolute monster, sitting at 1-6 in this game right now. Probably the biggest crutch that we saw in that last map, and expecting to be the entire crutches, the cast, everything. I mean, the entire hospital, the clinic set up for Alabama, not even really being in operational hours right now, completely being asleep at the wheel. And something like that is something that's a little concerning for you, knowing that your biggest slayer in that last map, top frag in the entire lobby, your 1 shot for those 7 rounds, didn't even really get you 7 kills thus far in the 5th round, or the 6th of what it's sitting at now.
Yeah, not even averaging the 1 kill a round like we were seeing before, but you're looking at a Crimson Tide now down a man, the suppressed, managing to find that all 3 were on site, but the Hunter's Fury only found 1 lick of damage in the process. I feel like a little bit of a wasted util, not properly utilized, but the Viper's pit in play as well. UVic are looking really good to finish off this round. A triple win, just make it even easier. Gavin dead, and now great content dead. Juris finding that last kill, and UVic will find a 3rd round win. They did bleed quite a few in a row, 3 to be exact, but I mean, you gotta take your victories where you can, and because of those 3-round winning sprees by the Alabama side, they'll be able to continue to buy out. They'll buy here as well. Though they may kind of question it because 1 player won't be able to, but Zen is a Blade Storm. And Gavin is the tour de force. They can most definitely expend for the buy here and play this one in a very strong defensive manner.
Oh, they definitely can. I mean, look at the stance and how they have themselves set up across the map. You can see them already trying to set up for this. I mean, the biggest thing that concerns me is great content sitting towards that A site, looking to play for the long range, knowing that none of these players that are excelling in these long range predicaments are set up on towards the A site for that lineup. You can already see Toasty. He swung out and realized this is a really bad idea because I just found myself running into a tour de force. And honestly, you got towards the back. You got Zen trying to make plays, trying to work off the Zet, this Blade Storm, and you gotta wait for the aggression before you can do anything, because Jet, while you have that pinpoint accuracy while at full mobility, it's not going to work against the likes of a Tour de Force anything higher than 30 meters.
I mean, the tour de force, you know it's out.
Yeah.
Why are you swinging this? This would go for either side. If you know it's been popped, why are you swinging? UVic are peeking and swinging angles that they know they would be favored with because they've isolated away where the tour de force is. They know it's on B. They've gathered enough of that intel, but the problem is they needed to double swing, but they didn't do so. Psy finds 2. That actually equalizes things out. It's the chambers popping off. Avidity's found 2 already. Psy now with another. They're now hanging out by Mickey D's, Arches, whatever you want to call it, and they're looking to eat up even more, but this is side control gain for UVic. Avidity now playing with the tour de force in the back of sight. 3 shots left, and that one connects to great content. Another kill in the slow field now placed on the ground. It's just Silo standing, and well, a sigh of relief for all the UVic fans out there. They're not allowed to go off any further. 3 players left for UVic, and this will be a save round for the Crimson Tide. They will not have enough to keep going.
Yeah, and even then, that was kind of the biggest question mark that was arising in my head, considering that we saw the Tour de Force come out. We were talking about why they were swinging onto Avidity, not only for the sake of them losing those guns, knowing they can't buy them up again in this round, so they might as well play a little bit more passive and work for the retake maybe off that gabbing utility that's placed towards the back of the map. But more importantly, knowing that you give Avidity a couple kills, you can't let this guy go off again. That's your biggest threat right now. That was your biggest threat in the last map, and I'm going to mention that on so many different occasions. Avidity will start going positive here eventually. Grabbing a kill like that, you get them that much closer. You get Krakow to go off with them where the rest of the team starts to fill in their element, and even then it seems like Alabama's filling their element right now, making it a 3v2 on a thrifty round, which could kind of be in the midst is what it's looking like thus far, especially on that double K. But I mean, looking at what's going to come down, looking at what these players are going to have to do, we're going to have to see more shots being hit. And UVic, with how close of a game this is and them still being the lead and not really hitting all of them, they still have themselves a pretty good run thus far.
One of the things to keep in mind is who the clutch players for both sides. Right now it's Psy for for the Alabama side, and Avidity's definitely been coming alive. I'd say they're probably in contention now for the UVic clutch player, but
Last player
Clutch has to
standing.
come up clutch, and
Spike
oh
down,
my
B.
goodness, Toasty on a dime stops and gets that shot and gets the suppress out to Mokulele, meaning they deny the presence over on Spike. Mokulele now has to look both directions. They'll be able to grab this. The fragment does go down, not actually able to deny. Faking for this plant, and Psy finds their 3rd kill. What a round by Alabama. 2 kills by Psy initially, opening things up. A nice martial shot to ring true by Zen, and you've got yourself now a man advantage. Play smart, play very much so in control of the map, and you'll have the advantage for the rest of it. UVic have done an amazing job purchasing sections of this map. That's been in pillars, that's been in elbow, that's been over towards B main and the cannon side, and those are positions that if you lose nest and tube as a defensive team, you've lost that round. And yet, they've been able to fight back, and they're only able to fight back at a thrifty Dallas. They've got to do better in these later rounds, but a round still.
They most definitely do, and even in a round like that, I mean, that's a super rough predicament there from Okolele. We saw the plant trying to go down, and even then, Alabama was not going to swing until they heard that go down. They knew they had nothing to lose, and they weren't going to worry themselves with it. But speaking of not worrying yourself, Sai is not even worried about any players to swing on this man in middle. He is in the most exposed spot in the map and knows he has a rendezvous to resort himself to. In the meantime, he's going to get a lot of intel, but he's not going to get a second kill in the meantime, as we do see Krakow able to go ahead and pick that off. So sitting in a 4v3 situation, the rest of the team is picking up the torch, able to manage these kills in middle, hold down completely control, finally going ahead and making sure to punish UVic for this control that they found on such a consistent basis here.
That's one of the things. You have to realize your shortcomings. That was something we did not see happen on Breeze just last game, that last series. They didn't realize their shortcomings, so they didn't adapt on the fly. Alabama are doing that right now. And obviously, adaptation comes with its own flaws, and UVic do a good job of finding some successes here and there. And we do see the player fighting down Jerses, still managing to lose that next fight. Krakow now with 3 kills in the round. Pretty much the only reason we're seeing UVic in the fight at this point in this round. It's going to come down to the 1v1. Great content thinks they're on the right side. They're thinking they're towards shop, but Krakow is holding over here on the eastern edge instead. I think he may realize that. He's clear towards shop. He does not see the targets. Those moments in a TikTok clip, they go, he knows. But no, not the case right now. Krakow kept at bay. Shock dart connects. A second one being sent thereafter. Possibly they're going to go for a tag. It does not get the kill. They're now 1 HP in a dream. There's no time here for the defuse, though. I think great content may realize that, yep. But that little tag there could be the death sentence. And yes, indeed it is. Do not turn around, great content. that will be the reason you die.
Yeah, and great content, having just a great game plan right there. Making sure that regardless of what's going on, he's still going to manage at least some kind of a round, at least get some kind of result out of that play, and he most definitely did. Ripping that gun out, making sure that that econ's going to have to come through. Krakow could have had over 3,000 credits in this round alone, but purely off that kill, sending it all the way back to 150. The round turns back to their favor, so the streak is now down the drain. They have no kind of safety net off that. They have whatever they have to work with, and they have to make sure they get themselves a streak onto the board right now, knowing their econ really isn't looking too good. But we've already seen Alabama manage themselves thrifty. They can't let that happen again if you're Vix, because, I mean, looking at the game, looking at how you chose this map, you can't keep it this close. You have to run away with it at some point in time, and we just haven't seen that yet.
Poison orb emitted.
Notice the aggression we're seeing right now from the Crimson Tide. I mean, get it placed down now with Poison Cloud, but why are you lying within it at this point in time? Early kill, though, gained still on the side here of UVic. They'll find a first and a second. A solo player takes your entire team out on A. Now defensively, you are falling apart at the seams. UVic, a much better round here. The Crimson Tide crumbling apart. And this seemingly is done entirely off the back of one man. And guess who it is, Dallas? It's Avidity. Who else could it possibly be? Those side has find one, and now they're left all by their lonesome. They'll have to be an ace to finish the job. Dribbles close. They're lying within the snake bite. The audio cue is there. They're vulnerable as well. Cannot re-swing. The shock dart will start to be sent out. It's built for something, but Mokulele finds the final blow.
A very, very definitive round here for UVic, and that's exactly what they needed. I mean, with every single round that they found thus far kind of being scrapped together, especially on their map pick, knowing they haven't really invested too many of these ultimates just yet, they still have 4 to work with in this round. They have 4 players survive in that last round, and knowing they can carry a lot of these guns over, this is going to be an opportunity of a lifetime for them. This is where they say, we don't have to invest money or anything. Let's just go ahead and make sure we can capitalize on something we can't buy. Always make sure to be one step ahead. And when we can't buy our step ahead, we got to sit there and get what's given to us on so many different occasions. Honestly, a Viper's Pit, a Hunter's Fury, whatever it may be, if you get that spike down, they have to guarantee this round so they can get themselves a guaranteed lead on the half, not just an even thing sitting at 6-6. So this could be their opportunity. They're just going to make sure to capitalize on it when they can, but problem is they have to go through side first. It is if they even run into the guy, because he's right there in the middle of the map. They saw him go off earlier on the last thrifty that we saw Alabama on, and didn't really play too much of a corrective angle in the last time. So here comes the null command, pushing right through tube, the split once again. Last time UVic hit this, it didn't work out all that well for them, but at least they have themselves a darn good start with 2 kills on the board.
3 is popped as well. That's just going to buy time, but in favor of UVic, and they'll even find a kill off of it onto Zin. The no commanded player still not picked up, not in a good spot to be picked up. Side with a quick flick over. Back in the already doomed to die player. Only Krakow and
Last player standing.
the side of UVic. Now just Krakow, and Sai rings true with the trademark. Sorry, not trademark. The slow field now on the ground, coming out of the 4-4. Sai finishes the job. Not a good spot for Krakow to be in. You're biting down a snake bite on one side and the opposing side of slow field. You are doomed at that point. Great round by the Crimson Tide. I want to say, you and I have so many arguments. We alluded to it earlier. This is the map we've probably talked the most about in terms of strategies and things like that. Tube is such a hard place to push from.
I knew you were going to say it.
And it's such a good position to push to if you can gain control over it. It's so easy to deny it as a defensive team.
Yep.
I feel like Crimson aren't contesting it. I feel like they're barely contesting that.
Yeah.
And UVic are still overexpending to take it, and I think that's the only reason why we're seeing Alabama kind of come out on top. It's not because they're playing it right. It's because UVic are overexpending where they shouldn't have to be, and so they don't have it for the latter half of the round.
I completely agree. I mean, I was literally going to mention that as well if it was my opportunity. I mean, we were both on the same page in that respect to say, you're getting tubed, you're getting control there, but you're still not finding the results you want. It's purely because what are you doing? They're funneling out. They found the kills in that last run when they came out the door. They're getting the necessary kills. They're getting the frags down, but in this round they just don't because Alabama seems to double down on tube, which they really haven't had any attention at all in these prior rounds with. But, I mean, all things considered, their post plant just hasn't looked all that impressive. That's where Alabama's been excelling. They've been getting, even if they don't get the defuse, they found the kills on every single round that the plant has gone down and been successful. So, I mean, that's a big problem, is UVic's hold. is not looking good, and especially on the going into this defensive half, it's going to be completely reliant on whether or not Avidity can step up once again, actually feel that fire that we saw on map 1, and be able to rely on it to hold down an entire map. But right now, we're not even seeing him hold down a positive KD, as he is getting there. I'm not going to really bash him too much just yet, because he could literally run me in a 1v1 no matter what it is, or probably run both of us in a 1v2. But talking about running, we're seeing Uvik finally run the gauntlet right now. Find and manage the kills that are necessary to get themselves around. It's looking good for them, and they close things out in a 7-5 manner for this half, getting themselves the lead. A little bit scratchy there towards the end, but nonetheless, they pull it together.
I actually really like that. Crimson Tide placed the Viper's pit inside B arches. What do Uvik do? Go the other direction. You can still push that B site.
Yep.
It'll be a little bit more limited, but what do? You're isolating down Mokulele. Or sorry, not Mokulele. I was just saying the Viper. You're isolating down Gavin. And Gavin was not well equipped. They did not have a rifle. I'm not sure why they didn't do a rifle, but they didn't. They had the judge. Maybe there wasn't enough credits, I guess, but
They play around Viper's pit. So strong in there.
It is strong in there, but guess what? If they go around you, you're screwed, and that was what we saw right there.
Yeah, I don't think he didn't think about that, though.
He didn't think about it, you know. Not many people do, but an interesting strat by Uvik, and it pays off in absolute droves, as they'll take now 7-5 at the half. They've guaranteed not just the even, but they go above and beyond. But now they have to play defensively. And Alabama's a team that was really strong in the attack just last map. I mean, they had a 10-2 half, and it was Icebox. I get that, but Breeze is also a map that does favor the attacking team, so don't count Crimson out just yet, but I mean, with the way we've seen Uvik playing this one, it's very obvious it's their map.
Yeah, it most definitely is. Even in a start like this, where you see Mokulele able to go ahead and close out 2 kills, I mean, all the rest of the team already there for the backup. Alabama is at a very, very instantaneous halt right here towards A main, figuring out what exactly they're going to do to scrap this round together, knowing that Spike is still up there in the air on site, and they can't even touch it. But Great Content does manage one. He's really just waiting for Zen to make the call to say, I've created space in the back of the map. They can't really do too much. Start to push up and we'll collapse on this last player. But, I mean, there is 47 seconds left on the clock. You know the spike is there. You know this is where the action is going to really unfold. It all comes down to whether or not who's going to bite first, who's going to mess up more, who's going to make that swing. And honestly, Great Content and Zen coming on top, this alone going to really set them up for some success, knowing that Krakow is going to be on site and Zen's backed up off that and can't make the same collapse and compression that we saw earlier.
There's the pressure that Krakow's feeling right now. They're thinking they're going to come from behind, but the spikes actually was dropped outside there of that cave door. Trying to swing around. They managed to see and finish Zen, but Zen does get the spike down in a position to favor Great Content.
Wow.
And what does their name say? It's Great Content. They provided headshot kill 3K in the round, and out of nowhere, the Crimson Tide survived the assault of Uvik. They lost 3 players on the first 4 seconds. We were saying, hey, don't count the Crimson Tide out just yet, you know? They're an attacker-favored team, and they lose 3 instantly and still win that round? That is a house of cards built on trust by Uvik and now tumbling after. Something went wrong, and I think it was the over-aggression and the over-expenditure of their man count, thinking they had it in the bag and just didn't have it done yet. Job's not done. Play to the end.
You know what's going on. We know we're smart enough. We go for the win-win situations. Either we're right on our points, or we make sure the series goes that much longer to where we can enjoy it. But speaking of long, we already see a long strand on the kill feed. Alabama's just tearing Uvik apart. To be expected, knowing this could be a save for them. It's nothing but a bunch of Spectres and such against the likes of a bunch of classics. I mean, that's going to be really what unfolds, and we're not going to be too surprised by it. But Avidity being the last player alive, he could have at least managed probably 1 or 2 in the meantime if he didn't have such a low health pool at his disposal. So 4 players alive and well towards the end of that round, and Alabama be on the attacking side. If there's a time to push W, it is right here, right now, at least as a collective group, and possibly onto the B side, I would say. If you're looking for this close quarters matchup, set up for that post plant, make sure you can get yourself at least a guaranteed 1 or 2 kills. You swing out to the left immediately on the B side, you're finding at least one of these players. That is, if even then Mokulele sets up for that, and that's a free gun in your hand as well. But I think Alabama may be stationing for a mid, which is going to be very intriguing, knowing that they don't really have the firepower to back that up.
I mean, the question is, does the Crimson Tide know that there's an operator being bought? Like,
I doubt it.
That is such a crazy over expenditure by Uvik. They are baring their teeth early defensively here. And it's all because of that round one. All because of the one player that stepped up in Krakow doing absolutely nuts things. But the nuts thing's not being allowed to continue right now for at least You'll have great content finish the job. 1 and 2. Wow. I was going to point out as well how good great content has been in this half. Has already found 2 in this round. Another swing to attack to actually attack Trippin. And get another attack here. That's Toasty to tag another. And it's a 2-on-2. Shock Dart just barely missing, but great content finds a third. 6 HP to Mokulele, and it's a 4K with the Bulldog. The Hounds bare their teeth, and the Crimson Tide roll over UVic. My goodness. I wanted to allude at the end of the last round how smart of a play great content did there by actually pre-firing that corner when we saw it was the 1v4 and they just wanted to collect the rifle and hope for a kill, or the Spectre I should say, and hope for the kill. They didn't swing it because like, oh, my teammate died here. That's a weapon on the ground. I don't want to lose my weapon. Genius level play to guarantee that they picked up the gun by swinging it, by not swinging it, just pre-firing it, surviving, and then playing for the 2-on-1 afterwards. And in that last round solidified that great content may be the smartest mind in UA.
I think it's just a little ironic, though, that Alabama has to use a Bulldog to find themselves success.
All right, Georgia fan. All right, Georgia fan. All right, the Georgia fan that's now just so happy they won the national championship.
We keep that one
over
under the
Alabama.
desk. We don't talk about that. We keep that under the desk, man. I'm unbiased right here, okay? But already, I mean, we can see Alabama. That was a great round on their front. I mean, that I was literally jaw dropped after that 4K, knowing that Alabama, they weren't favored in that round. You sat there to even mention the over allocation of money, the operator, all the vandals towards the back. Alabama was so good at just pinging down players. No matter what, I sit there in my games, have to sit there and say good damage just because people won't shoot people unless they know they have a guaranteed kill. Alabama doesn't worry about that. If they see somebody, they shoot them just for the sake of it, and they know if they run into another player, which they will eventually, it only takes about 2 shots to kill them just because they're just shooting corners or checking things. They know these hot spots, and they constantly keep fire on top of them.
We talked about at least I talked about it earlier, the trust, right? You have to trust that your teammates tag them. You're dealing the damage too. It just makes it. What are you
30
doing?
seconds left. Last player standing.
Okay, not sure what happened there, but it stopped my point for a moment. Avidity, last player left standing, not for long. Toasty gets a 3K. It's that trust that your teammates have dealt the damage and they're not lying to you about that damage and that they've done their job, even if they die. You've done enough.
Yeah.
Even after Beyond the Grave, you can assist them saying, he's tagged 30. I know he's low. 2 body taps, finish the job, get things out. It's just a really great level of cohesion that we're seeing from the Crimson Tide. We saw that from you there. We did. They were gorgeous there on the attack, but we're seeing a lot of weak links now for the defense. That is a 4-round string, the Crimson Tide. They have made a recovery despite the positive, not just trading even, but a positive out by UVic. Crimson Tide are now 9-7, and they're heading into this 5th round of the second half with the no command hot and ready to dash into the site, and they find a kill already.
Oh, and even then, the exchange that was made wasn't even honestly even. You go ahead and pick off the KO, but thankfully you bait out enough for Zen to try to go for that resurrection and you find it. But great content on the Hunter's Fury. Can manage 2 off the collateral, making it a 2v2 situation. This is where things start to get scary. You don't have too much utility to work with. It all comes down to Jurs, who's alive and well. Not really as well as he was usually, knowing he's gone ahead and gotten a little bit of bullets on him. But, I mean, 2 flashes. The knife is still up and available. You can find that intel. You know where at least one is. You know where the other is. Problem is, they're both dancing around these edges, looking for you to just shoot at him, and you can't manage the shots there. Alabama going up now 10-7. Well, we sat there and saw them earlier at a 5-7 deficit, turning things around, and on some rounds that were just completely unexpected, saying, you know what? This series may be ours.
They're looking hot right now, and the spree continues. Look at the eco, though, for UVic. Mokulele did so much in that last round, so they'll be able to buy here. Jurs did quite a bit as well in terms of staying alive, and they can buy, but the rest of the team just not there. It almost feels disjointed. It almost feels like these round sprees we've seen from the Crimson Tide, especially after what we saw there from Kranko, who just dove in the objective. Feels like they're disheartened now. It feels like they've almost given up in a way. They need to have some life breathed into them. Jurs is trying to do that. They'll manage to get a kill, but had to use the no command to keep into the fight, and I mean, UA agreed for that. They say, hey, that's an easy kill. We'll shoot you while you're down. You know, now we just have an even more guaranteed advantage. We're not even going to bait that out. It's 4-on-2. Let's play to the favor.
I mean, I completely agree. Just work into your strengths, make sure you can reinforce as much as possible, and just kind of leave your weaknesses on the back line. Not ignored by any means necessary, but make sure they're still at least it kind of, I would say, checked off. Know your weaknesses, play off of those, and say that it's not that big a deal so long as we can just frag out in the same respect we have. And Alabama's been doing exactly that. In a 4v2 situation, this retake, holding down the B site, you have pressure towards spawn, you have the crossfire ready. You can see that right there is Zen, as patient as ever, making sure that that 44 is the last thing they expect is somebody sitting right next to their nose, finding an easy pick like that. I mean, you make sure to play around their weakness, and that's what they're doing. That would have been so fun to see if that fragment had just pinged right off the forehead. Yeah, that would have been interesting. But 3 players still remaining towards the rear end of that round. 11-7 with Alabama being favored. And UVic being forced out of timeout, I don't blame them. I feel this should have come much sooner, especially knowing that this is their map pick and they've been in a deficit here for a while.
They should have called it a 3, right? Maybe after 4 this half, right? You lose the first 2, it's the Pistols, not the worst case scenario. They equalize you out. It goes from 7-4 to 6-7, not the worst case scenario. They take a third. You've lost a guarantor round. You look at that and say, okay, things aren't looking, great for us. Not a huge need for a timeout. This one's going to be an eco round, so take the 4th in the chin, and we'll call it after that if things get close. Things didn't get close. You honestly just dove into the site. Krakow kind of just let themselves be victimized there. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but you could definitely feel the kind of problems that were occurring. That was when they needed a timeout, not 2 rounds later, 2 dominant rounds later by the Crimson Tide. They're now 11-7. Not only did double digits occur, but they went from a 2-round deficit at halftime, a 3-round deficit at halftime, is the way it works, to now being 4 rounds ahead. I mean, this is a crazy occurrence.
Yep, it really is. And even then, I mean, I didn't mention too much because I didn't want to go ahead and set Alabama up by any means necessary, but their breeze historically, I mean, I'm not going to say it's atrocious by any means, but it hasn't been very impressive in comparison to what we see on all these other maps like Ascent, Icebox, and all these typical maps like Mine that on such a consistent basis to be so kind of easy to understand because they've been in the game for so long. Breeze really wasn't on the list for me for maps to look out for. I mean, compared to any other team that we can see, I would expect, especially UVic, picking this map for them to go off on it, for them to look outstanding in it. And even then, they won that last half by a 2-round advantage. That was a little concerning in itself. Knowing that we are now on a massive strand of rounds, 6 in a row for Alabama at that. Unanswered. And a lot of these, the majority of them actually being by an overwhelming amount, is, I mean, honestly, for UVic to win this, obviously, I got to say it's Avidity kind of being tapped out a little bit because now sitting at 9-16, and that's not nearly what we saw on map 1. But the fact that your top frag is now Jers, who's having to play for nothing but retakes, you got to consider the players that are up and awake right now that are going off. That's going to be Jers sitting at 16-15, and Mukulele sitting at 14-13. I mean, they're nothing but retake players. You're expecting Mukulele to go ahead and hold down a site, to at least do that much. Probably grab a kill or 2 in the meantime, but that's extremely difficult to do when you know the level of aggression Alabama is presenting, and you have an overwhelming 5-1 coming at you with the full force of a Tide. That's a lot to sit there and take up and really hold down against as a controller. You're not a sentinel. You're a controller. You're saying, okay, they ran through my wall once. That's, 15 health off and all their armor. That makes things look more doable, but it doesn't make them extremely possible. As similar as those words are, there's still a big difference that we're seeing here in this game really come to light.
Now, I mentioned it before. I think if there's any player here for the side of UVic that needed to go off in this map, it was going to be Mukulele. But I think at the same time, you needed Avidity to pop off. You need Avidity to be there. Notice where we saw UVic straying ahead for a big 3 rounds there in the first half. It was when Avidity popped off and came alive. We said Avidity's 1-7 right now. What's going on? And then he proceeded to get like 6 or 7 kills the next 3 rounds. Since then, Avidity has not really been present. They've not been the force that they needed to be. And it's been such a problem. UVic are struggling to keep their hopes alive, and the Crimson side are just using that as a great way to continue to cascade forward and be a really suffocating attacking team. They're making the chances of UVic to recover much harder, slim to none, and they're making it so that defensively it feels like no matter what they're bringing to the table, even all the changes, we've seen changes in positioning and playstyles, none of it is working. And that's because the Crimson Tide are all over the place, and yet at the same time are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
Only be seen when they want to be seen. Thankfully, though, First Blood is gathered here for the UVic side, but they gather that in 2. And that feels like a huge overextension by Alabama's part, if anything else.
10 seconds
That's the
left.
scariest part. It's almost like the Grim Reaper. Like, you never know when death's going to come for you until it finally does, and you're like, oh my god, what am I going to do about it? Well, sometimes you just have to answer and pray that one of your teammates can go ahead and swipe in to save your life in the meantime. And that's exactly what happens here as we see UVic at least get this next round that's on the board. And Gavin does grab one little exit there on the way out, but it's not going to be enough to really set a huge tone difference here for the next couple. So a 3-round deficit, this game is still doable. We're not counting them out by any means necessary. We know this is UVic's map. They're going to step things up. They're at least going to try and make this a tie game, and I think it's definitely plausible. I think that's most definitely doable as they find themselves the first final round, but it was more based off the hesitation out of Alabama rather than the actual, hold that we see from UVic. And that's something they have to consider of what did they do? Did they really have themselves a hold? This is more of a player scenario right now of what they're feeling. If they feel like Alabama is holding things up, whether they feel scared to some extent, and something slipped through the cracks in that last round that they can manipulate and find a little bit of consistency in to make their jobs that much easier. And even the operator's now also on the field, watching right down the middle, checking towards heaven, making sure nobody can swing out towards elbow. But when you see that wall come down, when you see that Gavin's setting up this site and the rest of the team is already on here, it's going to be an instantaneous plan. Unless Mocha has something, at least a little more kills to say about it. And Toasty taking so much damage from that shock dart.
Mokulele, that's not the first time we've seen them find such a major kill on that entry there by the Crimson Tide.
Right.
But that's the first time we've seen it guaranteed that it was through a toxic screen blinded. An impressive lineup. They know exactly where Crimson are going to be because they're just outsmarting it. Pierce gets an amazing fragment tossed over. Zin's anticipated position worked for 1, but not for 2. Great content playing for Ton side though. They managed to find 1, make it 2.
Wow.
Now just Krako on the defusal. They're not going to stick it to half. Quick opportunity, but the operator instead comes out victorious, and Krako will get that defuse done. 8 rounds becomes 9, and you'll have the Crimson Tide fall short again of reaching that match point series point here in the semifinals. UVic are not done just yet here, Dallas.
Yep, holding them out, and that's all it really comes down to. 1 round at a time, just completely forget the scoreboards there and say, okay, we're just down 0-2. Let's just make sure this thing doesn't get any kind of crazier, make sure to hold things down, and even then, considering the money that we've seen UVic invest, they can't allow this kind of ordeal to happen. It can't get out of control because Krako on the operator has kind of been the cornerstone for these past 2 rounds, knowing that Alabama, they haven't had too much of a threat just yet. Avidity was on the operator beforehand, but when you say, okay, Avidity hasn't really filled themselves, that is the one stat every player has access to, is seeing the KD and seeing whether a player is alive and awake and really too much of a threat, and Avidity is not in the game right now. But Krako, that's a different story, and when you know that jet is on an operator and this is a pre-nerf jet that we're dealing with right now, it's kind of a scary predicament to say the least.
Quick plant though, and the Crimson Tide managed to get through to the site unscathed. Mokulele not able to come out victorious this time. Over triple, will get the nice shock dart, connect the side, finishing the job previously started. See something sent back the opposing direction. Fragment as well. Avid's holding Cubby, and great content's been spotted in the back of the site there with the recon ball. Rivers finds another kill to Toasty. The 3-on-5. Gavin is just known. Avidity is going to be an easy kill for him. Mokulele follows up. That is a slaughter at its finest.
Yep.
UVic, it feels like they've asked their older brother to hop back on the game here like an old Call of Duty matchup. They look revitalized after that extended timeout there, and that was a much-needed timeout as well. We said that we probably could have used it sooner. But, I mean, if it works now, it works, and we're seeing it come out successfully.
That was a huge round for them. I mean, I couldn't agree anymore. And knowing that they're bringing this game back in a very dominant fashion these last 3 rounds. I mean, a round where you don't even see a plant go down, whether or not it's only one player standing towards the end. Not getting that objective down, missing out on those 300 creds. Sure, we're in the in-game stages where everybody has thousands of dollars to work with, but still, Alabama not getting that plant in the round is the difference between a little bit of utility in this one. As you can see, those top 2 players on the side of Alabama only sitting at less than 500. So it's not going to be enough for them to really play with. It's going to be concerning over the course of this game. But whether or not that even matters, it all comes down to whether or not UVic can find one more round to tie this up and really give us a series on their hands, because they got to get themselves a map to keep things going. Otherwise, Alabama is going to be closing this thing out a lot sooner than than expected. And the aggression comes on to Mokulele. After so many rounds where that man was holding things down, finding these unprecedented kills that we just were not expecting coming out of left field, he finally gets shut down as Alabama says, we're getting fed up with it. We have to do something about that because they've hit B on such a consistent basis. They know what the setups are looking like.
You're going to play a completely different post plan as well. Typically sitting on site, now actually separated, majority over towards B lobby, but a single cloud burst makes it impossible to contest this. They'll have to reswing, but thankfully the Hunter's Fury is up. Will pop it for the first. It gets the kill. I think it actually got half, though.
Oh, he did.
They'll look for a second. They're trying to have to go for the third shot. It does not work. They're trying to play from within the smoke. Quick spray down, and Content finds 3! Another miraculous play by the one lonesome man, and Alabama stay alive. They reach match point, series point now, but it took literally everything they could have possibly brought to the table. No ultimates on the board. One single one for UVic, and Alabama still need to scrape together one more round if they want to get through this breeze, which has been so tumultuous for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Alabama going right back to their tried and true. After so many rounds and seeing them bounce back, they say, we just need to play around the spike. That's all it comes down to. Why are we playing for aggression? Why are we trying to find ourselves control into the defender spawn? Let's just make sure to sit back, get the spike down, and dwindle that time down. If we go down with the spike, who cares? We're so close to the end of the game that it doesn't even matter now. We need to make sure to win this. We need to make sure to win it now because otherwise UVic will be pulling this through.
Inside's watching this angle, but haven't actually played to get the kill. Quick pop here with the Viper spin on B main, but look what Crimson are doing. They're doing the exact same thing UVic did when we saw Crimson place their usage of the Viper's pit. But notice the aggressiveness that the Crimson Tide are doing. They're going to fight over towards Triple through Mickey Mouse, through the Arch's side. Yellow Drone goes over the top. They're hunting. They're not going for the plant. They're perusing, trouncing through the back line of UVic. They're saying, if we're going to beat you on this map, we're going to do it in the most demoralizing, monstrous way we can think of. We won't plant. We're going to walk from B, complete control, to A, and dominate the map as a whole. We'll send a fragment over towards doors. The Vinny has not been killed off just yet. Great content. Finally gets the refrag back, and Zan follows suit as well to Jers. It's just Mokulele left standing, but they're facing down the breadth of 4, and the full frontal 4 of the Crimson Tide will roll down the rest of UVic as they'll come out victorious in a 13-10 affair here on our second map to finish things off in a 2-0 series.
Turning things around when we least expected it. I mean, that's kind of almost what we've seen the entirety of this night in a nutshell, at least with the 2 games that you and I have seen. I mean, a 3-0 series between 2 teams that would seem pretty evenly matched, knowing that, I mean, one side went completely ham towards that second map, running things over and going right back to the way we started it. And now Alabama just going ahead and turning it into high gear, giving us one more 13-10, but not in a fashion towards a third map, almost like a evenly symmetrical match sandwich. Instead, just absolute domination here. I mean, going ahead, really closing things on Icebox. We saw the same kind of deal. It was just like that last series, except we just took the first map out. We just saw Alabama roll through, get that advantage, and even then, in the second map, they said, okay, well, we know that defense is pretty darn rough here on Breeze. At least that's what we've heard. Let's sit there and see if we can play things off right now and make sure to really run away with this attacking style. We got it, because aggression is the name of the game, and we're pretty freaking good at it. So let's make sure we can just double down on it, triple down on it, go all the way to 6 rounds in a row. Say, okay, you finally bounced back, but what are we missing? We're missing the bigger picture. We're not looking at the subject anymore. We're a little bit more too concerned about how well we were fragging out by the time you finally wake up and get the kills. The game's so far along now, and you are such a large deficit that we just got to make sure to switch things up once or twice, and it's going to be GG.
Now, that map was an interesting showing. I mean, you talked about Breeze. That's one of those scenarios I was talking about where if both teams are good on the map of Breeze, it can look like that. Teams outsmarting each other, playing the attack to its fullest advantage, and yet the defense still comes out on top. Mokulele defending that B site was single-handed the reason why we saw that spree of 4 or 5 rounds there at the end to UVic, because they were able to cut down so effectively Alabama. Because Alabama were doing the same thing every single round, but it still takes proper crosshair placement and spray styles to counteract it. And guess what? Alabama, once they realized that Mokulele was the problem child there of UVic, what do? They jet past it to tailwind past with their jets. They then waited a couple seconds, sent Psy over, and then sent their KO through to actually greet for the kill. They were much smarter about the pushes onto site, and their post plans were much better because they were terrible before that moment. They might as well not even have existed, and that last round was a masterclass of dueling. We'll have to see if there's an interview after this one. If there is, we'll hopefully get it done. I'm pretty sure there is, so make sure to stay tuned. I think we're getting Toasty to actually come in and do it. So we'll have an interview with the Alabama team. They're going on over to the final. Stay tuned for more from the NECC. We'll see you guys after this interview and the break before that.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
Now, the NECC would not be complete without upset stories and underdogs, but unfortunately for this last one, or maybe fortunately if you're an Alabama fan, that's not going to be the case. We've got Toasty here in the booth for the University of Alabama after that big victory. This is not the only victory they've been seeing in recent time. Like before, we mentioned that lane event they did. They took the W, and they're looking to take the final W here as well, but they'll be hard-pressed to do it. They're facing off against UHM, who took the victory in a 2-0 fashion over Sac State Green. So that brings up my first question here. How are you guys going to beat the team, the only team that actually beat you in the mainstay season?
Well, I think we were kind of surprised at how they played the first time. Just like, I don't know if y'all know, we got 13-0 by Texas A&M at one time, then we came back and made it 14-12 in the overtime on both maps. So I have confidence that we'll be able to bring a good game this time for sure.
That's glad to hear. Good to hear. Now, my second question I'll bring to the table. Great content, who actually, I'm going to go ahead and say it, I wanted over you in the interview, just because of the second map. Nothing against you, Toasty.
He played insane. He played insane, yeah.
But my goodness. I mean, come on. Great content. The name applied on map 2. They were all over the place. How do you, is that the player that revitalized your chances? Because let's be honest, in the first half, Uvink had you guys, right? They were beating you. through and through. Was great content's play style and change of pace like what revitalized you? Like what gave you guys that new air in the second half?
I don't think we weren't really very down after the first half. I think it was like a 5-7 half. A lot of the
Yeah.
rounds we felt like we should have won. I know we lost like a 4v2. So we had confidence coming into the second half. We knew our attack side was pretty good, but great content for sure. He came up clutch like round after round. It was awesome to watch for sure.
Absolutely nasty, man. Dawson, you have a question as well.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, considering the likes of Breeze, I know y'all don't really like hitting up that map too much because, I mean, I've seen y'all over the course of main stage, all courses of different leagues just across the board. And knowing that y'all like playing kind of the typical standard maps, we like to see Ascent, we like to see Icebox. I mean, even then, y'all look extremely strong on those maps. You came around into Breeze, like, are you kind of considering a little bit more? Even then, I saw you on Fracture yesterday, all 13-2 Auburn on their strongest map overall. I mean, just considering that alone, what comes into y'all's map picks? Why do y'all select what y'all select? Because it seems like y'all's map selection and y'all's entire, just, I would say, canvas to deal with is a lot more broad than y'all really think.
Yeah, I think we've been working a lot on Ascent recently because I think that used to be like our worst map whenever we played it, and a lot of teams pick it. So we've been practicing that one a lot for sure. That's why we played it at the LAN. I think with Breeze, it's Breeze is just like a map that's really reliant on aim, in my opinion. So I think if we can move towards those maps where it's more about team play and like stuff that we've practiced, then I think that's what we're gonna do.
Stuff like that.
Like that as well. I really enjoyed y'all's gameplay as a whole. Y'all's Icebox was a master class of gameplay. I think we alluded to that even before it started. Y'all's Icebox was going to be gorgeous, and y'all did not fail us in that regard. We very much so think of Icebox as your guys' home territory, so I'll give my recommendation, UHM, you better ban Icebox. I do not care how confident you are. Alabama will put up a good fight against you on it. Not to throw you under the bus here, Toasty, or your team, but I do not think they'll let you guys play that if they do any VOD reviewing whatsoever.
That's all right.
Especially
That's
in a
all right.
final game. But I'll give you a platform to stay on here real fast. Do you have anyone you want to shout out behind you? Anyone you want to give anything to? Any love? Go ahead and shout them out here.
Shout out my team. I think we played at a really high level today. We weren't always in the lead, but we managed to close it out, and we didn't choke at the end. So I think that was a really big win for us. Sure.
Yeah, a bit scary at the end, a bit tumultuous with a quick 4-round, 5-round spree by you, Vic, to get close after the timeout. But once again, though, congratulations, GG. You're heading to the final, so very much so. Good luck for that. We'll all be rooting you on here if you're an Alabama fan, and if you're not, maybe you'll be rooting on UHM. We'll have to see. But that is the tale of the tape here. Thank you very much, Toasty, for joining us in the booth. Wonderful time watching you. This has been the NECC here for the night. My name is Infernos. I've been joined here by my great co-caster, Mick. We're saying goodbye to Toasty here. We also had Shira over in the booth for the production side, and we also had SGK Carol over for the observing side, who's literally behind me right here. We've got ourselves a really fun night here to finish things off. You got the wave there at the end there. We get great things to finish things off. Alabama comes out the victor, though, and they will take themselves off to the finals to face off against UHM for our Champions Division. That's going to be a fun one. Hopefully, they'll schedule us for that one as well, Dallas. If we mention it, maybe it'll happen. But make sure to stay tuned, guys. We got tomorrow with Rocket League. Wednesday is our 6. Thursday is your Overwatch. And Friday is League. Stay tuned for more from the NECC.
Hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath. to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe.